ค is with deep sorrow that I must inform you of the disappearance of our beloved Toa Metru. Trust in me. With the help of the Baraki, order shall be maintained. And soon all your concerns will be laid to rest.
Faithful Metru, Metru Nui needs you. Prove yourselves worthy, Toa.
Responsible for Toa Metru's demise.
Seize them!
Now, even the Great Spirit will sleep.
And so it was, as it is. Matoran into Toa, Toa into Turaga, Turaga into legend, remembering deeds past and bringing hope to the future. This is the way of the Bionicle.
The Dark Hunters! The most feared and dangerous assassins in the universe. Led by the terrifying, legendary being that shepherded us for over a millennium, the Shadowed One!
Is he okay?
Is something wrong with him?
Well, he has been leading the Dark Hunters for over 80,000 years, and at one point aged an additional 3,000 years after being thrown into a time monster.
Ooh.
And kept leading us for another 1,000 years after that.
Nonsense! The Shadowed One hasn't lost a step!
Great leader, what have you to say to your assembled warriors?
Where am I?
And he's ready to strike fear into the hearts of the Matoran for another 10,000 years.
What year is it?
Another millennium!
We've gone to war with the Toa!
We need the Shadowed One to send reinforcements to Metru Nui immediately!
The Shadowed One is undergoing a minor medical procedure, very routine. He should only be out for 3 months.
But the Toa are retaking the Coliseum!
Hey, patience! These are unprecedented times. We need unity here. The Shadowed One has returned to resume his reign. Nonetheless, because of some side effects, he will be working a lighter schedule.
Dear Shadowed One, please send reinforcements to Metru Nui to vanquish the Toa.
Send 500 reinforcements to Voya Nui.
Excellent, Wiggler.
But that's the wrong island. Sir, shouldn't they be going to Metru Nui?
I said reinforcements to Voya Nui.
You heard him.
Toa's saviors have arrived!
After 80,000 years of dedicated service, the Shadowed One has announced he will officially step down as leader of the Dark Hunters after he finishes his next 5,000-year term.
Come on.
Just get down!
You know, if he was a Skakti, I bet you wouldn't be making comments like this. With today's retirement of the Shadowed One, we begin the next generation of Dark Hunter leadership. The Shadowed One has announced his successor will be his close friend and co-founder of the Dark Hunters from 85,000 years ago, Ancient.
I'm not sure these guys are the best thing for us.
Hey, don't let perfect be the enemy of good.
Ow, my head! I don't remember anything! You are Tahu, the master of fire! And we summoned you here! I will trust you, stranger I just met. What is your name? Protector of fire! Yes, but what is your name? Protector of fire! What? Protector of fire! As in, your name is a job occupation? Yes. Oh, and this is my wife, tax collector of fire! Wait, weren't you the wife? That's lame. You're lame. Now we must find you the mask of fire to give you fire powers. I don't even have powers! I am red, so I must be leader by default. I am white, so I must oppress black. What? I'll oppose red.
I hide Scorpio.
Miren, una arañota!
I don't hide spiders unless they pretend to be scorpions. Like, what are you? Make up your mind.
Attack!
No funcionó.
We must work together. We were working together. Yes, but we didn't say so. I tell Macho! You could be removed from the story and literally nothing would change. Watch out! Sniper fire! Don't worry, I'll protect you.
What the fuck?
Finally, an enemy that's neither an animal nor a member of an army of lookalikes, but an individual character. What are your goals and motivations to do evil? You don't even have a proper name, do you?
Well, this is not a Scorpion, so I don't hide him. But how do we beat him?
Hit the lever! In what language is he speaking now? I don't know. Can someone translate what he just said? See, at least he speaks in a language we understand. Thank you! I'm sorry, I collapsed the Coliseum on top of us.
God, I almost hide. You as much as I hide. Scorpions. Where are the Scorpions? I need to hide, stop it!
The joke isn't funny anymore! Wake up, you matador!
How? You were supposed to kiss me!
Oh, now you tell me! We have to recover my mask of creation from the clutches of Skullgrinder! Are the writers even trying to come up with actual names for the villains?
Actually, he does have a name. It's Kulta.
Oh, good.
Oh, hey! It's the guy who appears in the marriage story!
Lego Bionicles.
Stop right there, Kulta! Who the is Kulta?
You lied to me!
I'm close to leveling up. And you seem like enough experience.
Oh, so that's why he's called the grinder.
Seriously, we can understand you. Go back to Spanish. so I have the mask. What now? You must find the other Toa and awake Kimu. Why didn't you introduce me to them right after the start? Joder. Why didn't you introduce me to them right at the start? That's super important to develop teamwork.
I come to make an announcement.
Our beloved Toa
That was a bitch-ass motherfucker. He pissed on my fucking wife. That's right. He took his fucking quilly dick out and he pissed on my fucking wife and he said his dick was this big. And I said, that's disgusting. So I'm making a call-out post on my twitter.com. You got a small dick. It's the size of this walnut except way smaller. And guess what? Here's what my dong looks like. That's right, baby. All points, no quills, no pillows. Look at that, it looks like 2 balls in a bong. He fucked my wife, so guess what? I'm gonna fuck Metru Nui. That's right, this is what you get. My super laser piss. Except I'm not gonna piss on Metru Nui. I'm gonna go higher. I'm pissing on the Green Spirit. How do you like that? I pissed on the Green Spirit. You idiot! You have 23 hours before the piss droplets hit the fucking... Now get out of my fucking sight before I piss on you two!
No, not yet, my Makuta.
You can look, Rudaka, but don't touch.
Chicken burger. Bionicle free. This shit's about to get real.
Let the movie begin! Take it easy, Master.
Take it easy. No!
You have something to say, Matarao. Say it.
Hello, Metru Nui!
All that smoking must have cooked his head.
Could somebody dig me up?
No!
All right, who farted?
Darn Vakama.
Nasty.
What did you have in there?
This is not Vakama's fault.
Follow me!
Vakama, what do we do? My mask power.
Why are you blue?
This is the best I could come up with, okay?
Don't!
Boys with alcohol. Acting like a kid with alcohol.
You history builder!
Hey guys.
Let me tell you something! Let me tell you something! Vakama! No!
Well...
We cannot afford paper.
Bakshi. The key to Mongu.
Chitangu?
Kitunangu.
Kongu?
Kongu. Norik is my name. And this is Gangu, Bomongu, Tungu, Pungu, and Pingu.
Pingu?
I say we go on safari.
Bro, why I keep hearing mad noises coming from under the... Ratatouille? Oh, my fault, bro.
What is it?
Nothing. Yet.
Squidward. Toes.
What are those Neanderthals up to? Don't they know I'm busy s***ing myself?
Whoa there, sister.
If you're quite done.
Sidorak is such a simp.
You're not worried they're going to tell him you said that?
Throw yourselves off the edge.
This had better be good.
At the gates of Metru Nui, the evil Vizorak army is about...
Is something wrong?
I am not sure we should rescue the Matoran.
Then Hordika you will be forever.
Norik, your negativity pollutes this sanctuary.
Hey, whoa! I fear Vakama has given himself completely to the bitch that lurks within us all.
We must find Kitongu before the bitch overcomes us too.
Go outside. Who's there? Show yourself.
I doubt you'd recognize me.
Who?
I've got some bad news.
Norik said they'd be done by dinner.
Rad. I wonder what's taking the Rahaga so long. I mean, how hard is it to get in the erection?
Hard.
Oh, Nuju, you're disgusting.
Oh well, we tried.
Chikua! Nuju, can you see anything?
What? I heard Toa Metru.
Oh no!
Yo, holy shit, he dead! Wilbur.
$50,000.
Let's talk. Hey, this isn't water. This is...
It's a whole family of supers! Looks like I've hit the jackpot! Oh, this is just too good!
You are worthless. Throw yourself off the edge.
As the Bionicles followed the trail of Peel, Norik was sure that it would lead them to the legendary Kongu. But he fails. That is not the way of the Bionicle.
They don't reach the sky!
That was a complete waste of time!
The throne will soon be yours, Vakama. Go ahead. Touch it.
Don't do that, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that. You ain't gotta do that, you ain't gotta do that.
Sidorak, you are such a simp. Vakama and I are engaged.
It's amazing! It's Kongu!
Huh? Don't be so quick to judge, Matau.
Whoa. Is everyone seeing this?
Shown up your stupid little cocoon and taken away everything that was important to me.
You, my friend, are responsible for delaying my rendezvous with Baraki.
You are a toy!
In Metru Nui, change has begun.
You are a child's plaything!
No! Each tour must control a new elemental tool and master the Ratsuka spinner. Bionicle.
Each set sold separately.
Will you help us get Vakama back?
There are real alpha males and sigma males out there that could destroy you and turn you into dust. And you don't want to wake them up.
What's with him? All that brain rot must have cooked his head.
Beta males are willing to
Who have you been talking to, Kitambu? Who's put these thoughts in your head?
The only way to truly climb the dominance hierarchy.
Okay! You've already wasted a whole night!
What a waste.
Bon voyage.
Vakama! I hate all of you people! You're the reason I'm not happy! It's not my fault! I finally figured it out! It's you! It's all of you! It's the whole world! Ah!
Still, that sound. What is that?
Strike it down.
Remember me?
It's Kitongu.
Throw yourself off the edge.
Stop! I'm fucking calling the police! I'm calling the police!
Hey! Turn out the bright lights! Look at me!
I think we're going the wrong way.
Yes! What is happening?
Nakama, here! You can look, Kitongu, but don't touch my queen.
Throw him off the edge.
Doctor? No, no, no!
No!
They're headed for Takoro.
Oh no! My pipe!
You are weak.
What the hell is wrong with you? We're a family! Holy mother of God!
At the end, you see the end.
We all make mistakes, Vakama. That's what happens when you're brave enough to make mistakes, Vakama.
How do you know my name?
You can't be strong without us.
I'm better! I am better!
If there's any of the Vakama, I
like being bad. It makes me happy.
The Matoran.
Mato! I'm coming!
Smelt head. I see us taking a romantic ride, God. Hey!
I don't like that.
Sit down, Wenawa.
Nothing. You have something I want. Already belongs.
Are we gonna stand around all night?
Vakama.
How do you know my name? You want them so bad? Take them!
Metru! Don't!
Alright, who fired the titty spinner?
Hiruni!
You might defeat me, Vakama, but not all of the United States.
Are you gonna stand around all night?
Get out of here!
You too, big guy.
And to think I thought I could think you could be king.
Bow down to me! No, Vakama, no! You have no idea what you've just done!
The start stone. It's
carved from the same sushi you sealed the Makuta with!
You got one part of that wrong. This is not Makuta.
No, Potter, don't! Hiruni!
In light of all you've given, will you change us back?
Kitongu!
I'm doing this for Lee Khan. No one else.
Yo, Kitongu!
What's with him? All that gooning must have cooked his head. Now then.
We can't take them at Torin. We'll return for them later.
No, Vakama. We must get them to safety. Let's get all of you to safety. Put you back into it, brothers! Mm-hmm. Holy shit! Hey, Mata, let's not crash it this time.
And now we know that the Matoran are in most capable hands. Your hands.
Metru! The Matoran! They're in danger!
Let's hope this thing floats!
Where's Metru going?
Hiruni!
The Matoran!
Kitongu!
Yo, Kitongu! Kitongu! Yo, Kitongu! Kitongu! Roboco on the roof, stay to rock to Kitongu on the move, nothing you can do. Smooth, yo, Coliseum, place squad that makes Kitongu. Yo, Kitongu! Yo, Kitongu!
No idea what you just done!
After a challenging year where I spent far too many days never leaving my room, I made myself a promise that I would spend time outdoors every day from now on. When the going gets tough and any little bit of positivity helps, going outside is one of those things where it might not always turn your day around completely, but it's quite likely that it will make it at least 3 or 4% better. Sometimes I wonder how I find myself in these situations so often, where it feels like I'm just holding on, hanging by a thread, rather than being out there flourishing. But I think those moments of wishing, really wanting to be doing better, are an integral part of figuring out how you're going to get where you want to be. Wanting to be motivated can be the seed from which motivation grows. When I first started these daily excursions, it was mostly just the physical act of moving my body from one place to another, but gradually they became more. I started looking up rather than just at my feet and noticing the sky for the first time in weeks. I started picking up pine cones, smelling them, even tasting them, rediscovering infantile curiosity. My walks turned to adventures. Do you ever stand over some sort of vista and feel like you're in a movie? I used to do it a ton when I was a kid. I'd put one foot up onto a rock or tree stump and strike a noble pose, a knight steeling themselves for a great journey ahead. I miss the days when you would imagine great challenges for yourself to overcome, rather than them coming to you. But hey, you wanted adventure, right? I think that lying on the ground and staring at the clouds in the winter is the most underrated thing in the world. When the snow dampens every sound but itself crunching and rustling. And how wonderful of a concept are snow angels. I need to do more snow angels. I started to feel better about journeys when I realized destinations constantly reset. And they should. As you learn and grow along the way, you find out that where you thought you needed to be isn't what you really want. Or maybe that there's nowhere you need to be, and that wherever you go, there you are. What they don't tell you about being like water is that sometimes you have to get really, really cold. And sometimes you find yourself so deep that light can't penetrate to that depth. And those times are when it's hardest to trust in fate. But fate isn't static, it isn't foretold. It's powered by hope, and when I force myself to walk through the valley when it's 40 below, I'm reminded that as long as you move forward, there's hope. On my walks, I see deer and raccoons, coyotes and dogs, beavers and otters, bats and birds, fish and snails. There's a song I like about a woman being so inspired by a squirrel preparing for winter that she pulls herself out of despondency. Once or twice, I swear one of my woodland friends and I have shared a friendly little nod, an acknowledgement of each other, and a small sign of encouragement. A pact of hope in a world of no guarantees. This year I've been finding it a bit easier to hope. Thanks for listening, thank you for walking with me, and thank you for hoping with me.
Hello, I'm Toa. As probably everyone watching knows, during Generation 1 of Bionicle, there were 4 movies produced. The first 3 were released by Miramax in 2003, 2004, and 2005 and formed a trilogy. The 4th was distributed by Universal in 2009, was a standalone to the others, and was intended to be the start of a new trilogy before the line's cancellation. But over the years, many of us Bionicle fans have thought, what if? And have speculated about what it would have been like if there had been movies made of the other years of Bionicle. How the characters, locations, and storylines that continue to captivate us would have been translated to the screen. This project is an attempt to visualize an imagined film, a hypothetical 4th entry in the Miramax series, picking up where the 3rd movie left off and adapting the 2006 storyline. The goal would be to faithfully translate the books and comics written by the amazing Greg Farshtey and illustrated by the incredible Stuart Sager, while at the same time being consistent with the art style and runtime of the Miramax trilogy. There are a few different components to this project so far. Along with the illustrations shown at the beginning, I wrote a 76-page screenplay, since Web of Shadows was 76 minutes and the screenwriting rule of thumb is that 1 page equals 1 minute of screen time, that closely adapts what Greg wrote while attempting to cut down the story to the essentials, just as the real Bionicle movies had to skip over parts of the storylines from those years. I previously posted the screenplay on Bionicle fan sites, although since then I've had some new ideas and I've just completed a new and improved version with a couple small but important changes. The other component of the project so far are storyboarded scenes. I became fascinated by the storyboards from the Miramax movies, with their surprisingly human-like faces and cartoonish exaggerated expressions, and I saw on YouTube there were some awesome clips putting the storyboards side by side with the corresponding movie scenes.
Nui. This time, your farewell will be forever, brother.
You lost the right to call me brother long ago.
No, Vakama. It is not your place. It is that of a king.
If Kitongu wasn't a myth before, he soon will be.
Credit to Biomedia Project and YouTubers Emily and Bionicle Nuvapedia for these clips. So I thought it could be a really fun idea to draw some storyboards based on the script, and then add voices, sound effects, and Nathan First's iconic score. So here are 3 storyboarded scenes. One from Act 1, one from Act 2, and one from Act 3.
So much water, and none that we can drink. If only... Toa? Toa! The substance in that vat is what the Baraki used to enslave my people. We have to destroy it.
And what a hell waste that would be! I use the your fellow boy kneel before the Baraka. Before we kill you, of course.
How should we do it?
You see, we've killed so many Toa in so many ways over the years. I hate to repeat myself.
Your choice, Baraka. Water, fire, ice, stone, erosion, water, wind. You can leave this island now, or we can throw you off. Leave on your own, and you can live out your long, rotten lives. Make us do it, and there won't be enough left of you to feed a Makuta fish. Garan, if our friends are still alive, find them.
Go ahead! Still me, shock me! You only make me stronger! Who said I was aiming at you? Are you ready to talk now, Vazon? Come on, Vazon! Let's make a deal! He's jumping in! Matoro! Kongu! Metru Nui preserve us. He did that to himself and took the mask with him. We have to get it out before it melts. Ooh. I'm going in. Joel, no! You won't last 10 seconds in that cauldron! Did you really think I was gone for good? The mask won't let me go so easily. One last thing. Given the incredible talent and artistry out there in the Bionicle fan community, as showcased during and beyond this livestream, I would also like this video to be a pitch for collaboration. I'm looking for other artists who might be interested in working with me to take this project further. I think realistically what that would look like might be something like concept drawings or illustrations of higher quality or resemblance to the real Miramax ones than what I've been able to do on my own. Now, if the opportunity to partner on it doesn't emerge, that's totally fine. I'll continue to do more storyboards and illustrations independently, but certainly I would be just thrilled to work with others on this, and if you're interested, let me know. Anyway, thanks for watching, and enjoy the rest of the Bionicle Day 2024 livestream.
Have a lot on your mind?
Is it obvious?
Have you ever fought the Dark Hunters?
Hopefully we won't have to. Apparently, this is just a routine call.
Nothing about a Taraga summoning 11 Toa sounds routine to me. I'm Nidiki, Toa of Air.
Nikan, Toa of Fire. You know, thinking about fighting an army of Dark Hunters almost makes me wish for an enemy as manageable as a rookie fish.
That's where you're wrong, my friend. Me? I'd rather face 100 Dark Hunters than a hungry rookie any day. They persist. They persist for one reason, Lacan. They know how and when to make their move.
You heard the Shadowed One. You know what's supposed to be down there. If I go down alone, I'll end up a light snack.
You know, I almost feel sorry for those hunters. It'll be an honor to fight beside you, Toa Naidiki.
And I beside you, Toa Likan. Or may I call you brother?
Holy
you enter the deep, dare you face the creeps. Bionicle presents 6 new Baraki creatures whose like you've never seen. They sharpen their teeth, polish their shells, and are so pleased to meet you. Armed with a powerful long-range squid shooter, these Baraki mean business. New Baraki from Bionicle, each set sold separately.
Looks like it's that time again. Happy Bionicle Day, everyone, and welcome back to Bionicle Direct. I'm your host, Chip, here to introduce you to some of our community's most ambitious projects. This year, we're starting off with one of the coolest gaming projects I've seen from this community, Bionicle Recur Unit. This workshop edition launched earlier this year on itch.io, and now the developer is ready to show us what's next.
Hello, my name is Party Pooper. I'm the solo developer of the Bionicle Recur Unit project. I already made 2 Bionicle inspired games, including an exploration game and the Bionicle Recur Unit workshop where you can build your own Toa Metru. Both games can be downloaded on itch.io. You can make a donation or just have it for free. In this video, I'm gonna talk to you about a project I'm really passionate about. I've been working on it for some years now, so I decided to show off a bit of what it could be in the future. All this content gravitates toward the same goal, to make a Bionicle action RPG, where you can customize your Toa along your journey, fight various enemies, and explore creepy environments. This is still far from completion, and most things you saw might change in the future, but I hope I achieved to share my enthusiasm for this dream project. Anyway, thanks for your attention, and happy Bionicle Day!
The Bionicle Recur Unit Workshop can be downloaded from itch.io using the QR code on your screen. Be sure to follow Party Poopa for the latest news on when the next edition will be released. Bionicle Recur Unit's not the only action RPG coming your way soon. Next up, we've got Voya Nui Chronicles, an expansive adventure set on the island of Voya Nui. Let's take a look at the latest gameplay footage. You can follow Hephaestus, the developer of Voya Nui Chronicles, on Twitter for the latest updates on this project. Speaking of Voya Nui, the Bionicle Heroes community has been quite busy lately. Let's see what one modder, Agent Shadowwalker, has cooked up for fans of this classic game. The second version of Simple Edition can be downloaded from ModDB using the QR code on your screen. Have fun! Bionicle Heroes isn't the only game getting the mod treatment. Let's welcome back a Bionicle Direct alum, Empire of Toa, a total conversion MMO built on top of Minecraft. What has the Empire of Toa team been working on since we last saw them? Let's find out. You can keep track of Empire of Toa's development by joining their Discord using the QR code on your screen now. Next up, from Carry On Games, we've got Bionicle Gecko Force. Let's check out the trailer now. Bionicle Gecko Force is available now on itch.io. You can also follow the developer at Luggage1996 on Twitter. Games are cool and all, but don't you ever wish there was something more? A mega game, if you will. Well, that's just what Blade, developer of Bionicle Kingdom Fall, decided our community needed. Let's find out exactly what this Bionicle mega game is all about.
Hello there. I am Blade, the writer/developer of Kingdom Fall. I am here to give you a summarized explanation of exactly what this game entails. Kingdom Fall is what is commonly referred to as a mega game, finding its roots in the one to popularize the format, Watch the Skies. The game features multiple factions, or teams of players, that work within a certain rule set and role-play environment to work on getting their own team ahead, whether that be through political alliances or smart resource management, among other things. Think of it as a game of Risk where you get to role-play your interactions. The best equivalent for comparison's sake would be the 1954 board game Diplomacy. In Kingdom 4 specifically, you will be taken to the Kingdom alternate timeline, where Toa Metru failed to revive Metru Nui when it counted, and the Matoran universe immigrated to the island of Metru Nui and was forced to work together in order to survive. Each faction shall represent a different Koro, each with their own private objectives that may or may not clash with the ones of other factions. There is also a secondary, public objective, that of creating your own Great Kanoka Disk, the completion of which will be crucial to your private objective. To this end, you shall have a bevy of options to get the resources needed to craft it, from simple trading to political trades, or finding some in the numerous points of interest of the kingdom. In the background, you can see example scenarios of what you can expect to find in the game. On that note, you do not need anything other than a Discord account to join the server and interact with the other players, both in and out of game. Roll20 will be used for the map of the island, but it isn't necessary to have an account there, as I'll be posting the relevant screenshots on the Discord. The game follows a 48-hour schedule. The first 24 hours are dedicated to players interacting, at the end of which each team shall give me the actions for the turn, and the 24 following hours are dedicated to me taking all of these, deciding what happens next, and advancing the timeline. After that, rinse and repeat. In total, there will be a maximum of 10 turns, but the game can end sooner if you cause too much chaos. Wink wink. The council awaits your arrival, future player. Join us on the 26th of August to keep the island of Metru Nui afloat and resist the influence of the Makuta.
Bionicle Kingdom Fall will be starting on August 26th and run for 2 weeks, so be sure to join their official Discord if you want to participate. For our final gaming project this year, we've got another returning fan favorite. Team Kanoe has been making plenty of progress on their highly anticipated Masks of Power. And with a demo launch on the horizon, let's all make sure we're caught up on the lore.
Metru Nui, an ancient tropical island peacefully drifting on an endless ocean. This mysterious land is named in honor of an omnipotent Great Spirit, who in his benevolence descended from the skies to gift this teeming paradise to his people. These inhabitants are the Matoran, biomechanical beings who have built a quiet life in each of the island's 6 regions. Their labors are overseen by the Turaga, wise village elders who seek only the prosperity of their tribe. For a time, the Matoran enjoyed a serene existence on the island's bountiful shores. However, it was not to last. Metru Nui was visited by his dark brother, a spirit known only as the Makuta. Jealous of the Matoran's love for the Great Spirit, the Makuta cast a shadow on Metru Nui's light, forcing the powerful being into a dreamless slumber from which he was never to wake. Unable to stand against the Makuta, the Matoran placed their hopes upon the arrival of the 6 prophesized Toa, legendary guardians said to wield the very elements as their tools. In answer, 6 canisters fell from the sky, each carrying a slumbering Toa within its chamber. The Toa answered the call. With their awesome command of the elements and great Kanohi masks of power, they stood against the Makuta's darkness and fought back his fearsome beasts. However, their courage only delayed the inevitable. The Makuta endured. To quell the Makuta's darkness, the Toa must seek out the Kanohi masks of power, which have been lost to time within the uncharted depths of the island. Only with these powerful artifacts will the Toa gain access to the Makuta's realm and confront the Dark Spirit. The paths to these masks are treacherous indeed, and the Toa's limits shall be tested. And so concludes our tale. The Makuta's shadow yet looms, and its darkness grows. We must have faith in the mighty Toa. May Metru Nui's light guide them, for they will need it.
If you haven't yet, be sure to give Team Konoe a follow on Twitter, and keep an eye on masksofpower.com for the latest news. As with last year, Bionicle Direct is also bringing you updates from other kinds of community art projects, starting with one of our organizers' personal favorites. Let's check out the conclusion of Bionicle Inside War Volume 1.
I guess it all started with the Throwbots. The first one I got was called Torch, where I come from anyway, and I thought it was the coolest thing I had ever seen. A robot that lived in volcanoes, blasted fire from his hand? The box was like a little transport for him. I still can't stop geeking out about it. But what I think really fostered this love came 2 years later. He was just like Torch, but so much better. He wasn't better because he was taller, or because he had a sword, or because he wore a mask. It was because he had a story. I always loved the Bionicle comic books. Over nearly 10 years of movies, video games, animated commercials, books, it was the comics that kept me in this world. It was so great getting them in the mail, that feeling of seeing the cover and immediately flipping to the centerfold to see all the new characters I'd be adventuring with that year. I'd always wanted to be part of that world, telling my own stories, but it just didn't feel possible. I guess it all started with the Throwbots. I was just getting into the Bionicle community online, and I saw that an artist named Morgan Ryan had started her own Bionicle comic, Bionicle, Invasion of the Throwbots. I remember seeing it online, but getting a copy in the mail and then immediately flipping to the centerfold and seeing all the old characters I had adventures with. I knew I needed to tell my own stories in that world. It didn't feel possible. It was possible. When I first started, it wasn't difficult picking where I wanted the story to take place. The period of time where Pterodax took control of the universe was such an obvious jumping on point. In the official canon, there were a few pieces of media set during that era, but it felt like a sweeping epic filled with danger and action was just begging to be told. The question of who was to lead the story was not hard to answer either. Despite this being my project, I still wanted to try and find ways for this to be tied to the community. No other team of heroes felt like a true community effort like the Toa Haga. Gaki's Mask of Clairvoyance made for the perfect way to set the stage for the rest of the story. When it came to villains, I thought the story could use someone who hadn't received their full due within the canon. Enter one of the final sets ever released in the Bionicle Stars line, Named only on the box as Paraka, the character known as Nektan was the best choice to carry out the will of a dark spirit above all. Lastly, I did not want this story to be just about characters we had already seen. I needed someone new to interact with our team. The Toa Haga began their journey by being the elite guards of the Makuta. I felt like it only seemed fitting that their final journey end the same way. Makuta Muri came about as a desire to flip the Bionicle story on its head. In 2001, 6 Toa fought against the evil Makuta in a quest to awaken the Great Spirit Matanui. Now that our heroes are facing off with the Great Spirit, they would need the help of someone who might know how exactly to defeat it. Makuta was always described as Matanui's vengeful, backstabbing brother. I thought it would be fun to see Makuta placed in the exact same situation, with his long-lost sister now plotting his downfall. Flash forward to now. Bionicle Inside War number 6 has been out for 2 months. The last page promises the shocking conclusion to Inside War Volume 1. And that conclusion is out now. Yes, you heard that right. The finale of Inside War Volume 1, the first ending of this dream 23 years in the making, is out right now. You can get the digital version of Inside War number 7 on my Gumroad at this very moment. And that's not all. If you've enjoyed getting every issue in the mail, the physical version is up for pre-order as well. If that's still not enough, you can pre-order the hardcover edition of Bionicle Inside War Volume 1, Makuta Quest. With that, you'll get all 7 issues, a cover gallery, select storyboards, a sneak peek at Inside War Volume 2, and a couple more surprises as well. I've really enjoyed making this. It's not just a love letter to Bionicle, but to the fans who have been carrying it for over 2 decades. Thanks for reading, and I'll see you on the inside.
Another Bionicle's Gumroad can be found using the QR code on your screen, where you can also find all 6 previous issues if you need to get caught up. Don't miss out on this.
Comms override in Sector 3. We have 30 seconds.
Morgan here. We're hijacking this frequency to bring you a special report. Vaki enforcers are sweeping the city, capturing Matoran left and right. Duma's using his power to mess with everything, abusing our unity and corrupting our duty. That's why we're taking our destiny back, with this year's issue of Bionicle Illustrated fanzine, featuring a collective of artists across all 6 Metrus. Everyone's got their own way to fight back, be it drawing, painting, 3D graphics, and even building instructions.
Borzok inbound. Time to go.
So what are you waiting for? Get out there and express yourself. We're counting on you.
Can you hear me? Am I getting through again? Well, that was new. If you're headed to Gumroad anyway, looks like you might want to pay Morgan a visit too. Bionicle Illustrated 2024 is available now. Just scan the QR code on your screen. If you can't get enough of Bionicle fanzines, then you're in luck. Ibrahim Habib is here to bring you Matoran Universe, a fanzine covering the entire timeline of the Bionicle story. This fanzine will also include character bios, interviews with those behind Bionicle, and highlights from previous Bionicle Day streams. Be sure to check it out on Ibby the Chronicler's Flickr. If Legends of Metru Nui happens to be your favorite Bionicle movie, you're really in luck today. Thanks to a returning direct alum, it's time to see Metru Nui in a whole new light.
Our great city. Forsaken. its beloved heroes. But left to defend its own peace, it thrives. Now, new threats emerge from the shadows. Must we protect ourselves once more? Who else could possibly be worthy? After all, can we trust heroes anymore?
Heroes of Metru Nui from Iconic Stills is available right now, both as a free digital download and a physical hardback. Just scan the QR code on your screen. Immerse yourself in the City of Legends like never before, and stay tuned for more from the Heroes of Metru Nui. This isn't all Iconic Stills has in store for us today though. Let's find out what else he's been working on.
United, we embraced our duty. Light found itself and illuminated our destiny. What I knew at that moment, more than ever before, was that someday Metru Nui himself would be awakened. As Takanuva brought joyous light to this city of the Great Spirit, the new dawn stirred in me visions of our past. Visions of a time when we thought new legends could not be made. It was the time of the Great Masks, a time when 6 mighty friendships were set for a lifetime's journey. And even though the shadows crawled with deceivers, we knew not the face of darkness, nor the fear of those places. Because then, as now, as we stood side by side, as the Toa of Metru Nui, as new legends awake, old lessons must also be remembered. For this is the way of the Bionicle.
Seconds ago, Turaga Vakama of Takoro revealed a shocking secret to the 7 assembled Toa.
You were not the first Toa.
It was not the best news the Toa had heard all day.
What?
What are you talking about?
Turaga, explain yourself!
Then hear my tale. In the time before time, those you know as Turaga were simple Matoran, living on an island city called Metru Nui. Yes, my friends. That same island the Toe of Light rediscovered after Makuta's defeat. Here, thousands of Matoran worked and played and lived their lives. And we were among them. None of us could have predicted how soon things would change, or all the great and terrible things that change would bring. The 6 of us traveled to the great temple in Gar Metru and answered to a mysterious summons. We went there as Matoran. We came out as far, far more. At first, none of us could believe what had happened. One moment we were Matoran, the next, we were gifted with the power of Toa.
Since when are Matoran just zapped into Toa?
When uncertain times lie ahead.
The Toa stones we brought here, that was what did it. It must be.
But why? And why us?
Who cares why? We are Toa heroes now!
Only I could not share in the celebration, for I was having a vision of darkness.
Metru Nui, the whole city will fall. The great discs can save it.
What is it, Vakama? What's wrong?
I had a vision. I saw Metru Nui in ruins, and then restored, through the power of the 6 great discs. Nokama, we need to find those discs.
You've been spending too much time in front of your boards, Fire Spitter. Sure, everyone knows the legend of the Great Disc. 6 powerful Kanoka discs, 1 in each Metru, but that might be all it is. A legend.
Perhaps. But can we afford to take that chance? This is our destiny. It's why we were made Toa.
Oniwa did not trust in my visions, but we all knew the city was in great danger. For weeks, more Buzak vines had appeared as if from nowhere, leaving a trail of destruction. Worse, Matoran sent to stop the Mobuzak had vanished, never to be seen again. In my vision, I had seen 6 Matoran, each of whom knew the secret of where a great disc could be found. Each was in dire danger, and one of them planned to betray all of Metru Nui. But which one? Tahuti, the archivist. Eri, the messenger. Visola, the student. Nuri, the crafter. Akmo, the carver. Orkam, the driver. Armed with these names, we knew Toa Metru set out to find the Matoran. We thought the job would be an easy one. We were wrong.
Look out! Molten Protodermis! Run! Protodermis melts everything in its path!
Tovakama, look up there!
More Buzak!
I knew we only had one chance.
This has to work, or nothing in Toa Metru will be left standing.
I knew the vine would try to stop it, but this disc was made in Kometru. It had the power to dodge obstacles, and enough freeze power to stop even a Mobuzak plant.
That was incredible! How did you know it would work?
I didn't. I took a chance. Now tell me, what was a Mobuzak vine doing this far inside the Metru? And why were the vats moving slowly enough to be grabbed?
I don't know about the vines, but some fort-legged creature sabotaged the vat controls.
And just when I'm coming here to find Nuri and learn about the Great Disc. Coincidence?
But it was no coincidence. Someone did not want us to find the Matoran or the Great Discs. Matau found himself trapped and out of control in a Metru chute. Nokama was forced to swim for her life to escape a squad of Vaki. When Nua found himself stalked by Rakshi through a sub-basement of the Onu Metru archives, Nuju was forced to rely on his untested ice power and his crystal spikes to save himself from a crashing end. And Oniwa discovered that even a Metru statue could become a dangerous trap. Meanwhile, I had found Nuri in a long-abandoned part of Toa Metru, half buried in rubble.
Help! Hang on, Nuri! If I don't move the blocks right, the whole place might come down. Easy. You're safe now. What happened?
I got a note telling me if I came here and shared the location of the Great Disc, I would learn the secret to making an incredible mask of power. But when I got here, there was no one around. Then the Morbuzak brought the ceiling down on me. If you hadn't found me...
Someone doesn't want that Great Disc found. I don't know why, but...
No!
Can't pull free! Yuri and I are both finished unless...
Tangle is just right. Got it!
The Kanoka enlarging disc did its work well.
It's too big to hold me now! Yuri, we have to go before it gets used to its new size! Run! Come on! We're going to the Great Temple. The other Toa Metru need to hear about this.
Others? There are more?
The Morbuzak is spreading fast. Entire sections of the city have been abandoned.
The 6 Matoran can guide us to the Great Discs, but I am still convinced one of them plans to betray us. We have to be on our guard.
I still think all that heat melted your brains, Fire Spitter, but if one of those Matoran does plan to steal the disc, I'll stop him.
History says there's safety in numbers. Let's split into 3 teams to find the Great Discs.
Always living in the past, Wanua, but it would make it easier to keep an eye on the Matoran.
Good thought plan. Of course, you got that idea from me.
Each of them claims he or she was lured into a trap, but I am sure one of them is lying.
But why? Why would anyone want to stop us from ending the Morbuzak threat?
Perhaps there's far more to the Morbuzak than we know, Nakama. And we'd better find out what it is fast if we want Metru Nui to survive.
I could not know how truly I spoke. Nor could I have ever imagined the monstrous thing that lurked in the heart of Toa Metru's great furnace. The king root of the Morbuzak.
Others have hurt us, struck at us, but they cannot stop us. We will slip through the cracks and vanish like the ghosts. The Matoran will be driven to the center of the city as we have been commanded. Then Metru Nui will belong to the Morbazak.
Hello, Metru Nui. All right, so this is a bit of an off-the-cuff thing here, but yes, something happened to the file for the Bionicle Direct, and I have no idea what it was. So here's what we're gonna do. I've queued up the remaining trailers. They won't have any of the lead-in, but they'll play. They will be seen. And then in the YouTube upload after the fact, everything will be fixed. I apologize for this. I genuinely have no idea what happened. But I've gone ahead and checked the file integrity of everything else. It seems to be fine, so fingers crossed. Let's go.
Okay, Hanma, now it's your turn.
Yeah, come on, don't keep us waiting, hurry up. Oh, okay, fine, let me think. Aha. Perfect. Strap in, my friends. This is a doozy. A long-lost legend is finally being told, with new heroes some would say are out of their depth, and new villains with motivations some would agree with. Follow the twists and turns of Shattered Virtues, the webcomic, and witness the story unfold. Hope to see you there, my friends. Howdy, y'all. Happy 810, happy Bionicle Day, happy Bionicle Day, and also a happy 20 years of the Toa Metru storyline and the Legends of Metru Nui movie. One of my favorite Bionicle movies. I like all the Bionicle movies personally, but that one specifically stands out to me. It's just so beautiful. The city of Metru Nui is so gorgeous and is one of my favorite locations in all of fiction. But I digress. It is an absolute honor to be here and to be able to showcase this passion project to all of you, to the entire fandom. And I can't thank the Bionicle Day team enough for giving me a platform to do so. So again, guys, thank you so much. I wanted to take this time of the presentation to split up into two parts. Part one, it will be giving fill-in information to any newcomers, anyone who is joining our Metru, our village, our story circle, if you will. Just basic setting and basic story details. And then part two, we'll be discussing the future of the project going forward. So without further ado, let's get started. The story of Shattered Virtues takes place after the 2005 storyline. The Toa Metru and most of the Matoran have departed. Only the Rahaga, Duma, and Kitangu remain to try and repair the mess left by the Great Cataclysm and the Vizirac. Fortunately, new Toa arrive to assist with more than just the mess left over. But why do they sport noble masks? Where do they come from originally? Well, my friends, you're just gonna have to follow me and find out. Now, first and foremost, as far as the future of this comic goes, I am hoping to get it turned into a graphic novel. Unfortunately, I cannot draw, but I can definitely build and take photos. One of my most common challenges, and it's going to be a challenge throughout this entire time, but it's a fun challenge, is taking our world and turning it into parts of this fictional city. It's such an interesting challenge, and I'm excited to see where it goes from here. Another thing I have planned for the Shattered Virtues storyline is a Dungeons & Dragons game with a brand new Toa team. Now, of course, I'm not going to forget about the old team. In fact, the old Toa team is actually quite crucial to the whole storyline. But like I said, that is later down the line. And last but not least, I will be attending Brickfest Live this year at the San Diego Convention Center from August 24th to the 25th. I will have the Toa there, as well as some of their future versions, and I will also be debuting some new models as well, some Matoran, as well as some villains. So if you're ever in the area, or you're not in the area, feel free to come on down, say hi. It would be an absolute blast to meet you, and yeah, hope to see you there. And with that concludes my portion of Bionicle Day. Again, y'all, thank you so much for this incredible opportunity. Thank you all for keeping the legend alive. As of right now, the Instagram is rocking at 210 followers. It's just incredible to see how far it's grown. Feel free to give it a follow. Keep up with the legend, and I hope you all have an amazing one, and may the Great Spirit guide you.
Gathered friends, welcome to the legendary city of Metru Nui. I'm Chris, operator and owner of Omega's Kohi Forge. Here we seek to prevent shortages of parts while opening up new availability for freedom of artistic expression via resin-cast Kohi replicas. Some of you may already be familiar with my work so far, as I've been posting here or there on various social media to document the development process and connect with the community. I want to deeply thank everyone who supported my journey, rife with trial and error thus far. I truly would not be where I am without all of you. Today, as we tour the legendary city of Metru Nui, we see the Matoran wearing various Kohi masks in many shapes and colors, all made common with one detail: a protodermic silver blend adorning the top to denote to Toa during time of emergency the powerless status of their masks. Many have expressed their wishes that these had released as blind bags, or mystery packs, akin to the 2001 to 2003 Kohi, Krana, Nuva, and Kal mask packs. And today, I remedy this. I am pleased to announce that, as of the airing of this very video, Omega's Kohi Forge has updated to include new Metru Nui Matoran Kohi mystery packs. And I do mean quite right now. I've had my hand hovering over the activate button since the event started this day. Similar to the official packs of old, my Metruan Kohi packs will include 2 masks at random, sampling from my currently available molds. You may have seen my Great Hau, Pakari, Miru, and Kakama, as well as Noble Ruru, Mahiki, Matatu, and Komau already. I'm pleased to announce that new masks will also be premiering through these packs thanks to commissions, those being the Great Huna and Nakaku, both of which still have some issues to smooth out, so they will be considered uncommon, and the noble Huna, Rao, and Kirill, each of which will be about as common as the rest. Similarly, the base colors would be drawing from my currently matched formulas, and thus could appear as red, yellow, blue, black, white, and bright pink. I am still in development of other colors I was hoping to have ready for today's presentation, but alas, these are a lot more intricate than I had anticipated. Packs will never include two of the same mask or color, so you'll always get a nice variety, and I try to ensure that getting multiple packs still doesn't result in identical duplicates. What's more, as I make new molds and match other colors, those will be added to the rotation as well, so expect to see things premiere through there before they end up on the shop proper. Consider it a little teaser of what's to come if you find something I didn't mention here today. Those familiar with my work will note that this is a massive step up from my previous blind bags, scooping up from the Protodermis reclamation yard. Luckily, Palama still lets me in there. And those are still available for anyone interested. Any failed attempts from any batches, be they standard color pieces or new color tests and the Metruan packs, will end up in there, and I like to ensure that every defective mask pack from those still gets at least one cool piece to make it worth people's while. For those of you interested in getting your hands on these new mystery packs, or any of my previous items, please visit my shop on Etsy. If you'd like to see some behind-the-scenes work, get updates earlier on when new colors or masks are developed, or just want to reach out, check me out on various social medias. Tumblr is currently my preferred platform and the most active of mine, but I understand that's not so widely used, and I do make myself available on other platforms. For those who have commissioned me previously, I promise they are being worked on. I underestimated how long it takes to match new colors, and only managed to get these packs possible because silver was commissioned and eventually matched in time for the deadline. Thank you all for your incredible patience thus far, and I hope to have good news to share on your commissions soon. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Please drop by omegaskohiforge.etsy.com to get your hands on these new masks. I'm really proud of how they turned out, and I hope you all enjoy them as much as I do.
Takua! What are you doing down here alone? We're supposed to be at the
Sci-Fi Weekender.
Hello everyone, this is Gabby94, creator of the Bionicle Mask of Light Toa Recreation Project. It's been a whole year since I first announced my plans to remake the Toa Nuva models from Bionicle Mask of Light, and while production was lengthy and grueling at times, I couldn't be happier with how they turned out. In the few months since their release, I've had the joy of seeing many of your creations come to life using my models, whether it be high-quality remakes of film scenes.
I'll see to their safety myself.
No, Tahu, no! We must remain united.
Fan cast what-ifs.
I don't understand. Why am I angry at the enemy ball?
General renders. or just making Liwa dance. It's been amazing to see what you've all done with them, and I look forward to seeing more of your creations. This year we celebrate the 20th anniversary of Bionicle 2 Legends of Metru Nui. To mark the occasion, I've added special Metru-themed texture sets for each of my 6 Toa Nuva, as well as a special Toa Lecon-inspired texture set for Taka Nuva. Let's take a look. The Metru texture sets for my 7 Toa models are available right now on their respective CG Trader pages. I hope you enjoy them. A few months back, I partnered up with Rothanak to produce 3D printable files for all of my Toa Nuva masks. The concept of physically reproducing parts of my models was something I'd hoped for during production, but it wasn't my priority at the time. Now that the models have been released, I'm planning to release high-poly versions to convert into STL files for printing. I hope this will further bridge the gap between the film's models and the physical sets they were based on. Look forward to printable Mask of Light figures before the end of the year. This Toa Nuva project has been a bit of a dream come true. What started as a simple passion project for my own practice and enjoyment became so much more. Throughout the process, I became familiar with several members of the community, many of whom helped test it in the later stages, and ultimately decided that this previously one-off Bionicle project would not be the last. That said, I'm excited to finally announce my follow-up project. I hope you enjoy it. Bionicle The Legend Begins is a fan attempt at deconstructing the Bionicle Mask of Light Toa designs in an attempt to visualize what Creative Capers, LEGO, and Miramax might have done if the first Bionicle film was based on the Toa Mata. I had considered this as a follow-up project early in development of the Nuva models, and while I don't have anything concrete to show you right now, I've already begun working on concepts to bring the original 6 to life in a way we've never seen them before. Early attempts at Tahu Mata are promising, and I look forward to sharing more at a later time, but for now, Thank you, and have a happy Bionicle Day.
It's because the Toa have knees now. Bye! Okay. I know that's not why, but come on, look at this. Look at this. Toa Nuva can't do that. Alright, so Metru Nui is, in a lot of ways, a bit of a turning point for the franchise, and to a lot of people, me included, it's one of Bionicle's best years. In other words, what made Metru Nui so great? Is it just because this was when we first discovered this franchise for ourselves? In my case, absolutely. I mean, 2004, man. Great year. Just fantastic year. I mean, other things from 2004. The Incredibles. Green Day's American Idiot. Halo 2. My Girlfriend. But beyond that, 2004 brought in more sci-fi elements. It put dramatic new twists on what we thought we knew about this relatively new universe. It fleshed out previously archetypal characters into three-dimensional people, and it even tossed in call-outs to real-world history. So, let's dive right in. Gathered friends,
listen again to our legend of the Bionicle.
4 years is a long time for a franchise as narrative-heavy as Bionicle. For a frame of reference, if you had started college when Bionicle launched, by the time that you could walk into a bookstore and grab a copy of Bionicle Adventures #1, Mystery of Metru Nui, you'd be getting ready to graduate. So, after 4 years, a little bit of reinvention was probably a smart move. 2003 had ended with Takanuva, the Toa of Light, fighting the Makuta and discovering an island city called Metru Nui. As the Matoran were preparing to move there, Turaga Vakama dropped what you might call a little bit of a bombshell. You were not the first Toa. Immediately there were questions. Who were the first Toa? What did they do? Where are they now? And as soon as Metru Nui launched, we got some answers. Years before the Toa Nuva appeared, Metru Nui was protected by the Turaga, who used to be the Toa Metru. I think this needs a little explanation why this was such a big reveal. See, before this, the Turaga weren't exactly the deepest characters. Sure, they were really lovable parts of the world, but when you looked at the kinds of character growth someone like Takanuva, or really any of the Toa Nuva went through, the Turaga felt a little flat. They had great moments, like the horror of Matau possessed by the Krana, or Vakama's monologue at the end of the Modern Nui Online game, but overall, they really fell into that typical wise elder role you'd find in any fantasy setting. Now, before you get all up in my comments or in my live chat, Bionicle Day people, I see you, don't start! I want you to do something. Go back to any story from those first 3 years featuring Vakama and look at what he's saying. Really look at it. There's world building, there's the kind of, this is your quest, go do this talk, but there's no growth, no change that he undergoes, no struggle he has to fight against. Vakama and really all of the Turaga are just kind of there. Yes, they're beloved in their being there-ness. Is that a word? I don't know, I didn't go to college for English. But after watching Mask of Light, no one's gonna answer, so who is your favorite character with Turaga Wenua? So, to find out that not only did they play a part in the story we were about to see, but that they played the central part, just huge explosion of potential right there. And with a story that ripe for character growth, you need a playground that has all the potential to become just as beloved and iconic as the island where we spend Bionicle's first 3 years. But here's the challenge. You can't just do another tropical island. We've been there, we've absolutely loved it, but again, we're entering year 4 for this franchise. Reinvention is key. So what do? If you're LEGO, the answer is, just toss them into a dystopian nightmare. I don't know if you remember around 2012, but there was a time where dystopias were everywhere. Hunger Games, Divergent, even as far back as 1984, the book, not the year. There's always this recurrent idea of throwing heroes into a world controlled by an authoritarian presence. One where the villain's authoritarian streak doesn't do much to slow the rot at the core of everything. And if you're wondering what this has to do with the Toa Metru, let's talk about the two big villains for the first half of the year, the Morbazak and Turaga Doom. Turaga Doom is President Snow for the boys. He's Big Brother Bionicle. He's a biomechanical Stalin. If you were like me, and therefore very, very small when this story first dropped, this was your first exposure to this kind of character. The seemingly benevolent dictator ruling over the place with an iron fist. Propaganda littering the walls, secret police disappearing enemies of the state in the night. In some ways, it's genuinely unsettling. So, you got this iron-fisted dictator running around, trying to create his idea of perfection, but in reality, the whole thing is falling to bits, and it's all thanks to this thing. The Morbazak might just be the least compelling villain that I think this franchise has ever had. Sure, something like, say, the Vizrak might be pretty unexciting as just a clone horde, but at least they're not the main villains for their part of the story. Here, it's just a talking plant. Like, how can something that just looks like a smart bunch of talking vines be an interesting villain? Oh, that doesn't count! Now, all of that's true if you think of the Morbazak as a villain, but here's the thing. I don't really think it's meant to be a traditional villain. It's really just a part of the world, something to A, be an initial obstacle in the hero's journey, and B, cement just how much the City of Legends is falling to pieces. The Turaga that's meant to be leading this entire city is so focused on getting the Mask of Time forged that he doesn't notice the plant infestation tearing Metru Nui apart. It's a little tragic, really. You're seeing the end of this golden age for the Matoran, and since we know it's a prequel, there's this sense that the whole thing is just doomed. Man, this gilded high-tech city where the elite rulers are trying to cover up the way it's literally crumbling around them. You'd almost think this was some kind of cyberpunk take on the franchise. Oh, wait. Back in late 03, if someone pointed to this franchise and said, next year, this is going to do a little bit of cyberpunk, you probably wouldn't think of that as a recipe for success. After all, what even is cyberpunk?
No!
Cyberpunk is a genre within science fiction that asks the question, what if technology was super advanced, but that just enabled the ruling class to enrich themselves while grinding the working class under their boot? Haha, I love escapist fiction. Think of Akira, Max Headroom, Blade Runner, or even something more modern like the Deus Ex series. Sorry, what? Oh, the last Deus Ex came out over 8 years ago? How old am I? Anyway, Hugo Award winner Lawrence Person said that one of the key things that made cyberpunk was that the main characters were outsiders. In his words, classic cyberpunk characters were marginalized, alienated loners who lived on the edge of society in generally dystopic futures where daily life was impacted by rapid technological change, a ubiquitous data sphere of computerized information, and invasive modification of the human body. It's especially that idea of the marginalized loner that gets me. Remember how I mentioned the Toa Metru getting character arcs? Yeah, probably the most in-depth arc that we saw this year was Vakama, and boy howdy is our favorite mask maker alienated. Vakama constantly wrestles with feelings of otherness and inadequacy. He struggles to discover his mask power, he's plagued with visions that leave him looking like a cross-eyed freak, and the only struggle bigger than his finishing the Mask of Time is me finishing a script in a reasonable amount of time. So, take the idea of hero as marginalized outsider, and throw them headfirst into the heart of a society filled to the brim with rising authoritarianism and zero privacy, and you can see where those cyberpunk themes come in. And if you're familiar with the history of the Cold War, cyberpunk isn't the only influence that you might have noticed. You know how I called Turaga Doom a biomechanical Stalin? I think it's about time we unpack that. Now, before I say anything else, I want to make something clear. I am not saying Bionicle is an allegory for anything. Bionicle's never been an allegory. Allegory requires an author to point directly to something from their own lived experiences or value system and say, that's what this is. Bionicle has never been that. What this franchise has heaps of, though, is applicability. universal themes that you as the one experiencing the story can look at and say, I relate to this. Or even real-world events you can look at and say, that reminds me of this. This isn't Lewis's Narnia, this is Tolkien's Middle-earth. And one bit of real-world applicability that I see in Metru Nui is, well, Stalinist Russia. Now, I get it, it seems like a bit of a stretch to say that, but I think it's about time we talk about the Vaki. The Flash animations that introduce us to 2004's villain sets tie into the tropes you might think of when it comes to pop culture depictions of a Cold War-era Soviet Union. Propaganda litters the streets, warning that good work is quick work, and Taraga Doom sees all. Promises of happiness following from slavish obedience are shouting from the rooftops. Those who preach dissent disappear in the middle of the night. The Vaki are pretty much a robot version of the KGB, and you better be on their controller's good side. It's not just thematically, though. Okay, so, confession time. One thing about me is that I absolutely love fonts. I hoard them like a squirrel, I see a new one and immediately want it. I'll even point out fonts on the street to my friends. And the font used to promote the Vaki is pretty noticeable. There's a clear intent to emulate the Cyrillic alphabet, used when writing Russian and a host of other languages across Eastern Europe and parts of Asia. And while its official name is Continuum Bold, if you look at the file name, yeah, that's not exactly subtle. LEGO knew what they were doing by calling on those echoes of the Soviet Union, further driving home not only the role of the new Toa's foil as a sinister police force, but of establishing the overwhelming presence of Taraga Doom's authority on Metru Nui. The more that I think about Metru Nui and 2004's story as a whole, the more I see how important this year was for the franchise. It's not just for the story itself, but it's also for the way it impacted what Bionicle could be going forward. One issue that some fans have had with its later years was that Bionicle not only started to lean more into those sci-fi influences, but it also started to lean away from that mysticism and that fantasy those first few years had. Plus, this year also marked a slight peeling away of the sense of mystery that made Mata Nui such an intriguing place to explore. Later years definitely tried to make new mysteries to keep us hooked, but after a while, all bets were off. Honestly, 2004 was a turning point for Bionicle in so many ways. Reevaluating what it could be in terms of genre, showing us that more than just Toa of Light could come from anywhere, any Toa could come from anywhere, even paving the way for the absolutely insane story that was about to come. The Metru Nui story was far from perfect, but my gosh, it did so much to expand Bionicle into that franchise that we all know and love, even to this day. Man. So, remind me, what's the storyline for next year? Ah, fuck!
Hello all! Happy Bionicle Day, and welcome to the Knowledge Tower, where we investigate the science behind the Bionicle legend. Bionicle Day 2024 celebrates the 20th anniversary of the 2004 storyline, where we were first introduced to the mysterious city of Metru Nui. The city contains many wondrous things, from the chutes to the knowledge towers to the archives, but no one thing in the city represented Metru Nui quite like the Coliseum. The most important building in the city by far, it dominated the landscape from its position at the very centre of Metru Nui, so much so that it became a symbol of the city itself. When you think of Metru Nui, you think of the Coliseum. However, for such an important building, we actually know surprisingly little about it. When you look up impressive buildings in our own world, you are greeted with statistics on their height, footprint, how many floors they contain, and a whole host of other key characteristics that we just don't know about the Coliseum. In this video, we are going to change that, and find out how this crowning achievement of Matoran universe architecture stacks up against its earthly rivals. Our starting point is the official map of Metru Nui, which gives us official figures for the length and width of the island. 47.6 kyo long and 24 kyo wide.
A kayo is equal to 1.37 kilometers, so converting those measures to metric, we get 65.21 kilometers for the length and 32.88 kilometers for the width. Now that we know that, it's a simple matter of counting pixels to determine the size of a single pixel on the map, which we can then use to measure the size of any feature on it, like the Coliseum. Performing the pixel count, we get pixels of 20.08 meters in both length and width, each accounting for 403.21 square meters in area. Incidentally, a count of every pixel that makes up the city, thankfully able to be gained by an automated pixel count rather than having to count each one manually, gives us a total land area for the city of 911.42 square kilometers, putting Metru Nui at around the same size as Dallas in the United States. Keep that figure in mind for later on. We will be circling back to it. The Coliseum is 105 pixels wide in this image, meaning that at full scale it is around 2.1 kilometers wide. Given that this is a circular building, we can use this equation for the area of a circle to show that it has an overall footprint of around 3.5 square kilometers, already making it larger than the largest footprints of any building constructed on Earth, with the New Century Global Center in China coming closest at a mere 1.76 square kilometers. Now that we have the width and the footprint, let's get to the real question, the height. To answer this question, we ideally want to find a picture of the Coliseum that shows its full width and height in a perfectly side-on view. However, that proved easier said than done. All the pictures I could find of the Coliseum were either side-on, but didn't show the full building, did show the full building, but showed it at an angle, or showed the full building at the right angle, but was very low resolution, which caused the edges of the building to blur into the background, making pixel measurements quite difficult. In the end, I had to settle for this image, which shows the full height and width with the least amount of distortion from the viewing angle or blurred boundaries. Not the perfect scenario, but as long as the pixel measurements taken are careful to take the viewing angle into account, then it shouldn't be a problem. Breaking out the pixel measurements again, we can see that the Coliseum is 106 pixels wide in this picture. Dividing our 2.1 kilometer width from earlier by this number, that gives us pixels of around 19.99 meters in length. Now all we need to do is count up the number of pixels from the base of the Coliseum to the top of its spires and multiply that by 19.99 meters to get our answer. That count came out at 226 pixels, meaning that the height of the Coliseum works out at an astonishing 4.5 kilometers tall. Once again, that beats any earthly skyscraper by a massive margin, with the Burj Khalifa in Dubai, the tallest building on Earth at time of writing, being only 0.83 kilometers tall. That's 5.4 times smaller than the Coliseum. To really help that sink in, if you stacked the next 6 tallest buildings on Earth on top of the Burj Khalifa to make one massive mega skyscraper, it would still be 80 meters shorter than the Coliseum. The view Taragaduma had over the city below from that height must have been extraordinary. You may have noticed that when measuring the height of the Coliseum, I only measured up to the top of the main set of spires here, ignoring the single longer spire here. That was partially because this spire isn't always depicted on the Coliseum, but mostly because whenever it does appear, it almost always extends out of shot, meaning that we couldn't measure its full length. The only image I could find that did include what could be its full length was this one, from Vakama's visions in Legends of Metru Nui. However, even here it's possible that this isn't actually the top of the spire, and instead it just disappears into the clouds. But, assuming that actually is the top of it, I did do some more pixel measurements on this image to figure out its potential length. This image was too blurry to use with enough confidence for the main height calculation, but performing the same pixel measures gave a result for the main building that was only 174 meters out from the previous calculation, which isn't too bad. After counting the pixels and converting to meters again, that additional spire adds another 2,065 meters to the overall height of the Coliseum, meaning that this spire alone is a little over half of the height of the rest of the building. This puts the new height of the Coliseum at around 6,580 meters, or around 6.6 kilometers tall, making it the equivalent of 7.9 times larger than the Burj Khalifa. The Burj Khalifa, unsurprisingly, also holds the record on Earth for the largest number of stories, with that building containing 163 floors above ground level. How would the Coliseum compare to that? Well, first we would need to decide how much height each floor would take up individually. While Metru Nui is primarily home to the small-statured Matoran, what few views we get of rooms in the Coliseum show that the ceilings are particularly high, far higher than even a tower and far enough off the floor that Titan species such as the Vortex can walk around without difficulty. There could of course be differences between the floors, with some having ceilings of Titan height while others are more Matoran sized, but for the sake of this video we will just be assuming all floors are the same height as each other. In my home country of the United Kingdom, ceiling heights are usually around 2.4 metres above the floor, which works out to be around 25 to 26% higher than the average male height of 1.77 metres. In order to work out what height we should set the Coliseum floors, I'm going to apply the same principle, making them around 26% taller than the expected inhabitants. I'm also going to take Rudaka as the example Titan-sized inhabitant of the Coliseum from which to base my calculations. We saw from the 2005 storyline that she can comfortably walk around in the Coliseum without issues. Plus, this next set of calculations will involve some real-world set height measurements, and Rudaka is the only Titan set from the 2004 to 2005 story years that I would not currently have to rebuild from my parts bin. Rudaka does not have a canon height, with Greg only confirming that Vortex such as herself are taller than a Rakshi but smaller than an Exo-Toa. Luckily, we do know the canon height of the average Toa, 2.19 metres, so we can work out her height via comparisons between sets. The sets of 2004 and 2005 are in the same build system, and so should be fine to use as comparisons for relative heights between them in the story itself. A Metru build Toa is 20 centimeters tall, meaning that each centimeter of height corresponds to 10.95 centimeters of in-universe height. The Rudaka set, meanwhile, is 31 centimeters tall, which therefore gives her a full in-universe height of around 3.39 meters. Adding on 26% of this to her height gives us a total of 4.3 meters between the Coliseum floors, which I decided to increase to 4.5 meters to help account for the actual thickness of the floors themselves. Now all we need to do is divide our height of the Coliseum by this floor height to get the number of total floors, right? Well, not quite. Remember, the Coliseum has spires at the top, which are unlikely to contain actual floors themselves, so we need to remove these from our height calculations first. Going back to our pixel measurements from before, the Coliseum minus these spires is 196 pixels tall, meaning that the height without the spires is therefore around 3.9 kilometers. Taking that 3.9 kilometers and dividing it by our floor height of 4.5 meters, we get a final floor count for the Coliseum of 870, or around 5.3 times more than the Burj Khalifa. We could end the video there, but there is actually one more figure we can work out to round off this investigation into the Coliseum. Those 870 floors, how much potential floor space do they add up to? That is a lot of floors in a very wide building after all. The amount of storage space within the Coliseum could be truly enormous. To calculate that potential space, we need to take two key aspects of the Coliseum into account. One, the fact that the outer walls of the building are sloped, meaning that each progressive floor will have a smaller footprint than the one below. And two, the fact that a section of the building is open to the air. Let's tackle that second point first. Shots of the Akalini field, as shown in Bionicle 2, Legends of Metru Nui, show the spires and open sky above the telescreens in the upper rim of the stadium, showing that the stadium itself is located at the very top of the main portion of the Coliseum building. This means that however many of the 870 floors that the stadium takes up will have a reduced area count, as we will only be able to count them as the space between the stadium seating and the outer wall of the building. Searching through the available shots from the movie, this shot seems to be our best bet for a measure of how tall the stadium is, with the stadium floor and the top of the outer wall being visible and with only minimal distortions due to perspective. Measuring that height comes out to 1089 pixels. If we can find something of a known height within this shot, then we can convert that to a true height figure. Searching through the image, the doorway underneath the Likan statue was the best candidate. This doorway will also have the bonus of letting us double check our ceiling height figure from before, as, generally speaking, door heights should only be a little smaller than ceiling heights. Measuring the height of the doorway in this shot against the known height of 2.19 meters for the Toa Metru gives us a height of 4.38 meters. And I have to admit, this was so close to my 4.5 meters for the ceiling height of the Coliseum floors that I got very excited about this when I first worked it out. It's always so cool when separate but related calculations give you similar answers from two very different methods. Going back to the wider shot, the doorway there takes up 10 pixels, meaning that a pixel in this shot represents 0.438 meters of height. Multiplying that by our 1089 pixels from earlier, that gives us a full height of the stadium of 476.98 meters, which equates to 106 floors. So, what we need to do now is work out how much area the Aquilini field and the stands take up, and then make sure we remove 106 floors worth of that from our final floor space calculation to ensure that the stadium is properly accounted for. Returning to our map of Metru Nui, we can see that the stadium seen from above is 35 pixels wide, which translates to around 702.8 meters across, which in turn equates to a circle of 387,930 square meters in area. This means that the entire stadium, including both the Aquilini field itself and the stands that surround it, has roughly the same area as 73 American football fields. Multiplying that by our 106 floors means that we will have to remove about 40.73 square kilometers of area from our final figure. Now that that's finally sorted, let's go back to the matter of the sloped walls of the Coliseum. Given that we know that there are 870 floors, if we assume, for the sake of simplicity, that the slope of the Coliseum's outer walls will remain a constant all the way up, then we therefore also know that the 870th floor will be 870 times smaller than the ground floor. So, all we need to do is remove 1/870th of the ground floor's area for each floor as we go up, and then that will give us the area for every floor. Add them all together and remove our 40.73 square kilometers for the stadium, and that will give us our final value for the full floor space of the Coliseum. Nearly 900 rows of Excel spreadsheet formulae later, we come to our final area value, 1,493.19 square kilometers. Remember our calculation for the land area of the whole city from earlier in the video? That was only 911.42 square kilometers, meaning that the Coliseum's combined floor space is a whole 1.6 times larger than that of Metru Nui itself. In one building, we have enough room for nearly 2 other cities. Now that's what I call impressive. At the start of this investigation, we wanted to see how the Coliseum compared to the most notable buildings here on Earth. I think we can safely say that of all the skyscrapers ever built, nothing even comes close. Then again, while what we have built may fall short, that doesn't mean we haven't dreamt as big. The Exceed 4000 was a concept for a megatall skyscraper that was designed for the city of Tokyo in 1995. At 4 kilometers tall and 6 kilometers wide, it would have been capable of housing 500,000 to 1 million inhabitants over its 800 floors if it were ever to be built. The massive engineering challenges and its potential $1.7 trillion US price tag meant that this megastructure was never to be built. But if it had been, its design would have been a very familiar sight to any Bionicle fan. Happy Bionicle Day, everyone. Thank you for joining me today, and I hope I'll see you again soon for another Bionicle science investigation here at the Knowledge Tower.
the island city of Metru Nui, in the sub-basements of the Onu Metru archives, Whenua, Toa Metru of Earth, and Nuju, Toa Metru of Ice, are on a mission.
Somewhere down here, a great Kanoka disk is hidden. If Toa Vakama is right, we have to find it to save the city.
That's a big if. This may all be a wild Rahi chase.
Unfortunately, Whenua and Nuju have forgotten the first rule of the archives. You are never really alone.
The great disk is hidden behind one of these doors. But which one?
I don't suppose you brought a key. No problem, we'll make our own. My ice freezes the lock.
And my earth shock drills shatter it. It's open.
Wait, something is moving in there. It's...
Wrong door. Really wrong door.
I figured that out on my own.
The island city of Metru Nui, Nakama, Toa Metru of Water, and Matau, Toa Metru of Air, are searching for one of the 6 great discs needed to save the city from the rampaging Morbuzak plant.
I have never seen anything like this. What could have dried up a protodermis canal of this size?
Dry or wet, I am not one for footwalking, Nakama. Are you sure you know where we're going?
Of course I know. Just like you know your way around that tangled mess of chutes and cables in Lee Metru.
Ha! You haven't lived until you've been thrown through the chutes, Nakama. Maybe I should show you someday?
I think the air is too thin up there, Matau. It's affected your brain. But look at this. This control wheel has been turned off and locked to stop the protodermis flow. But who would do that?
Maybe the same person who did that! Look out!
We have to get out of here, Matau!
No time!
Unable to resist the power of the flood tide, the Toa Metru are swept away.
Managed to gain some control, but this current is too strong. And where is... Matau! I don't know if I can reach him in time, but I have to. I have to!
Pretty lifelike, huh?
What is it?
It's Maktudi, the bionic man.
It's Makuta, and they're called Bionicle.
Exactly.
For the best Bionicle gameplay, there's no substitute for a PC with hyper-threading technology. Look for the Intel Pentium 4 processor with HT technology.
In the time before time, far beyond all you imagine, there is an island paradise where legends are real. Protected by 6 mighty guardians. Threatened by one immortal enemy.
Their unity, their duty, and their destiny are
must shatter. Only a mask of light can defeat the darkness.
Trust in the mask. Let it be your guide.
Bionicle, Mask of Light, the movie.
A dark trio is casting a shadow over Metru Nui. New villains with unparalleled power. The fate of Metru Nui is in the clutches of darkness. Bionicle. Each set sold separately. Also available Bionicle 2, the all-new movie on DVD. Rated PG.
바이오니클 용사들이 테토스 쪽으로 들어왔다. 테토, 마스크 단도를 찾아라.
언젠가 찾고 말 거야. 제토.
Tahu, Toa of Fire.
Welcome.
Welcome to the Fire Spitting with BS1 podcast, where we absolutely roast Bionicle.
I'm Swirt, and with me are
Doric.
This is Casey02.
And Spirit.
Excellent. And as you can see, I think it's pretty obvious what we're doing today. I'm not going to even do the whole, well, whatever, and blah. No. We're talking about the Dark Hunters today. And what better way to talk about them?
This was the Bone Hunter tier list.
Oh,
not prepared.
You've got Pharaoh. You've got the nameless ones in the movie.
Yeah.
That's it. Done. Great
Easy
talking to
list. Episode done. Right. Thanks for listening, everyone.
And yep, hope you had a great Bionicle day. Okay. Either way, yeah, we're talking about Dark Hunters today, and we're gonna kind of wrap 2 episodes into one. Yes, this is the tier list, but I believe a few of you have a couple of grievances to air with these characters as well. Mostly
each and every one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, a few. I'm just gonna put it politely.
Especially the ones we don't have pictures of.
To be fair, there's only about 5? Yeah. It's 5, yeah. Technically 4, because Triclax? I can never say that name. Technically does have an appearance. It's not a good one.
And the Rahi Nui, we do have a picture of its tail from a video game. Yeah.
But either way, we'll probably just dived right in. Before I start, just so everybody's aware, so obviously these are all various icons of all of the Dark Hunters. If you would like to learn more in depth about them, by all means, please feel free to check out BSO1, the wiki that has all the information you need about the characters and stuff.
Hooray!
I am horrible at this. I'm so rusty, but that's okay. We're doing it semi-live.
So I've got the book in front of me, just so I can make sure that there's no revisionist history creeping its way in here.
Very
We're
good.
going to go to the original source material.
Excellent. All right, would you like to introduce the first character then?
Sure, the Shadowed One. So looking at his entry, talks about his unnaturally advanced age, which we've talked about before, is not real.
That's true.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, he's about 5
I
minutes
mean,
old.
it is real in that, yeah, like anything is real, but yeah, it has zero impact on the story. It's got nothing. It's dumb.
Yeah.
Despite my unnaturally advanced age, the result of a battle with Makuta, I remain in firm control of the Dark Hunters. You aged like 3 months, dude.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, aside from the fact that like time, has no like relevance to anything, like, it's never mentioned again, and not in any of the subsequent appearances. And he appears like a fair bit. It doesn't get talked about.
No, not even. It's barely mentioned. Like you would expect him to use that staff of his as kind of like a walking stick at some point.
Well, he's kind of got his tail as a third leg, which maybe
that does
have been included in the model.
Yeah, possibly. So I guess the first question is, where should we place him, and why should it just be dead in the middle? Because he's kind of like.
I'm gonna give him an A. His design's just so cool, man.
His design is pretty cool.
By design or by powers?
I'm going with design. Like I'm going with vibes. Like, and he also like doesn't have too many powers, which is nice. He's got his disintegrator, I-beams, and then he's got his staff.
Yeah, a Madness Rotuga is what he's also listed as having. Which,
not listed in the book, not real. Fake news.
All right. His abilities and traits, he's a very charismatic leader, but also arrogant and sadistic. I mean, A is a very good benchmark to start with. There are probably very few that could go above the Shadow One in our list. But let's find out together. All right. Air Watcher is the next one on our list. Described at the beginning, Air Watcher is a dim-witted Dark Hunter who guarded the fortress of Odina. By the way, Odina, if you're not aware, is the island of the homeland of the Dark Hunters. What are we thinking? So powers, none. Abilities,
he can fly for short distances.
Okay, well, yes, he does have a pair of wings that allows him to travel short distances.
And fire a stream of acid.
As we know, acid is not a power.
Normally, I would rank him F because A's design sucks and B, like, his powers are kind of lame. But I also kind of like how lame and pathetic, like, that's just his shtick. Like, I feel bad for him, and that's by design. So I'm gonna give him D.
Yeah, I don't think we can do much better for Air Watcher. I mean,
well, who is worse than Air Watcher?
Oh, there's gonna be a few.
Oh, we got
we got time. We got plenty of people. Amphibax. How do we want Amphibax.
Okay, so they've all got code names.
Yes, these are all code names.
Code name just
except for the ones that don't.
Yeah, like what is this?
No,
Amphibax is not a code name.
No,
it's not a code name according to our trivia.
No, it absolutely is not. That is just the name.
Mm-hmm. I guess the Shadow One couldn't think of anything for a nickname.
Yeah. He just looked at this thing and it's like, I don't even know. What do you call yourself? Amphibax. Okay, good enough.
We're using our real names here.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Peter. Yeah. Amphibax is known for having the ruthlessness of a Takea shark and the mind of a thief. He is the Shadow One's first pick in underwater-related operations. Okay. So first of all, underwater. Obviously, not a lot of Dark Hunters deal with water directly, so this is good for them to have a specialized operator.
His only powers are being fast, and not even like unusually fast. He's just like a good runner. He's a triathlete.
Yeah, he
That's
is listed as
bicycle.
having enhanced hearing and eyesight with tools of a long claws and a spiny whip. I mean,
this is pretty bad, guys. This is pretty bad. I don't like him.
I would say C.
Yeah, no, heck no. I would give this guy an F.
Yeah, he's terrible.
You think he's that bad?
Like, well, I'm from the.
He is a specialized character.
No,
though, so that's
the
only
Nuva
thing.
chest plate with the bow rock eyes, I think, is his head. It's just like curved so far forward that it looks like the chest piece.
Personally, I'm not trying to judge based off the appearance of the mocks because let's be honest, a lot of these were built by literal children.
Yeah, well,
so I'm
like,
trying to be.
I am absolutely going to judge on their appearance.
All right. Well, yeah. As far as his actual, I mean, if he's only there for water operations, how often do they go underwater anyway? You would have to have at least 4 or 5 of those.
Yeah.
He can also run fast on land.
Yeah.
But not like unnaturally fast. He just can run.
Yeah. All right. Well,
he's a runny boy.
Keep running, just keep running.
Well, next up on our list, and took me for a second there, we have Ancient. Now, Ancient is a weird character for our needs because, yes, he is a Dark Hunter and he is the most trusted agent of the Shadow One, but he's also Secret Order Metru Nui operative.
And he goes out like a punk.
He does go out like a punk, yeah.
He does go out like a punk.
Like, I could have done a much better job of dealing with his death, like having a giant ass. Yeah, you know what I mean. I was just saying.
Powerful armor that is impenetrable to most physical attacks. Citation needed.
Yeah, Arc cannot, and yet totally taken care of by viruses. Wear your mask, kids.
I mean, prior to like the reveal that he was a member of the Order of Metru Nui, I'd give him like a pretty high rating overall because like the design is cool. Like obviously, it's a little more advanced
really
than
well
some of
done.
them. But like you
The
got
color
that
scheme
gold
is-
and blue color scheme is top notch. Can't argue with that.
Yeah, blue, gold,
But,
and
like,
black, and I guess silver. But everything is silver in Bionicle. If it's not silver, it's gold.
He can float. He can rapid fire Rotuka that rob you of physical coordination. I'd say A is fine.
Yeah, I would put him higher, but again, like you did point out, he went out like a punk. If he had a glorious like fight to the death and lost to the Shadow One, I would have been okay with putting him higher. But he really did go out pretty poorly. All right, so now we are on the first of the Skakti known as the Paraka. This is Avak.
Whoa! This is a family stream. You can't say that.
Look, we call
That is
ourselves
their
fire
word.
spirits. Okay, that's why I introduced him as a Skakti first. I go with the species first. I love how we have a citation needed on the BS1 page already, where it says, and I quote this: "Avak originally lived on Zaktas in relative peace." Citation needed.
Peace in quotes.
I remember them mentioning that the denizens of Zaktas were actually relatively peaceful, and then Spiria said, "But I could do better." And then he didn't. Anyway, one of the 5 Dark Hunters who joined with Zaktan later to go basically, loot quest down in Mangaya because, well, Pterodax had been defeated, and they're like, oh, hey, free loot.
Okay, here's the problem we're going to run into. All the Paraka are better than everyone else. They're so overpowered.
That's very true. That is very,
they
very
are
true.
a little bit.
He can create a prison from his mind that is inescapable.
His powers are X-ray and telescopic vision and prediction conjuring for the perfect prison, except when it's not the perfect prison. That's the other thing. So I believe a few have broken out, but is it because somebody else interferes?
Yeah, well, I think they somehow have to make a direct somehow attack Avak or
they break his concentration.
Yeah.
So Kongu was able to do that using his mass power.
So knowing that he has a limitation on his powers, but they are still very, very powerful. Does that put him higher up on the list than the others, perhaps?
I'd say so.
Like a B, or would you go even higher?
I'm saying an S.
Yeah.
Really? You would put him. I suppose he does have the ability to defeat the Shadow One if everybody just stood back and let him cook.
I guess I'd maybe rank him a little lower, if only because like his design is kind of lamer than a lot of the other Paraka. I don't know. He's probably one of my least favorite Paraka designs.
Oh no! He was my first Paraka. I absolutely loved it.
His teeth don't fit in his mouth.
Exactly.
Yeah. It was. I'm not saying he was the best, but he was my first. That's for sure. All right. Well, I'll leave him on A, and if we decide later we don't have enough S, he would be my first candidate to go up. All right, let's move on to the next one, Charger, who originally was a Cane Ra and then was transformed into this humanoid figure capable of speech and sapient thought, which is terrifying in itself. But that's beside the point. Let's see here. As a Cane Ra, he obviously has sharp curved horns and a broad snout, but yeah. What's interesting is he has a violent hatred of all Rahi, especially Muaka. So what do you think of him?
I kind of like him. Again, I like these ones with, like, without overly complicated backstories. I mean, this one's maybe pushing it and a little bit complicated, but like, he's got a very simple design. He's got his weapons. I don't know. I'd give him maybe a B.
Canonically, he smells bad.
Yeah.
Smells like is canon.
Yeah.
Is that the only character who's smell that we know?
Yeah, I'm gonna make a joke here, but we may, just in case you want to cut it out. Smells like bull something.
No, I believe you wanted to say moo. Anyway, I'm getting moved for that one. Oh, hold up! I am absolutely missing Conjurer. How the heck did I miss Conjurer?
Oh.
How can you miss the one that I have so much to talk about?
Okay, well, unfortunately, Conjurer's not here, but I can create his file while you are talking about him. So, give me a few seconds.
I mean, like,
Yes, we are booting up Photoshop live.
All right, cool. Look, Conjurer, like, in the original books was fine, right? I don't know. Spirit, if you want to, like, maybe give a little bit of a background on him, like, is fine.
He's got telekinetic abilities, Staff of Disintegration, steal power from an opponent and channel it to Conjurer. Hates water.
And that's it.
Yeah. He used magic to trick Matoran into worshipping him.
Okay.
So, a magician or a economist.
Yeah, he's a bit of a showman then.
Yeah, very true. Very true.
That's all fine. For some reason, Conjurer, like, became this, I don't know, flashpoint to just, like, add a whole bunch of, like, weird canon to. So, like, now he is the same species as the Shadowed One, and also Ancient. I guess that's a different story. And, like, he used to have a tail, but now doesn't have a tail because reasons. And, like, none of it makes any sense or is consistent with, like, how it was originally presented. People just kept, like, adding things to him for fun, and I hate that so much.
I guess Ancient and the Shadowed One have tails. Yeah, no, it's too much.
It's just too.
All right. Well, he's here. Now that I've added him. Sorry about that. We did that live.
Good.
But at least I had the ability to add him. All right. So what are we thinking? He is a little flashy. He does have interesting powers, sort of.
Is this a typo? What it says he's got? Hold on. Let me read properly. Yeah, he says he's got Kanoka discs. He clearly has Rotuka.
Yeah. It's probably a
that
typo
happened a lot in the books.
Let me look at the trivia.
Those got mixed up a lot.
Yeah, Conjurer's image in it was mirrored as evidenced by the creator's original photographs and the Rotuka launcher orientation. Because no official publication featured an unmirrored version of Conjurer, the image in this article has been left mirrored. First of all, which is...
But it does say Kanoka in the book, Spirit?
It does.
It
okay.
does say Kanoka in the book, but we definitely still show it being... we do still see it as Rotuka on the website.
Also, his powers have limitations. If he tries, so he's like incapacitated because he tried to absorb a Makuta's power, and now he's in a coma. Great.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
Yeah, give him a D.
C.
C?
Okay, C's fine.
I mean,
Yeah.
he is very powerful in that he does kind of have this whole, he's basically Spider-Man's Mysterio in a way.
Yeah, like
that
that's
is
I
a
think
very
good,
similar vibe to him.
an apt comparison. I mean, again, like going back to the original book, like that's fun, right? Like he's this kind of arrogant showman, and then he gets in over his head, and now he's in a coma. Like that's funny to read, that's funny to learn about, and like that just makes for a good story. Everything else that came after that is awful.
Yep.
And people should feel bad about it.
More importantly, what's interesting is, yes, he attempted to absorb the power of Makuta, and then fell into a coma, and then they just carried him out of the robot.
Of course.
Because they're
Might
not
be
heathens.
still useful somehow.
Yep. You know what? That's probably why I may have forgotten him in the first place, is he's really not relevant. But he is still...
He's really not conscious.
That too. All right, moving on to Darkness.
Ah, my least favorite one.
Honestly, first and foremost, I will say his power, or his abilities and his appearance look amazing. But no, he is not great.
Why does he exist?
He
We
is a
talked about this.
watchful Dark Hunter assigned to supervise the Shadow One's actions and decisions to ensure that his leader does not become merciful and compassionate.
Yeah, just like the Mafia. What? Just don't hire someone to do this job.
So, more importantly, if he's so powerful that he is able to take out the Shadow One, why aren't you putting him on the front lines in the Matoran Dark Hunter war?
Well, because he needs to.
Why doesn't he? Like, if the assumption then is that like Darkness has a better, I guess, judgment of what constitutes evil, why doesn't he just kill the Shadowed One, like, and take the place himself already?
Because he's still evil enough.
And more
for
importantly,
now.
what's interesting is he also joined with the Five Skakti that later became the Baraka, attempting to rebel against the Shadow One, and Darkness briefly left the Shadow One's side to speak with them. He warned them of their actions and also that the Shadow One knew of their plan. And that's the only time he ever leaves the Shadow One's side. And it's like, okay, look, this is not going to go down the way you think it's going to go down. So instead of just slaughtering them for being, rebellious, whatever, he just straight up warns them and then lets them get captured anyway.
Well, I mean, I think like his role in that was to like if the Shadowed One was, so weak as to then like fall or, fall prey to the Paraka's then trap, like then he didn't deserve it anyway. So he was just kind of, I don't know, trolling them, I guess. Like he didn't really care one way or the other.
Yeah, no. And here's the other thing. Why didn't he slaughter the Shadow One when he was thrown into Roporok? Or Voporok later? That's the other question.
So during or after?
Like,
what's he waiting for?
Yeah, like that's a sign of weakness in my opinion. You just got tanked by a Makuta and thrown into your own minion who just aged you 5 minutes.
Well, I mean, so what does the book say? Like, does the book say weak specifically? Because right now we have on the wiki page like merciful and compassionate. Like, that's different than like.
That's a question to ask. What does the book officially say?
Okay, the first sign of weakness, the Shadow pounces, defeats the ruler, and assumes the throne for himself. Brutal but necessary way to make sure that compassion and doubt never enter a ruler's heart.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
so
I
his
guess,
job is to take over as leader.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't make any sense.
No.
A human wouldn't do that. An immortal robot wouldn't do that. His existence makes no sense. Although his powers are listed as unknown.
Yeah. I don't think I can go any higher than D for him.
Yeah.
Like, he's definitely a lot more useful than Amphibex, whatever one.
Amphibex.
Look, I will eventually remember that.
Hey, his powers are elasticity, according to our page, because he can bend and slither through minuscule places.
Mm-hmm.
But again, he is considered one of the most powerful Dark Hunters and able to take down the Shadow One if needed. But again, why? And also, why aren't you putting him up against all the Makuta? Whatever.
Maybe he's only stronger than he's said to be stronger than the Shadow One. We don't know if he's stronger than a Makuta. So
that's a good point.
That is a good point.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I'm pretty sure the Makuta can still beat all of the Dark Hunters.
So now we're moving on to Devastator, who was not in the Dark Hunter's book, so we.
Yeah, I'm gonna say he's not here.
Nope, he is. He was in the Brickmaster magazine from the issue of May through June 2007. So no doubt this was one of the other contests that they gave out.
Not canon outside of America.
There you go. So Devastator is a tall and intimidating Dark Hunter originating from the realm of Karzani and reported to have emerged from a fiery crag in the barren landscape of the island. Because of his shadowy home, he quickly embraced his dark side and used his powers to destroy anything that caught his attention. Well, that's a nice guy. Eventually, the Dark Hunters got a hold of him, gave him the codename Devastator, and he was one of the ones that also ended up on the island of Metru Nui for the many deaths of Toa Metru yet. Though I believe at that point he was just kind of like the fall guy. Yeah.
Well, that story also didn't make any sense.
Yeah. So he has the ability to transmute his body into particles of sand to disappear into the ground to ambush his adversaries or escape. I mean, that's not a bad power. It's not a great power.
Yeah, it only gets you like a third of a Spider-Man movie.
Yeah. No, half of that on top of that. He has a tendency to rain boulders on a target with his mind before attacking, evidence of apparent telekinetic powers. Okay.
That's pretty good.
It is pretty good. Power-wise,
B.
That's pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, I'd give him a B.
I give him a B.
Mm-hmm.
It's
got
not
a cool
bad.
design. I mean, he's big.
Great.
He's a big boy.
Yep. All right, moving on to Dweller. I know one of us has a lot of opinions on that. Go ahead, Kasian.
Yes.
Wait, what? I thought it was Spirit.
That's the joke. So Dweller is a stealthy Dark Hunter and one of the organization's most effective spies. He is permanently assigned to Metru Nui, and he was basically there for like 1,000+ years just watching. That's pretty much what he does.
He just stands there and watches.
Standing there menacingly.
Exactly.
He also has the ability to reach out and scan minds of others, gathering information from hundreds of minds for his reports. He could take this further to drive them insane with nightmares or to screen himself from the minds of others. He has a sadistic personality, secretly tormenting others with nightmares simply to entertain himself. Gee, I wonder where he got that idea from, Spirit.
It must have been from Nathan Pavich, the guy who actually made this.
Extremely loyal to the organization, Dweller's dedication enables him to wholeheartedly devote all of his time and effort into completing his mission. You know what? I know everybody from the Matoran universe escaped the giant robot, but I would like to think Dweller would have been the only one to just kind of sit there on the ground, cross-legged with his arms, and just go, no.
They'll be back. Just you wait.
They came back once, they'll be back again. And I will be right here to poison their minds again. Otherwise, he doesn't really do much, does he?
I think you will
He
find
also
that
kind of goes out like a punk.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, there's that.
He gets gacked off screen by Brutaka and then just like chucked unconscious somewhere.
Well, he's got the ability to escape perception, and then what was it, like 2008? All of a sudden, everyone is like a master level telepath. Oh, I detected your thoughts, trying to enter my thoughts. Now I know exactly where you are. Now you're in jail.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah, literally right here. Before Takanuva could even reach Dweller, he was attacked by a Shadow Leech. Which, by the way, can we top and point out that actually made more canon sense for your story at that point? For your PSA?
Yeah.
Was that written after that scene?
It was. No,
Okay.
wait.
Was it?
No, it was written before. But I thought that they were going to publish these stories in a book. Because if it's not in print, it's not real. This is my stand.
Well, either way, with his powers and all that.
Hey, hang on, but your story wasn't published in a book.
I know, so it's not real.
All right,
there's no callbacks to it. It's not real.
Yeah, there's callbacks to it. I'm going to say C tier because he does have a pretty powerful power, but he kind of gets tanked rather quickly.
Yeah, I think that's okay.
I mean, he is able to later escape the Order, sort of. But again, he tried to use it against the Order of Matsunui, and they just like, yeah, that does nothing to us. They punched him out. They captured him. They threw him in jail. But then he
he's kind of
escaped.
bad. He's kind of bad though. Well, I guess I don't know. C tier is kind of empty.
Yeah.
That's fine.
He's not Darkness and Airwatcher like redundant. He actually had a purpose, a very important one. It's just he's not great. All right, moving on. We have Eliminator, also known as Throwbot/Slicer bot. Depends on which one you grew up with.
Yeah, this guy's great.
Yeah.
This is the closest anyone's going to get to Toa Variki.
This
ever.
is very true. This is very true. The Shadow One quotes, despite his sheer power, there is always the possibility that his comrades might join together in an effort to eliminate him. He is a Dark Hunter responsible for executing incompetent Dark Hunters. Oh, I forgot about that part. And yes, he does have the ability of shadow attraction and harnessing and releasing energy from Kanoka, as well as when he harnesses the power, then unleashes that resulting energy in lightning-like blast from his razor sharp claws. You're not wrong. This is the closest to Baraki we will ever get. Due to the nature of these attacks, the artificial intelligence of a biomechanical being killed by it would be damaged beyond repair and would be unable to be revived in the Red Star. Oh, that's yeah. I would say that's A tier.
Yeah, he's definitely high up there.
You do not want to be killed by this guy.
He can combine four Kanoka.
Yeah.
That includes reconstitutes at random, which is the most powerful thing to ever exist.
Yeah.
I'd put him in S. I think he's a good contender for S.
Okay. I do. Does anybody have any comments about that? Any?
Yeah, no, I dig it. I dig it.
By the way, I would also like to point out that it looks like the Kanoka were photoshopped into the entry photo. If you look at the page again, those are definitely not being held in the
You're right.
Yeah.
It looks like it at least, but I'm looking at the fingers. It definitely looks like it was airbrushed in. That's actually not. Yeah, he's pretty powerful. All right, moving on to everybody's favorite Fire Dracax. I looked up the pronunciation of this one. Started off life as a Tomatoran from a landmass south of Metru Nui, and then got attacked by Viscerock Horde. Only then, on top of that, he falls into a pool of energized Protodermis. Somehow he survived and transformed.
Energized Protodermis.
And now he seeks revenge on the Viscerock. So that's why he joined the Dark Hunter.
Also now uses a code name. That's his actual name.
Yeah, I'm still wondering how all that happens because, like, I don't know. I was in the trivia of one of them. I think it was Conjurer. Like, it listed a name that was included for him. So, like, I'm wondering
I think that we got that from any members that were VZ Power or similar that announced what the name was.
I guess.
Anyway, so he was assigned to hunt Viscerock on an island where they believed to be staying, possibly accompanied by some other Brotherhood agents, and that's in the Dark Hunter's book. So he basically goes around and he's hunting Viscerock. He is honestly at that point he's no different than a bug exterminator. Is he powerful?
What does he do for the Dark Hunters?
He's literally just hunting down Viscerock. That's all he does.
I guess so. Like he's like on their side for the war, quote unquote.
Yeah.
So after he left the island and returned to Odina, for occupying Zaya and with the other Dark Hunters, that was the whole part of the Order of Metru Nui war with the Brotherhood. So the Brotherhood and the Order of Metru Nui went to war, and he joined up with the Brotherhood, I guess. But eventually, obviously, all the Viscerock were drawn to Artidax, and that's where they used the heart of the Viscerock, and they just kind of all explode. So he's out of a job until Kuda recreated the Viscerock.
Yeah, he's pretty bad.
Yeah, I'm not saying. Is he actually one
D
for
tier feels? No, give him D.
Yeah, I didn't want to put him in F because he does have some pretty cool designs for him. Both versions, to be honest. I think the one that they posed him in is a better design for them.
I think it's more like Bionically. I think the other one is maybe a little too not that, but yeah.
For the reference, that's what he looked like according to the the mock creator. This is what he's supposed to look like.
All those rubber
I think it's
bands,
absolutely wild that they just had you mail in your Bionicle sets to this contest.
Oh, I know. That would never fly today, in my opinion. All right, moving on. We have Gatherer.
I don't like this one. His design is way too complicated.
Yeah, Gatherer is a little bit.
He has Tahu bodies for feet.
That part doesn't make like any sense.
He is listed as a well-armored Dark Hunter. His whole gimmick is he was an Onomatoran at first, and then eventually got into the way of a Dark Hunter operation taken to their base. And that's when they forcefully persuaded him to become a Dark Hunter. What? Why? What? So he's Stockholm syndromed into becoming a Dark Hunter. That there's no other way to say that. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, I kind of like the tragedy of it all, right? Like, you know, the Shadow One is pretty amoral. He'll take anybody. And, you know, obviously some of these guys maybe don't make sense as to why they joined up in the first place. But, like, I like the idea of, being tricked into doing it.
Mm-hmm. He did it for the lulz.
Yeah. Apparently, he only has control over subterranean Rahi. That's his whole gimmick. But also being super armored like that. Obviously, he's not... I mean... Okay. I would like opinions because otherwise I'm almost tempted to put him in F. Is there any reason to not put him in F?
He's got lots of powers, but like there's no theming to it.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, like his one power is control over subterranean Rahi, and that's like, you know, kind of pairs with his
weapons and stuff.
History as an Onomatoran. He's got weapons, but like weapons are different than powers.
Yeah, he's got a Kanoka launcher, a blade, an energy cannon, and another blade/shield. His only real power that they've given him, other than the connection to subterranean Rahi, is he was modified so he would not need food or sleep. I mean, that's a very powerful thing, but I like to eat, so...
yes, my favorite superpower, insomnia.
Yeah, that's the other thing. When he successfully completes a mission, he takes a piece of his enemy's armor and adds it to himself, gradually building himself from a Matoran into what he is today.
Which is a cool explanation for why he looks a complete mess.
Yeah. So he defeated 2 Toa of Fire and decided those are boots.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm okay with F or maybe D.
Yeah. He's also been looking for the Order of Metru Nui, but doesn't even know anything about them.
Yeah. He wanted to obtain information on the Order of Metru Nui, an organization previously unknown to the Dark Hunters, which could have potentially been an enemy.
Like,
and then the Order of Metru Nui actually revealed themselves to the Dark Hunters, so his whole mission moved.
Exactly.
Yeah, and then they revealed, and then it's like, hey, we'll make an alliance. Okay.
It's funny. I mean, I don't know. Spirit, you keep saying like, you know, if it wasn't written in a book, it didn't happen. But like, so many of the serials, the story serials, just like absolutely undo anything that happens in these books for the sake of like to keep the plot moving, and it's kind of sad.
It is.
Yeah, that's also a bit annoying. But like, also, if it was published on Bionicle.com or BionicleStory.com, I will accept those as canon.
Yeah.
Everything else, though.
Everything else. All right, we're gonna move on to Gladiator. Gladiator is a large, hulking Dark Hunter and former Boba Fett starship of Stealth.
Boo.
That was a joke that went over everybody's head, and I'm sorry.
Yep.
No, I got it. It was bad.
Yeah. He was an entertainment fighter living on the island of Stealth. However, during a fierce battle, he lost control and went on a rampage. Oh no. So he's brutally strong and has a passion for war. His primary weapon is his strength. He also possesses incredible speed and maneuverability. And they gave him a bunch of razor-sharp claws. Okay, so he's just another brute.
This entry is so interesting.
Uh-huh.
So this book predates the existence of the word stealth.
Mm-hmm.
It just says the island home of Sidorak and Kreka.
Yep.
Also, 2 people entered this.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
I guess they were probably brothers then.
Possibly. Yeah, most likely.
Or cousins, who knows?
Nathaniel and Zachary Sager, nepotism.
No, it's S-A-G-E-R. So
anyway, so 3,500 years ago, he traveled with the fellow Dark Hunters, Triglac and Devastator, to take out Tuyet to get the Nui Stone. So he was part of that story as well. So, I mean, okay, so he is extremely strong. He has razor-sharp claws, and that's just used to fight his enemies, not even to kill them, just to fight them.
This is pretty bad.
Yeah.
I kind of like the. No, sorry, go on.
One of his main things is that he just looks intimidating.
Yeah. Yeah. That's. I would say that's D tier. Just saying.
That's generous. I'd be fine with it being an F.
No, I like the whole, like he is a gladiator. He's an entertainment fighter. He is, very specifically put there to put on a show. Why that makes him a good Dark Hunter, no clue. But I like the backstory.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, good backstory.
Good backstory. He good soldier. I don't think he'd be very good Dark Hunter. That's how I would see that. All right, moving on.
Unlike the Ampha backstory.
Moving on, we have Guardian, who is a former Dark Hunter, because unfortunately he was killed on a mission and revived to the Red Star. So we're now encountering our first dead revived character on this list. I think the only one, to be honest, but you never know. So,
but I mean, like when the book came out, he wasn't dead.
Yeah, he was.
That happened during 2009.
He's a Dark Hunter who was tasked with keeping the Dark Hunter's secrets safe. So he is literally the kind of like the mystery keeper of the Dark Hunter. So he's a cynical individual who is used to making difficult decisions. During Pterodax's reign, he lacked the Toa's hope of ousting Pterodax from his position as Great Spirit, and wondered if the Resistance should instead just turn their efforts to escaping the universe. Okay, so he's also a coward.
He was right, though.
I mean, you're not wrong.
He was right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just being pragmatic.
Yeah. Obviously, so he was eventually... So the ground controlled by Pterodax opened up beneath him, and the stone itself reached up, grabbed him, and pulled him underneath, thus killing him.
But he has earth and stone power.
Yeah. And yet, there he is, being swallowed up by the earth and the stone.
Also, his job is to kill captured Dark Hunters so that they don't reveal their secrets. They don't have any secrets.
Yeah, during the organization's war against the Brotherhood. So if Dark Hunter was captured, it was his job to go kill them before they reveal any secrets. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I agree.
I don't know. I like the idea, but I mean, it's like what secrets, right? Well, I mean, like the location of the place. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah,
it makes more sense than darkness.
That complicated. I mean, any Makuta that captures a Dark Hunter is going to already blab that information anyway, without even opening their mouth. It's in their mind. So unless his job is to go in before any Makuta shows up and then slaughter them underneath their...
that's true, because like Makuta have telekinetic abilities, so that really just doesn't, or telepathic abilities, so it does not make a lot of sense. You're right.
Because also, mind shielding hadn't been invented yet.
Exactly.
Yep. All right. Nope, that's fair.
Moving on, we have the second of the Skakti. This is Hakan. Fun fact, this is actually one of Stuart Sager's favorites.
He's good. I put him in S.
Really? Yeah.
He can shoot lava at people.
Yeah.
He doesn't even need to like combine his powers. He has a lava launcher. That's what it says.
Yep. And
he has a little Lego lightsaber.
Yeah.
In his gun.
I'm also going over, he has the desire to control pure fire, period, stop, without having to team up with anybody.
He's got heat vision, he's got mental blast. I like that everything is like themed, right? Like, some of the other Paraka have like weird, crazy powers that don't match like the elements at all, but like pretty much everything that Hakan has is themed around fire.
I also appreciate that after using the vision power, his eyesight's temporarily weakened, which is really a good way to balance off, not blasting everybody every 5 minutes. 10 minutes.
Oh, except for the mental energy. Forgot about this one.
Oh, yeah. He also had the power to create devastating mental blasts, which attack an enemy's mind instead of their body. I think he used that against Zaktan at one point.
No, at one point he like uses it against a herd of Kikanalo, but then Greg wrote it wrong, and then it just like wipes them out instead.
Oof.
So that part's not great.
Yeah. Well, I'll go and put him up in S for now. I mean,
yeah.
Because, he does have the lava launcher. That is probably the most devastating tool on this entire roster thus far. Like, even the Shadow one would have a difficult time with him if not for building up his air of mystery and, like, all that. All right. Moving on. We have, oh boy. Welcome back to the Hordika Dragons.
Terrible. Awful.
Yeah. 8 Hordika dragons are dark hunters mutated by Hordika venom.
Why are there 8? Why do they all look the same? How did any of this happen?
I know. I'll feed my soldiers to spiders. What could go wrong?
Yeah. They captured a group of Viscerock. They had the venom analyzed, and then they tested the venom's property on 8 of the dark hunters, which all apparently looked the exact same, and then mutate them all into beings known as Hordika Dragon, which all look the exact same. He then used the Hordika Dragons to force his client to abide by their deal. So not only that, now he's literally being used as a mob boss's pit boss. It's like, oh, I'm sorry.
The powers are lame too, like enhanced speed, strength, tracking senses. Like, okay, going back to,
yeah,
being
and the
a
controllable
triathlete
natural
there.
electric current, that's not horrible.
But like, controllable how? Like, can you zap people with it? Is it only when you poke people can you then zap them? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
They can only electrocute things they touch.
Also, apparently, becoming Hordika mean you naturally get Rotuga no matter what. So, why would anybody turn them into Hordika? Why don't you just stab them if they're going to have a weapon to use against you later? It makes no sense.
The Shadow one just felt like it.
Yeah. All right, moving on. We now have another member of the Darkers, because of course, technically the Hordika Dragon were servants. Let's clarify. So I have put them in the list as well. We're now introduced to Chronicall. Chronicall is the result of an experiment performed by Makuta Pterodax where he exposed a Krata to the same substance that was used to transform Krana into Chronicall. The result was a being of much higher intelligence than the average Krata with a wider array of powers. So basically, it's just a Krata, but on steroids.
Mm-hmm.
He apparently has powers over fire, water, and shadow. Like, so does that mean he was... What does that make him at that point? Was he a fire resistance Krata at one point? How did he get these other powers?
Magic.
Yeah.
Well, and like, it makes him, I guess it made him super smart. So like, that's the same thing that happened to the Borok cow, right? So like, it kind of makes sense. But at the same time, just like, yeah, what are all these other things they got going on here? No, also terrible.
Yeah. So in spite of the fact that Krata are creatures of pure shadow, Chronicall apparently does possess a small amount of inner light as a result of mutation. Citation is from an official Greg dialogue post on PC Power.
Okay. I guess that could make sense when you consider, the relationship the Corona have with the Borok and Borok themselves were former Avmatorans, so maybe that's how the light got into him?
Yeah. It's funny. He mentioned that only because he's like, somebody had asked about what happens if a shadow leached onto Chronicall. And Greg said he does have some inner light in him. So yeah, it would be attracted. It would definitely affect him. Okay. Why?
Cool, man.
So otherwise,
but does that mean the same for like the Chronicle? Like, do they have inner light?
Yeah, right.
They should. They should be. They're technically not evil. It's Now we know what.
It's kind of mean.
So
just
here's the other thing. He was later loaned to the Dark Hunters by the Brotherhood, and he enjoyed his work there so much that he decided to defect. So that tells me that absolutely he would have been fighting the Brotherhood tooth and nail once that war came up, correct? How effective would he have been, though? I'm saying C because he's got a cool backstory, but he's otherwise...
I think his backstory is lame. Stick him in D.
Anybody else?
He's got 3 elemental powers. That's pretty good.
Yeah. He has 2 obviously very good and powerful elemental powers, and then also on top of that, Shadow, which is only about 4 members of the Dark Hunters actually control Shadow to a degree. I'll tell you what. I'll put him at the beginning of D. Is that fair to everybody?
Fair.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Kreka. Oh boy. Here we go. So on top of
he doesn't even get his own page in the book.
No, he doesn't. So
it's weird they chose to like
because they put them
Kreka,
together,
like,
didn't they?
Yep.
Yeah. So we'll start with Kreka, powerful albeit unintelligent member of the Steltian Bruisier species, and a Dark Hunter. So we officially have two different classes of species on the same island: Kreka species and Sidarok species, and that's all we've got. So I don't even want to even begin to talk about that part today. So Kreka obviously began Dark Hunters. It was paired with Dendiki because the Shadow One knew that Kreka was super loyal and didn't trust Dendiki farther than his arm could stretch. So he decided to pair him up and be like, look, you get paired with a dumb, bumbling idiot, and meanwhile, you get paired with a guy who's going to run off in the next 5 seconds. They both kind of go out.
That's called parenting, baby.
Yeah. Honestly, he does get a lot of good licks in during the movie, but otherwise he does kind of go out pretty badly, and he doesn't really do his task very well of stopping the Toa Metru. They do stop Lacan, which is nice.
He can also fly. I forgot about that.
Yeah. Apparently he flies.
We try and block that from our memories.
He flies now. I'm going to say C, B.
I think B.
B is okay. Because he is a very, very powerful Dark Hunter. And arguably, the fact that he was allowed to keep his name, that's already a tier up on some of these characters.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I'm
minus
assuming he
Amphibiex.
was too stupid to remember his code name, but you know.
Right.
Your name is Mr. Thompson. Yes.
There's one bit of history for Kreka. He actually tried to turn away Makuta Goras, sending her through a wall and starting a fight between the two, which is how he lost his right eye.
Ah, yes.
He does have a good history.
That's a very good history. Of course, the movie doesn't think about the eye thing. It does, but it doesn't. All right, moving on. We are finally on basically the third in command of the Dark Hunters, Lariska. Another Dark Hunter who basically has her own name. But, hoo boy, there's a lot to unpack with her. Anybody would like to start?
I think she's dumb and I don't like her.
Wow.
Go on.
Okay, well, that's a take.
No, I mean, like she doesn't like do anything. Like she exists. Like, you know, somebody was like, oh, you should probably add a female character, and he's like, all right, I'm gonna write this female character who's like super sneaky and super stealthy and like, you know, stabs things, and it's just like you could have had Rudaka in this. So you didn't have to make up a brand new character who doesn't do anything.
Well, especially because Rudaka eventually becomes a Dark Hunter or something.
Yeah, temporarily.
Yeah, it's weird. So Lariska is a fast and agile acrobatic who does not like to rest, preferring to just keep moving around. She's been known to spontaneously start doing somersaults and backflips. So she has restless leg syndrome and ADHD. I could tell you that right there. She can be very quiet when hunting, and she has senses so cute that she was able to detect Nidiki even when he was using the Kohi Volatak.
That's a bit broken.
That is a little broken, considering that's literally the mask that's supposed to keep you from being heard. And yet there she is going, yeah, no, I can hear you. And she was the one that also convinced Nidiki to betray the Toa. She felt responsible for what happens to him, which is nice. You know, that's sweet. She has a little compassion, though, again, as we've learned from Darkness, that can be dangerous, so why didn't he go after her at that point?
Probably, you know, maybe she's strong enough to hold him off or something.
Apparently, the Shadow One noted that Lariska is a Dark Hunter whom the other hunters fear. He cites this fact when he asked Lariska to run the organization in his absence, and of course, she asked him, why me? And the answer is because the Dark Hunters are afraid of you, and you are afraid of me.
But like we keep getting told that we don't ever actually see it. Like all of her accomplishments happen off screen, even in, you know, Federation of Fear, where she shows up. Like she doesn't do anything.
Yeah,
she gets knocked out by Trencrom at one point.
Yep, her biggest.
You know what they say? Tell, don't show.
Yeah,
that's the first rule of writing right there.
Absolutely. Eventually, as Pterodax took over the universe, that's where Lariska and Guardian were part of a small team led by Tahu. That's a team that existed. And yeah, that was where Makuta killed Guardian and gave the others a choice: return to Metru Nui with the Exotoa surrounding them, or die. Onua arrived a minute later and took care of the Exotoa, so she literally did nothing. There was also the fact that she was another member of the Federation of Fear. Remember that story?
No.
Yeah. Some sort of what's it called? Suicide Squad? I can say that.
Honestly, she's kind of mid.
Yeah, C feels fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like her character
funny
as
because-
described is amazing.
Mhm.
Her character as portrayed is mid. I'm just
which is funny because we on our trivia page it mentions that she's Greg's favorite Dark Hunter.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he like came up with this like super cool, super. Am I allowed to swear on this podcast?
I really don't care at this point.
Cool. I mean, it's a super badass character, and like he's just like right now he's like she's so cool, and then just doesn't do anything with her. So she exists.
Yeah, might have been his favorite
more in
Dark
Greg's
Hunter.
head than anything else.
Might have been his favorite Dark Hunter. Didn't really know how to write her. That's the problem. Moving on.
Does she ever talk to Gali? Does she ever help the series pass the Bechdel test?
I think she talked
Does
to
she- I
Rudaka.
feel like-
Remember that moment she
Yeah,
talked with
yeah, she
Rudaka?
does. She does. But was it about a man? It was about Nadiki probably.
It was about
so
Nadiki, probably.
Does not pass the Bechdel test.
No.
Okay. Oh dear. So wait a minute. So if Gorast and Gali were talking during the 2008 storyline about anything else, that passed, right?
I guess they talk about fighting each other.
Yeah, they talk about fighting. Now, unless they brought up Tahu at any point, at which point it all gets thrown out. At this point, I think we've gotten past quite a lot of them. I think we should rapid fire, do you think? Try to get through them as fast as possible here. Obviously, we'll take a little time on some of the big ones, but for like, say, Lurker here, do we really need to talk about anything other than, yay, he's sadistic.
He doesn't even have any powers.
Yeah.
Instant F.
Oh, yeah. Are you just saying anybody that doesn't have any natural powers just instant F for now?
I just as a general rule, like there's so many powers and you got nothing?
I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, he requested several blades of Stinger armaments as his only tools when he joined the Dark Hunters. Okay.
He also doesn't participate in online forums.
Oof. Oh.
Yeah.
All right, moving on to Mimic. Dark Hunter with the ability to imitate others. The Shadow One is quoted saying, "There's nothing quite as magical as friendship, or so I've been told. It can make one being risk everything." That's a line that I just whatever. And take foolish chances with little hope or reward. It can also make someone incredibly easy to manipulate. Mimic is an example of the latter. Oof.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
because of him
not
spending
my
most of his life
favorite.
with spent most of his life with a female companion of his native island. And that's when he apparently learned how to use his power. It allows him to duplicate any feat he saw, and then the companion disappeared. And I think it turns out the Shadow One kidnapped her.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. The companion is captive within the dungeon of the island. Okay. So as a Dark Hunter, I mean, he has photographic reflexes. He can perform any feat. So basically, he is every Dark Hunter at least once.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I
is
mean,
he
it
just-
reminds me of the Calyx where you can like perform things that.
Yeah. If
like,
he's
physical
literally
thing. I would put him way lower. Ugh, no.
You don't think so? If he could be
No.
every single Dark Hunter, he could be the Shadow One if you wanted to.
Well,
I mean,
it
like-
says any type of physical feat, so I assume
yeah.
it's just limited to that.
I'll put him at B.
Yeah, he can't copy powers. No, I don't know. I'd be lower, but whatever.
C maybe.
Yeah.
See,
Sure.
yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, he's pretty bad.
Okay. Minion
Also, it's not
should have been a servant, but we have Minion. Minion is a creation of the Brotherhood of Makuta who fled and joined the Dark Hunter. Quote, "I do not know if he was rendered mute by the Brotherhood's work or simply keeping his secrets, but I have no doubt a wealth of knowledge is hidden in his bestial brain. Someday I must find a way to extract it, even if the brain must come with it. His only power is to detect Makuta."
Is he not have does the Shadow One not have someone who can read minds?
He has at least 3 characters that can deal with Makuta like that. So yeah, no, Mini is pretty mid, if not lower.
He's always talking about bananas, following around Steve Carell. It's a bit annoying.
Yeah.
Can't understand a word he's saying.
Oh, I should have made the icon yellow. I should have. Probably for the best I didn't.
Well,
Any other thoughts on him? Are we good?
So we only knew of him before we heard all about the mind shielding stuff. So
yeah, and again, that just makes him even more mid because what is he supposed to do? Is he supposed to not read the Order's mind?
Yeah, he also doesn't have any powers.
Yeah, all he's there for is, hey, talk about your secrets with the Brotherhood.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I put him in F.
Yeah.
You need powers to be out of F.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, his power is Makuta detection, so I'm gonna say he's definitely the highest F so far. Will you agree with that?
Detection, they're like giant tornadoes of evil.
Yeah, well,
you did it. You detected them. Great job.
All right, next up is Nidiki, former Toa of Air, and then decided one day, actually, maybe Lariska had a point. And if love were canon, I'm pretty sure he would have done it out of something of that nature.
He's weird.
He is very weird.
So he gets mutated, can fly, shoot energy. There's no logic to that.
Yeah. His only real power is his force bolts, because he loses basically his elemental powers. And then he could fly, which I guess may be derived from the elemental powers. And he could also shoot.
Kraka can fly.
He could also apparently shoot Kanoka from his mouth, which that's not really something that they described in.
I don't understand why he gets kept around at all. He doesn't get mutated in anything good or interesting or have any useful powers. What?
Yeah, no. If anything,
how hard up are you for employees, my dude?
I'm gonna say mid C. In fact, no, Lariska is technically higher than him.
Yeah, that's a good point.
He's still better than Mimic, but only just because he actually can do something powerful.
Yeah, well, plus he got the crap beaten out of him by Kraka, so yeah, that's a good place for him to be.
Good place for him. Okay, next up is Phantom. This one is another one of those Dark Hunters that was created for the Dark Hunter building contest, given the storyline role, was cut from the book. Thus, he's only mentioned in a dedicated entry to Bionicle Encyclopedia Updated. So we don't have a photo of him. So officially, he was a Matoran, previously a member of the Ninra Ghosts, and eventually they they said they needed a hero. Toa didn't come to their island, so they put him together and made him an experiment, including energized protodermis, and they gave him new powers and abilities. So he has strength, limited flight, enhanced eyesight, and invisibility.
This is very similar to Gatherer.
And Gatherer is basically right there. But the difference is he does have actual power, so I would put him about C.
Yeah, that's fine. I just mean his story is very similar.
Yeah. Eventually, of course, the Matoran of the island were frightened of him and they shunned him, so that's when he went to the Dark Hunters. But he doesn't get put on very many missions because he still actually has a conscience. So there you go.
Nerd.
I mean, it's funny that after the mutation, he's still a good guy. He's just chosen to go with the Dark Hunters because of how he looks.
Yeah.
Which I mean, makes him an interesting, kind of counterpoint to Nidiki, because Nidiki was only evil. Well, he was evil beforehand, but then he stayed evil because he was ugly. So there's a moral in there somewhere.
All right, so moving on to Poison. Poison basically is your... okay. Who does Poison remind you of immediately, as characters go?
I don't know. Airwatcher.
Yeah. Who are you thinking of?
I'm thinking of Zyglak.
Oh, kinda, yeah.
Yeah, the colors. I can see it in the colors.
Come on, Zyglak, Poison. So there's enough similarity in the approach. Obviously, different species altogether, but similar enough. Man.
Yeah.
Point is, bestial dark hunter. The majority of poison species, so therein lies another thing. This is another unnamed species, were wiped out by the Matoran, and poison have grown to hate them. Sound
That's
familiar?
pretty bad if the Matoran can kill you.
Sound very familiar?
Yeah.
You know, the Zyglak, a reptilian species accidentally created by the Great Beings and shunned by the Matoran.
So his abilities are spitting paralyzing venom.
Mm-hmm.
Yet also his other ability is that he can stun people with his tail. What more do you want? That does the same thing.
No. F. He's not immune to his own venom. It's the lamest thing in the world.
Yeah. He's still
he can kill someone if they're untreated for an hour.
He's still better than Minion.
I'd put him in D.
Would you put him in D?
Fine.
Okay, yeah. Low end D. All right. Primal. This is the part where I remind you that Primal is indeed Dark Hunter created by former BZ Power Administrator PCal. Wherever you are, Peter, I do miss talking to you. Just saying. You're not watching this. But if you are, the Discord's open. Anyway, Primal, strong-willed and troublesome Dark Hunter. He hails from a tribe whose land was ravaged by the Viscerock, yet another Viscerock victim. He led a small band of survivors against the spider-like Rahi, and then the Shadow One later recruited the warriors of the band, and then betrayed the location of them to the remainder of to the group of the Viscerock. So, okay, first of all, dick move. Just saying. Anything else?
We run into the problem of him not really having any powers.
True.
He has a paralysis device.
Which is that? I think that's that device basically on his crotch. Look.
Yeah,
that's exactly what it looks like.
The codpiece stinger was definitely a choice.
And then the staff piece, of course, just kind of exists.
Like D.
I mean,
D is fine.
Mid D, because he is still, useful. Because he's also a tactician and has great agility and strength, and he does have no powers. However, and here's the other thing that kind of hurts his thing. Like Gatherer, he loves to collect trophies for his hunt. Well, we know where Gatherer went, so he's just Gladiator, or he's just Gatherer, but better.
Mm-hmm.
Next up, Prototype. Oh, is Prototype who I think it is? He's a slow yet strong Dark Hunter. Yes, he is the fusion of a Toa of Earth and a Toa of Fire. Let's say I literally made his icon red and black. So of course, why did I say air? Because of the Dark Hunter background. Fun fact for anybody looking at BSL1, if you ever look, the Dark Hunter's template is all green. Anyway, so he's basically just them, but he has limited power over both fire and earth, and near invulnerability. I'd say that put him at C.
I'd be okay with B.
B? Anybody else disagree?
No, B is fine. It's got a cool design.
Yeah, cool design. The organic parts have almost completely disappeared at that point, so he's mostly machined at that point. So that's why he's near invulnerable.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, the Shadow One uses him as target practice when he's not on assignment. Basically, if a novice Dark Hunter survives their encounter with him, they're allowed to start working for him. Oh, yeah. B is perfectly fine then.
Yeah, sounds like a good role.
Yep. Another servant, but this one is a debatable one, the Rahi Nui. According to, and this is true, this is the Encyclopedia Updated, the Rahi Nui was a being created by Makuta Pterodax for the sole purpose of serving Nadiki and Kreka as a tracking beast. So they basically used it as a pet to hunt down and kill Toa.
Does it ever get used for that, though?
Technically, yes, it's used in Maze of Shadows in that purpose.
I mean, it shows up, but like it's never seen with the Dark Hunters or anything.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
at some point
are dead.
during his long time spent traveling around the universe, Lezovic actually did encounter it and was able to defeat it, and then was teleported to the underground lair beneath Metru Nui following the ascent of the Toa Metru. So apparently it has teleportation powers that I didn't know about. I mean, again, it is mostly a Brotherhood of Makuta.
It has all the powers of the Kanoka.
Oh, was it what it was? Well, okay. It also is it combined elements from various species: the head of a Kanra, the body of Mawaka, stinger of a Nui Jaga, enlarged wings from a Nui Rama, and the arms of a Terakava. It could stretch its neck just like the Mawaka and Kanra, and it was usually quadrupedal, but it could stand on its hind legs to attack with the arms. Okay. And yes, it possessed all 8 of the standard Kanoka powers. So
it's pretty good.
As a pretty good character, where does it rank as a Dark Hunter?
Wait, but hold on, there's another note. However, it lost all these abilities when its molecules were dispersed by the Toa Metru and did not regain them when it reformed. So, do we rate it before or after?
That's a good point.
That's a good question. If it could retain them, I would say it's easily an A.
Mm-hmm.
If it
at its peak, because like Conjurer is in a coma, and he gets to be at C tier.
That's true.
Technically, he should be an F tier.
Yeah, well, technically, he shouldn't even be on the list because he's technically, yeah. Well, by that same technicality, we shouldn't even have who was it that we said it was
Nadiki?
Guardian?
Well, Nadiki is dead, so he should have been F.
Yeah.
Well, going back to the Rahinui, like apparently Lesovic beat him at some point in the past. So like I don't know. Like,
after it lost. That's after it lost all of its Kanoka powers.
No, that was before.
Maybe down to B.
All right.
Because like it got beaten by the Toa Metru, and they suck.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, this is very true. And Vakama's thoughts says this beast is no simple Rahi. It served the Dark Hunters. It hunted and killed that there is no fear of Toa in its heart. To this creature we are prey. So that's what he was thinking as he was fighting in a maze of shadows. So he knew about it being part of the Dark Hunters for reasons.
And yet they still beat it.
Beat it. Okay. Okay. I'm okay with B. Moving on, we have Ravager. Let's take a look at Ravager. That might be an F.
But
he's a powerful Dark Hunter with no memory of his past.
But he automatically is as strong as any foe or obstacle. That's pretty broken.
Yeah, and he also has more venom, once again.
Does he?
Yeah, he has poison / venom.
Mm-hmm.
He has a stinger tail for reasons.
Poisonous. Okay.
The venom apparently burns like, quote, the bite of a million flyers.
Oh yeah.
And also he has a sword and shield.
Seems to be having an ability similar to Avak's mind prison.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He also holds psychopathic urges, desiring the death and destruction of most beings and things he comes across. He does not respond well to inactivity, usually destroying his surroundings when he gets bored. As such, he is constantly kept active. I mean, I would say B, because that's pretty good.
Yeah, I could also see A.
I could see an A. Anybody disagree? No?
He destroyed a third of the Dark Hunter's base.
That is true. More importantly, I find it hilarious the Shadow One attempted multiple times to get the memories back so they could recruit more of that species.
I mostly just think the design is terrible and it's one of those like overpowered things, but fine, whatever.
High B. Let's just do high B. That should satisfy everybody. Okay. Next up we have Radak. Radak? Radak. That's what I thought. Skakti of Earth. Honestly, so his powers were thermal and infrared vision and an adaptation. Does he really get to use either of those abilities?
Yeah, doesn't he like fall off a cliff or something?
I mean,
how is that related to his vision powers?
No, to his adaptability. So what he has is Saiyan powers, If he can, whatever doesn't kill him makes him stronger.
Mm.
He can't be beaten the same way twice, which is very powerful.
That is true.
I'll give it to you. I mean, it's like not super well defined how it works, right?
Yeah. So
like the magic prison, it's. I put him in A.
I mean, I would put him in A. It's just or maybe the wiki actually explains.
So
any non-fatal
first of all, he
physical
is
or
one of the
mental
physically
trauma.
strongest Baraka. As a hunter, he has excellent tracking skills assisted by his vision powers. He's felt he was strong enough to defeat any foe without having to resort to a lot of planning and trickery, and was very impatient. And I mean, that's definitely a negative to him. But yes,
the power extended to all components of his biomechanical body and made Radak forever immune to a particular type of attack he has encountered and survived at least once in his lifetime. Yeah, it's pretty OP.
Yeah, it's pretty OP. I would still say A tier because again, if he was more of a technician, he would be probably S tier.
Right.
I think that would be a fair assessment.
And appropriately, he's behind Avak, and Avak's ability is the only thing that could counter him.
Yes. Next up, Rudaka, who officially is not a Dark Hunter, but she was trained by them.
She was a hunter who was dark.
Yes, there's that too. 1,000 years before the Great Cataclysm, she traveled to Odina to receive some training from the Dark Hunters. I'm assuming this is before she officially joined the Brotherhood.
I can't remember. Her whole story is weird.
It is weird. So Shadow One refused her request. She was then approached by Toa Metru, who offered to train her in exchange for helping her leave the Dark Hunters. That's when basically she then ratted him out to the Shadow One, and in exchange for training, she promised to keep Nadiki and the Dark Hunters. And that's when she hit him with her Rotuka, then mutate him. She was then aided by the Dark Hunters by mutating the Dark Hunter Silence with her Rotuka, and we'll get to Silence in 3 or 4, 5, whatever. As far as being a character, obviously she's a bit more OP than most of this list. But in terms of being a Dark Hunter, I'd say D. She really isn't. She really is not a Dark Hunter.
But she took out the Toa Haga in one hit.
But she didn't do that as a
the
Dark
mutation,
Hunter.
it's.
I put her in S. Like, mutation is so broken.
Yeah.
Permanent, irreversible mutation.
All right. I will put her in S tier. As a Dark Hunter,
and she learned how to control shadow powers.
That's right.
As a Dark Hunter, she was mid, but in terms of her power balance, yes, she definitely tanks this entire list.
Yeah.
All right. I
also
guess we are
very cool, very what's the word? Sexy. That's the word. Yep.
Okay.
All right. Moving back in. Next up, we have Savage. Hopefully, I didn't forget anybody. Did I? Okay. Hold on.
I've seen Star Wars. It's pronounced Savage.
Ha. Did I forget another Dark Hunter?
Nope.
Oh, so Ravager and then Rydak? Is that what we did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ravager's on B. Right. All right, Savage. Another Toa mutated by Hordika Venom because it was just fashionable back in 2005.
I mean, it was 2005. Like,
all
these
the
kind of,
for
similar backstories. Like, it doesn't bother me so much.
Yeah. Hey. Okay. So paralyzing Rotuka. So already has a decent power. Has some tools like a Triclaw. So animalistic mutation. He's officially lost his ability to speak. Can only growl and bellow. Apparently, he has a Rotuka that can paralyze his opponents, and his tracking abilities are comparable to that of an energy hound. He apparently has the ability to track a mote of dust across a desert.
And can liquefy solid matter. He's pretty good, but because he's a little crazy, that might remove some points from him. I'd say C.
C? I mean, mid-C, probably above Dweller. I could probably
like he's useful. He's just a little
psycho. Yeah.
Yeah. Animalistic.
Yeah.
And the problem is like he's going to get worse as time goes on as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right. Moving on to the next one. That would be Seeker. Seeker is a Dark Hunter and former servant for the Brotherhood of Makuta. Once again, seems to be pretty fashionable. Okay, so double checking. Has no powers, only has a seismic staff. Apparently, at one point, he was involved with the Rahaga and the Mask of Light. Oh, okay. So 1,300 years ago, the Toahaga from Pterodax stole the Evoki. They returned it to Rahaga, cast out in the Brotherhood for failure to guard it. Seeker began a mission to seek out and reclaim the Mask of Light from the Rahaga and joined the Dark Hunters to do so. However, he was unsuccessful in his endeavor. So, yeah, that's a fail.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he doesn't even have any powers.
He's no
He's got a
powers.
nice design, but he's just
And more
lame
importantly,
otherwise.
he's still trying to track down the Rahaga and the Mask of Light.
Yeah, he doesn't even know what's going on. Like,
Literally, I
poor
could
buddy.
just almost imagine the scenario over on Spheres Magna. He passes by Takanuva and the Toahaga, and they're all just kind of celebrating and happy, and he's just like, I still got to find the Rahaga and the Mask of Light. He's F. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
His primary weapon is the staff, which can weaken an opponent and deliver seismic shots. We have literally so many other characters that can weaken opponents that it's just not worth it. All right, next up, another Dark Hunter technically should be considered a servant, but is a member. It's weird. This is Centrak. This was Shadow One's loyal bodyguard who was trapped in a state of between life and death by various experiments. So, let's just go over the powers, shall we? He has a multitude of powers. A darkness power, which allows him to cloak a desired area in an impenetrable sphere of darkness, to where not even a toe of light fire's flame could pierce it. Molecular transmutation, where he sends a stream of energy into a target, leading it to its transformation into a rock-like solid protodermis. The effects of the transmutation spread slowly through the likes of organic tissue, but less dense targets such as flames can be transmuted almost instantaneously. Do I need to go on? Should we just put him on S tier now?
Yeah.
Is that no mind though?
Maybe not S. Maybe but maybe
Yeah,
A.
A seems a little more fitting. I mean, he's very cool. He's got a good design. He's got some sick powers, but that whole not having any will of his own kind of.
And memory, so basically Shadow One had to retrain him again. So
yeah.
That kind of limits it a bit.
So I will mention the only note of here is he sent the Shadow One sent Centrak to Voyanui to go kill the Paraka. After Voyanui was returned to its rightful place as part of the Southern Continent, he then returned to Odina. He was later forced to relocate to Zaya by the Rakshi. So he didn't really accomplish his mission there, but even then he still built like a tank. So that's probably why he shouldn't be S tier. He kind of failed that one mission that he was told to go do. I think that's probably fair. All right.
Yep.
Next up, Shadow Stealer. This is a very fun character backstory-wise because this is the only character that we know of outside of like main characters to have been a member of the Hand of Artaka, which was the predecessor of the Order of Matanui. At one point, he was considered a hero before the first Toa was created. And yes, we have a citation on that in the Dark Hunters page. Eventually, though, after the Hand of Artaka disbanded, he joined the Dark Hunters in order to find a sense of purpose. So he has shadow absorption and teleportation via shadows, which is pretty damn useful.
They call this Umarak 1.0.
Yeah. I'm going to put him A tier myself, because those are pretty OP powers.
But I mean, like, I don't know, it doesn't necessarily say how strong he is. But again, the implication that he was a member of the Hand of Artaka means that he probably would be.
I'll put it this way.
Pretty
It was rumored that
strong.
the Brotherhood of Makuta actually attempted to hire another Dark Hunter just to eliminate him for fear of his mastery over shadows. He's got the Brotherhood of Makuta scared. Since the last group to have been eliminated by the Brotherhood of Makuta for that much fear was the entirety of the Toa of Iron race.
I guess that's fine. He just looks so dumb.
And he's managed to survive that. I think that's pretty damn OP. Yes, I recognize his appearance is not great, but I think for powers alone, he's pretty OP.
Yeah, that's fair.
He's supposed to be like an early robot, and he looks like a prototype.
He does.
Yeah.
He does. All right, next up is Silence. He's a dark hunter that specializes in abductions. Yikes. He has a sound dampening field ability, and he has double-edged blades, has a Kanoka launcher, and equipped with freeze discs. So he has the natural ability to create a field around him that deadens sound, which is what allows him to move so stealthily. This field will extend for approximately 3 feet around his body. That's 0.91 meters or 0.66 bio for those who do not want to do the conversions, which allows him to grab and capture targets without having them make a sound out.
So he's just quiet?
He's basically just quiet. He creates a field around him of silence. So
I mean, like,
he's a good ambusher, but I think that's
honestly, huge.
Yeah, I know that exactly. That's the problem. Like, I love the idea of like those powers and everything. It could be really interesting. It just like does not fit with the design.
No. I've gone ahead and put him at the top of D because if that's all he's really good for, I mean,
yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, no, that's
again, he's a unilateral piece of equipment in the Dark Hunter's arsenal. That's about all he does. And this is no disrespect. It's just, come on. If that's all you do, go to D. And the only reason why he's in D and not F is because he can actually do something. Next up, Spinner. Another former Toa of Air, who was... He was still a Toa. He and his Toa team fought against a group of mutated Rakshi. During the fight, he was thrown into an incredibly deep pit and then greatly injured. When the Dark Hunters found him, he was damaged so badly that they took him to be repaired. And that's basically what they turned him into. So he has air poisoning and vertigo instilling vision powers. I mean...
Not that being repaired explains how he gets those, but whatever. Okay.
I mean, hey. Apparently, his only desire is to hunt Toa.
Yeah, classic Star Wars logic.
Yeah. I don't think, since his injuries, he lost his elemental powers. Now the air around him, he can cause the air around him to become heavy and toxic, and he basically does not have like usefulness on stealth missions. He can also instill vertigo in an opponent through a glance of his eyes. I'm sorry, no, he's C.
I mean,
he's not great.
That's a decent power.
Vertigo's pretty powerful. Yeah,
it is pretty powerful. I mean, that's why I didn't put him on.
If you wanted to bump him up on C, I wouldn't argue with that. But C tier feels appropriate.
Yeah.
Well, no, I still think he's probably Lariska is still a better hunter. I think. I'm honestly going to put Lariska at the top.
Also, I like that Spinner is now next to Nadiki because they have the same backstory.
Yeah. Who are you? I'm you, but slightly better. Next up, Subterranean. This was a very fascinating, not a great mock. I'm not going to lie. I'm not really reviewing the mocks because again, they were built by children back in the day, but not a great mock.
Some of them were not children. I can judge this quality all day long. It's terrible. It was literally just 4 beams slapped together.
Yeah. Subterranean has the power to disassemble anything he touches. He can also temporarily hypnotize his opponents with a mere glance. In addition to these, his mutation enhances hearing to the point that even the slightest sound is painful to him. Oh, so he gets paired up with silence then, doesn't he? Like that's what it is. These two need to be paired up.
Disassemble things with the touch. That's so
vague. So yes, he's equipped with sound dampening armor, although he still avoids Toa sonics whenever possible.
Mobilize enemies with a glance. That's not too bad.
What's interesting is, yes, he's an. I'm trying to figure out.
Do you still have the book, Spirit?
Yeah.
What does it say his vision thing is?
He is able to temporarily immobilize enemies with his glance.
Okay, we have hypnotize, which is different than immobilize. So maybe the page
really should update the page
should be changed on that one.
Anyway, I would say probably C tier because I mean, the power to disassemble anything he touches, that might actually be B tier. Because what exactly are we talking about with disassemble anything he touches? Is it literally, could he just walk up and destroy like airships? Could he walk up and destroy like towers? Is there a limit on his power?
Yeah, can he do this to people?
Exactly. So Yeah, I'm putting him up to B. I don't think he's quite A tier with that power, but as far as the mock goes, I mean, that would be a lot lower. All right, next up, this is probably the fastest one we can definitely talk about. We have the Recorder. His job is to record everything that Shadow One says and does.
Oh, I thought he was to teach elementary kids how to play musical instruments.
He has the secondary ability of playing hot crust buns in a very, very poorly trained.
Yeah, well, like, why does he need to exist?
Yeah. Fun fact: I actually did learn how to play the Recorder back in elementary school, and my grandparents actually bought me my own because they didn't trust me using one of the ones that school had.
But here's the thing: they're robots, and they live in a technological world. Can they not just do a recording, like a digital recording?
That's a good question. So yeah, he kept track of everything. Also, the Shadow One was once recounting tales to the Recorder, who accidentally commented that the Shadow One was only second to Pterodax. The leader of the hunters then threw the Recorder across the room in anger. The Recorder also got trapped through the dealings that took place under Larisco's command during the brief absence. So we didn't even get the record the better part of the story of the time trap. F tier.
Yeah, he's pretty lame.
Yeah, pretty lame.
I like the idea. I like the idea of this pathetic little dude who just like literally just to write everything down. But yeah, it doesn't make any sense in with everything that we know about the world.
Yeah.
They should have made him Kodan.
Yeah.
That would have been a better origin story.
Oh, that would have been good.
I'm putting him ahead of Minion because everything should go ahead of Minion, but like he's pretty bad. All right. Next up we have the third. We have Fuck.
The demonetizer.
Yeah. Absolutely. So abilities. He has Spellbinder Vision. He has Object Animation and Control, and he has Cold Resistance. The Cold Resistance is whatever. But the other two have potential.
Canonically, he can bring a snowman to life. He is Elsa.
Oh, damn it. Now you're going to make me have to edit that in.
Oh.
I could do it. I'm not going to. I could. Anyway, so his Spellbinder Vision, what exactly does that even encompass? That's the question.
See, Spellbinder Vision power disoriented opponents, mostly to make them lose their balance.
Okay, so not impossibly broken. It's just, yeah. He also possessed the power to make inanimate objects come to life to serve him. He was immune to extreme cold, but weakened when exposed to extreme heat. A.
He's S. He can bring anything to life. Bring your enemy's sword to life and have it stab them.
I guess. Yeah. I mean, it's mostly just like a really, really good telekinesis, but like, you see it do a bunch of cool things. So like, I'm all right with this.
Didn't he bring the Paraka Fortress to life?
Yeah. He made it look like a giant stone dude. Yeah. He did a lot.
He's S. I put him in S.
All right. If the argument is made that he is more powerful than we thought. Like, first of all, why didn't they take over the Dark Hunters in the first place? You have literally a character
They're
who
all
can
kind of
shoot
dumb.
lava. You have a character that could literally send the entire complex against you. You have a character that can imprison everybody. You have a character that can tank anything, and literally they're all being led by a character who could turn into 100,000 of himself. Like
there's probably like an argument about like having a charismatic leader and keeping people who are more capable and smart under his thumb just through manipulations and such. But I don't know. Maybe they're just actually weak and we're just way overrating them.
We're probably way overrating them, but then again, so are they.
Well, I don't even want to consider Avak was part of the Dark Hunters before some of the other Dark Hunters, so he was probably with the Shadow One, and that's why the other Paraka were kept in check by him, I would guess.
Yeah, perhaps. All right, moving on. We have a Tracker, or as we like to say, Maximus and Spinax before 2007.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah.
This is the same
Tracker's
set.
just a Dark Hunter with a hatred for Viscerok and of Rudaka. Oh, dear. Oh, I see. So Tracker frequently changes the stories of his own origin, blaming both the duplicitous Rudaka's Rotuka mutation spinner and the Hordekan venom for his current state. So, yeah.
Editorially speaking, I would get rid of the word duplicitous from that Wikipedia page, not in the original text.
Yeah.
Done.
Okay.
Yeah, so he nearly killed the Vortex after locating her, but was held back by 3 other Dark Hunters because, well, I don't understand why. That would have saved so many problems in the long run. But that's beside the point. So his abilities are he can literally, first of all, he has a pet bull. That's arguably cute, but also, why a bull? Anyway, given a minute trace of the target in question,
Bulldog,
Tracker and
maybe?
his bull.
Maybe it's a bulldog.
You know what? That's good headcanon. It's a bulldog. So they can discover them despite their attempts to hide or run away. I mean, again, he's just a tracker.
Maybe that's how he got his name.
It is pretty OP, but not OP enough to be like up here.
Yeah, the bull's a lot better than he is.
Yeah,
The
Can
bull's
dissolve
horns have
anything
power
on
to
contact.
dissolve solid matter.
So
That's
he has
pretty
tremendous strength, and the bull's horns have the power to dissolve solid matter. Oh, okay. The bull should be the Dark Hunter. Let's just be honest here.
Hashtag justice for the bull.
Justice for the bull. Well, it's interesting because then you also have Charger, also a bull. A lot of bulls.
Lots of bulls.
And
You know what?
This whole thing is a load of bull.
There we go. I'm putting them together because clearly they deserve to be together. He has a deep hatred of things related to Viscerock, blaming that branch of the brother of Makuta for his current appearance. Again, I understand it was 05, and there was a lot of whatever. I'm not going down that rabbit hole today. Triglax. Triglax is a shapeshifter. Looks just like pretty much anything you want. Oh, gee, I gotta fix those.
Like Kitangu for no reason.
Right? There we go.
Well, I mean, I kind of like that. Yeah, I kind of like that retcon. I think I said that during the time when we railed against the 2 yet. I like that it just kind of co-opted it back in.
I mean, it is
who
cute.
was in charge of editing?
Yeah, I know. It's stupid. They should have put Centrax. They should have put Voparok. They could have put anybody up there. No, Kitangu. He could have put Rudaka on the cover and it would have made more sense. Anyway, Triglax, of course. So just the problem is shapeshifting, and that's all that Triglax does. Mid.
Yeah.
There is nothing else to that. If you shapeshift, but then also have the abilities of turning into these characters, like could you
maybe
imagine?
D in that case?
What's that?
Because like if that's his only power, then maybe put him down to D.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all can be done by a Konohi, right?
Yeah.
Like his only other appearance was during No One Gets Left Behind, where he turned into that Toa of Sonics. And yeah, he wielded the Toa tool for the Toa of Sonics, and that's it. Didn't really use it, didn't really do anything, couldn't use it. It's whatever. It's not a great character. Next up is Tyrant. Another former member.
Like this guy. I think his powers are pretty lame, but I think his story is very interesting.
Yeah. Another former member, and I'm not sure why he's former if he got kicked out.
Oh, he died.
Oh, yeah, no. I'm looking at it right here. So, at one point in the war, the Shadow One sent Tyrant with a group of Dark Hunters to confront Lakan and his Toa comrades. Unbeknownst to Tyrant, his companions had been ordered to abandon him when the fight began. Tyrant was soundly defeated by the Toa and disappeared beneath the waves of the Silver Sea, vowing vengeance on the Shadow One. However, he managed to survive.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. Similar to the issues that I have with Conjure, this is something that like people have decided to put a lot onto. Like, so suddenly this guy is also a member of the Shadow One species for reasons.
Yeah.
Because he has a Rakshi head.
Yeah, no kidding.
I guess.
I mean,
but like ancient. I don't know.
Yeah.
But then, like, the surviving thing, like, that's not in the text, right? That's another canonization thing. He could have just as easily not survived. There's
Yeah,
nothing
that
to
was an
indicate that he
interesting
did
thread
survive.
discussion at one point of him surviving, but he was
Yeah, so,
definitely
like,
kicked
what's the
out
point?
from the Dark Hunters. Yes.
Why does it matter whether or not he survived if he's
So he
never
has-
ever going to show up in the story ever again?
Yeah, you're not wrong. He has power to
Be
absorb
mysterious.
heat, enabling him to reach dangerously high temperatures. He can then release that heat, creating a massive blast of heat. He can also use superheated air for levitation. His armor can equally withstand extremely high and extremely low temperatures. His left arm is also equipped with a blaster. I mean, that does put him in a mid-range. He can
I'd
actually
give him
do
a
things.
B.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I could see a B.
I kind of liked how he broke the lore by his elemental power being heat, not fire. I thought that was a bold move.
Yeah, heat is a very interesting, unreal. Yeah. All right, next up.
Why does his background have Vizirac webs?
I don't know. Because 05. Or wait.
Yeah, it's just some background stuff that they had.
Oh,
Maybe
hold
they
on.
thought like
So
the green stuff was like the sea, and because he fades into the sea when he gets defeated. I don't know.
I think it's just kind of random.
it's just failure random. Is that what it looks like in the book as well?
In the book, yeah, it's
That's what I thought.
some entries randomly have the Vizirac background.
Yeah. What's even more interesting is the Dark Hunter image was mirrored. The image here has been flipped to the correct orientation because they later corrected after the encyclopedia updated. Just a little trivia fact. All right, next up is Vanisher, also known as Matatu, but with legs.
How much money did the person who made this spend? 4 purple Picari? What the heck?
Yeah, I'm just pulling it up.
Well,
So everybody
that's
can see that.
only 2 Nui Jaga sets.
Oh, that's 2 more than I have.
Yeah.
All right, poor person.
And some Rama sets because of the white. Okay, no, those are also Nui Jaga. That's right. Yeah, that's
I think
still
the purple Picari came in like one of those tubs, if I'm not mistaken.
perhaps, and also some Krana for the thigh there, just to kind of fill that out better. I appreciate that.
I mostly just love that this guy was bold enough to do the rubber bands on the mask. That was a choice, and it worked.
Yeah, no, that absolutely. That's probably what makes the mock just so much better. Is just having the 2 rubber bands to kind of give a detail. Never would have thought about doing that. Anyway, looking at his powers, he's a willful Dark Hunter suspected of working for the Brotherhood of Makuta. I think that's why I chose black for him as well. Okay. So he has the ability to open intra-dimensional gates. Already putting him up to 8.
Didn't remember this. This is really very powerful now that we know what the Olmec can do.
Yeah. So he's
It's only intra-dimensional. He can only do it within the universe as we know it. He can't go to
intra-dimensional. So
pocket.
he's
he can do he does have access to some pocket dimensions though, but just not alternate realities.
Right. It allows him to basically just travel at great distances and blink the eye. He cannot open the gates to other dimensions. He cannot use the power to transport others as well as himself. But he can also trap energy that's been thrown at him in pocket dimensions. He can then store that for as much as he wants. And he's basically just defeated enemies with basically their own power. A tier is perfect for him because if he could open it up to other dimensions, S tier, easy.
Yeah.
But
and it's also there's a note that nobody's sure the power belongs to him or the spear. So maybe it's not his power. So maybe he's actually just kind of a poser.
Yeah, it could be. He refuses to reveal the truth of source powers. I mean, I wouldn't answer that either.
Yeah, because otherwise people will want to steal a spear.
Right.
It does make me wonder, Shadowrun suspects he's related to the Brotherhood of Makuta, and is it because of his these dimensional powers? Because, Brotherhood of Makuta's, their base has been teleporting around, so you would think maybe he's related, his powers are maybe a result of an experiment that the Brotherhood of Makuta has done.
He ate an Olmec as a child.
Could be.
All right.
Yeah.
We're definitely on the last 5. So we're gonna try to rapid fire through Vengeance, and then we could stop and talk about the other 4 a little more slower. So Vengeance is a Dark Hunter previously motivated by a vow of revenge. His powers include temporarily solidified Rotuka, whatever that means. He also has protection for mental assaults. So, okay, first of all, right there, they knew what protection for mental assaults was. Why didn't they have defenses against that sort of thing in the first place?
Because Greg didn't think of it.
No, yeah, no kidding. His
Also, he didn't
Rotuka
appear until I think 2006 or 2007 in the mag. In 2007, so maybe when Greg was then coming up with the powers, he's like, "Oh yeah, that's a thing now. I'll just throw some of that in."
His Rotuka are capable of becoming temporarily solid, and they can slice through most substances. Oh, okay.
This is pretty awful.
Yeah, this is not.
Do you know how hard it is to aim a Rotuka?
Yeah. I'm actually putting him in D because
I like that the one interesting defining feature of Rotuka is the fact that they're energy wheels, and his is just like, nope, solid hit.
It's like, yeah, psych, pizza cutter. That's basically what it is. All right, so we're going to treat the next two entries both together but separate because they are technically the same but also completely different. So Vizok, before he was split, was a good tactician and a very good, all of the things. Obviously, he still had all of his eye blasts. He still has those, to my knowledge, yes?
Yep.
Yes, he was extremely clever, excellent tactician. His impact vision struck those within his sight with a powerful force, so he's Cyclops. Let's get that one out of the way. He also had the ability to absorb the natural powers, not Konohi or Rotuka powers, however, of others just to use them for himself. He could only store a power for a few hours, but was capable of absorbing more than one power at once.
That's pretty good.
He also had to see the power used to absorb it, so he can't just do it through like a wall or something.
So he's like Conjurer, except not in a coma.
Yeah.
And better.
And actually doing it properly.
Yeah.
A tier because unfortunately after he was split, and that's the other question, are we at peak or are we at the aftermath?
I'd say aftermath.
Aftermath, because where do we put a Conjurer?
Yeah, well, Conjurer is at C tier and
C tier,
yeah. I would say.
Yeah,
oh, go ahead.
I think it's fine. Yeah.
I think it's a pretty powerful ability that he has. Also, his body's resistant to the corrosive effects of some waters, which is nice. So yeah, he was also the one that did underwater stuff. Which again, then why did you need F50? Whatever. I'm not gonna let that go. I'm sorry. Next is Vizon. Oh boy.
F. Minus F.
Yep. X. Is there an X tier? Can we do that?
Okay, let's just give him the benefit of doubt. He's a horrible Dark Hunter. But as far as his powers, if Rudaka is S tier, I actually have to go through his powers and discuss what he can do.
Well, I guess, yeah. All right. Are we talking about after he has absorbed the Olmec?
Right. So he is also the official Great Tactician himself because he is Vizok's tactician ability. Vizon's mind is highly unstable. He often has a twisted sense of reality. He has a tendency to go on long, rambling tangents. Oh, who hasn't been there? He's also got extremely homicidal tendencies, and Brutaka observed that he had derived far too much pleasure from harming others. No, I definitely have not been there. Otherwise, he has no unique powers of his own other than the ones that the Skakti possess. However, the Ignika granted him the variety of powers. So, for example, he had the ability to see into the future, but it was only limited. He also was given the ability to absorb kinetic energy, but if I recall, that was only when he was fused with Fenrak, yes?
Sure.
Gave him invulnerability to physical attacks, since he would immediately grow strong enough to withstand any attack being hit. Blah blah blah. So when he was hit by a wave of energized protodermis, while wearing the Konohi Olmec, the Olmec and its power were absorbed into his body, and now he has the ability to instantly shift between locations. However, he has no control over those with the portals and where they might lead. The power over dimensional gates was then deactivated by the cursed great being. So I'm sorry. He's probably F tier.
Like
unless we count his no, go on.
He's supposed to be Vizok's like planning and cunning, and he's kind of dumb.
Yeah.
and annoying.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say about that. It's just not good.
Here's the other trivia note. Grant Farsi considers Vizon one of his favorite characters to write about.
Well, yeah, so I mean, like, if we're including his plot armor, like, he would be an S tier, but...
That's true.
That is very true. He no longer has the foresight or the kinetic energy absorption, so all he can do is the dimensional gates, and he can't even do that anymore.
Yeah, useless. F tier.
Yeah.
He's cool.
Yeah. Next up is Voporok. Voporok
S.
is...
S.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I don't even
My
have to go any
guy.
further. Temporal field creation, detection of time fluctuations, time disjunction Rotuka, which sounds so devastating to even think about getting hit by. His Rotuka has the ability to distort an opponent's sense of time, knocking the perception of time backwards by several seconds. So that just knocks you flat on your ass the whole time. You can't even get up from that, because as far as you're concerned, getting up means getting back down.
Yeah, he's literally untouchable.
Yeah.
You have to throw the shadowed one at him to do anything.
Yeah.
Is there would it be a copyright strike if you played Can't Touch This?
Most likely, and I'm
Bummer.
pretty sure the Bionicle Day staff, including myself, would not be happy about losing that one. But it's in all of our minds anyway, as long as you remember the song. We're all thinking about it already.
No, you just have to read it without intonation.
No. You know what? I could right now.
No.
Yeah.
Cannot touch this.
Da 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 da. I'll
Perfect.
just have the dance playing up on the screen on a GIF. It'll be fine.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, absolutely. So Voporok somehow also survived another attack from the Shadow. Yeah. So Voporok survived the attack of the Shadow one being thrown into him. Somehow. And 1,000 years later went to the island of Matsunui after Tahunuva used the Vahi there. He was paired with Ancient on his search, so Ancient later returned to Odina. And eventually he does finally break in and steal the Vahi. So again, just to clarify, Voporok is a time-sensitive servant of the Dark Hunters whose only goal and only creation, which, by the way, he was a member of Sidarok species. Let's not go into that rant. His whole plan and his whole reason for existing was to discover if somebody created the Vahi and find where it is. Why? Please explain that to me.
Because Legends of Metru Nui was not written by Greg. That's why.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just why? Why was that a power that they needed existing? Anyway, we are finally on the last official Dark Hunter. There's a lot of unnamed Dark Hunters I didn't even bother with, and if I did, this would be a 2-hour podcast. It probably already is a 2-hour podcast. I will apologize to Liam in advance. Finally, we have Zaktan, who, by the way, I made a choice on the photo. I could have gone with the grin, decided against it, wanted to go for the most powerful, impactful image, where you could clearly see his major power is being, you guessed it, prototypes.
Yeah, I think he could go in S.
I do think he belongs in S. I do
not only is he like invulnerable to damage, but he can also like, I don't know, like turn into a swarm and then like start biting you. It's a big problem.
It is a very big problem that somebody would have to deal with at some point.
The only way to defeat him is to be a flying Toa of Earth and drown him.
Yeah. And even then, that didn't really do anything. So he also has laser vision of him for himself. And more importantly, his knowledge of the plan makes him a very dangerous individual for the Brotherhood. Because if he really chose to try to combat them, he knows exactly what to do. But instead, he was trying to get in and actually, be a part of that. See how well that worked.
Despite knowing the plan, he doesn't do anything to protect himself.
That's even the worst part. He knows exactly the plan, and he figures, well, let's just go raid Makuta's lair. That's not a bad idea. He already knows what the plan is. All the way down to the event of a Toa of Light playing a game of Koli against him. That was on the wall. That still blows my mind.
Like, surely you would want to be on Makuda's good side if you figured out you were inside a giant robot that he was planning to take over.
Yeah. Apparently, he was also aware of the truth about the antidermis. Was the only one who was permitted by Pterodax to approach it without experiencing severe pain. Which, by the way, that's another thing. I didn't realize antidermis could, induce pain in anybody near him.
I'm assuming it's just like telepathic pain. Like, it's just Makuta being like, nope, don't come near me. Go away. Don't like you. Don't like you.
Perhaps. Well, either way, all right. So that was basically our list, and it's actually a lot better sorted than I thought it would be.
Yeah, this is great. I don't really have any notes.
Yeah, so
it's a nice, solid, even distribution. It's pretty good.
What I'm also noticing here is the 6 original Skakdi, the Paraka, are either S tier or A tier.
Yep.
Except for
we kind of figured that was going to happen.
Well, and then there's Dizon. All the way to the bottom. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Bizon's off the list. He's just at the bottom now.
Beautiful.
I don't think there's any other notes here. Is there any other placement we need to move, or are you happy with how all this worked out?
No, I like this.
Okay.
Yeah. I think
like, do we want to move, like, say, Avok up to S tier as we talked about, or are we happy with the S tier?
He could move up. I'm pretty flexible on him.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll put him at the bottom
go
of
for
it.
it.
But
okay, yeah.
So there you go. That's our list. And if you have any other ideas on what you believe the list should be, feel free to leave comments. And, by the way, I should have mentioned at the beginning of this that this is all pre-recorded. So if anybody was trying to spam the chat about their ideas, I mean, sorry, we're not reading it for at least another, what day is it? 2 months.
Feel free to rage.
Feel free to rage at your own convenience. And with that, this has been fun. I'm Swirt.
Doric.
This is Casey and 02.
And Spirit.
All right, and have a wonderful day.
The island city of Metru Nui. Vakama, Toa Metru of Fire, and Onua, Toa Metru of Stone, are searching the district of Toa Metru for one of 6 fabled Great Kanoka discs.
This is the last time I'll listen to you, Fire Spitter.
Trust me, the Great Kanoka disc is hidden somewhere in the Metru. We have to find it.
Only the power of the 6 Great Kanoka discs can stop the city-shattering menace of
the Morbazak!
Hang on, Onua! I'll save you!
Hang on! Hang on to what?
Morbuzak love the heat, Onua. So let's see what happens if we give them a chilly reception!
Yeah, well, I could have stopped him myself. Somehow.
You can have the next ones.
Thanks.
Maybe if you grumble at them, they'll go away.
It hasn't worked with you. Besides, we've probably seen the last of them for a while.
For that, it had to be MFs. So these were 3D.
First 3D renderings.
3D renderings for box design and display. Because before that we had everything done in.
And then after that you never looked back.
Ooh.
Oh, there it is, the planet. The famous planet. That's what what I was talking about. I think this may have inspired also part of the world in Bionicle.
Yeah. And I actually don't have the product, but I have the Star Wars boxes.
Oh, you.
And
that is so cool. I still, when I go on school visits, this is the first drawing I show the kids. This is the logo. I had the great honor of doing.
Who gets to redesign?
Yeah, who gets to
the Star Wars logo?
Star Wars. Yeah, neat.
Yeah. Apparently, if you can dream it, you can do it. Let's see. Whoa. Wait. Ah.
This was so awesome. This is Star Wars, and we got this secret binder here that we were not allowed to show anybody because we got it before the movie came out, so we could see all the characters because we had to do the logos and comics and all that stuff. So this is like super secret stuff.
Yeah.
It was so awesome to get this, and we hadn't seen the movie because it of course wasn't released yet. But we could look at all this stuff and say, yeah, this is what it's gonna be. This is what's gonna happen. Nice. Wow. Neat.
So
1999.
No.
I'm gonna keep this. Can I keep this? Oh, what's that over there?
I had something that's even better.
No.
Because this is original.
Yeah. Wow. Keep looking, or do you want to keep opening boxes?
I think there's a lot of books in the back, so I think all these boxes has.
So we got most of it now.
The Bionicle content.
I love those. They're so awesome.
Yeah, they're really cool. So let's see what there's room for on the bike. I think maybe we need a truck.
Okay, we're gonna need a van or something.
So we'll be back for the next. We don't have any more room. There's so much stuff. We simply have to do a part 2 or 3 or
the sequel.
I don't know if you have any cheaper.
Let's come back. Let's go back and look at what's in the boxes we have now.
But look at this location. Isn't it cool?
They're not all yours. Not all of them are yours. No.
Not all of
Not
this
all
is Bionicle. But it sort of reminds me of
a certain movie.
You just want to push the and then hear the music, the iconic music. And then I might have a Bionicle logo on this sort of.
Yeah, like burn into the.
No, that's the bad one. Just like printed on, I think.
Oh, I'm glad we didn't have to pick one of the top ones up there.
It might be placed up there. Maybe it's still up there.
Back.
It's with the big lift.
Coming fall 2005. Bionicle 3.
Remember, kids, no eating in the car. Okay, maybe just this one.
Mighty Hungry, Mighty Kids Meals. And now a Mighty Kids Meal exclusive.
Your turn. Beat that.
Bionicle Upper Deck card game. 30 different cards to collect, only in a Mighty Kids Meal.
Coming to DVD. A web of lies. A web of deceit. A web of shadows. Bionicle 3, Web of Shadows. An all-new motion picture on DVD. Autumn 2005.
Baraka, the gang is on the loose on Baraka.com.
Hello gathered friends, I'm Roar Nuva, and welcome to Bionicle Deep Dive, where we analyze the tropes, characters, and lore of LEGO Bionicle. Happy Bionicle Day everybody! It's the 20th anniversary of the 2004 Metru Nui arc, and in honor of that, I'm going to be doing a deep dive into how the theme of time permeates this whole arc. From the framing of this arc as a story of the past told in the present, to the characters' personal feelings towards the past, present, and future, to the way this arc forever changed our perspective on the history of the Bionicle world, and of course the legendary Mask of Time itself, it's fascinating how ever-present the notion of time weaves this entire story together. Let's dive right into it. First and foremost, this arc is a prequel, framed as the Turaga telling their history to the Toa Metru. That already gives us an interesting perspective of time, since we're constantly aware that the events we're seeing are in the distant past, and the contrast between how things were back then to how they are now. This plays into the dramatic irony that's at the core of this arc. The fact that we, the audience, know how the story eventually ends, with the Toa Metru becoming the Turaga and the Matoran leaving Metru Nui and living on Mata Nui. But we don't know how or why they got there, or how the Toa Metru, who were very different in their youth, become the wise elders we had gotten to know. And since this arc is explicitly framed as the Turaga telling these tales to the Toa Nuva, this keeps the Toa Nuva in their traditional spot as audience surrogates, since from the very beginning of Bionicle, they learned about their world at the same time we did, which I find really nice. This is handled well, especially in the novels, where each novel begins with a prologue in the present, with the Turaga and the Toa Nuva talking and preparing for this new tale. The main chapters in the middle all being written in omniscient third-person perspective, where the adventures in Metru Nui are treated as the present, and then an epilogue in the end, where the Toa talk about what they learned and how it affected them. And what I love about this framing device is how it ironically added to the suspense of the story, which feels strange to say for a prequel with a known ending to have suspense, but it really did. All throughout the early Metru Nui arc, there's this sense of impending doom, of time running out for some unknown disaster. In the prologue and epilogue of each novel that takes place before the Cataclysm, the Toa Nuva question Vakama of what great disaster he seems to be building towards that forced the Matoran to leave their home and come to Mata Nui. In the movie, Likan warns Vakama that time is short, and in the comics and movie, the false Duma cryptically warns that the time is drawing near. And we see the motif of time running out visually as well, with the imagery of the sundials moving and clicking throughout the movie, counting down to the Cataclysm, though at first we didn't know what that was. And of course, towards the end, as the Toa Metru race towards the Coliseum, Nakama sees the arc of the moons preparing to overlap the suns and says they don't have much time left, while the narration says that little did she know time had already run out. Again, we the audience don't know what's going to happen, but we know it must be something terrible. We're forced to see the ironic juxtaposition between the high-tech, prosperous society the Matoran had in the past, compared to their low-tech, besieged life on Mata Nui, and wonder what could have happened to cause them to fall so far. And that constant awareness of massive change fuels a very rich motif surrounding ideas of time and change. And I've gotta say that a lot of this is elevated by Greg Farsty's writing, particularly in the novelization of Legends of Metru Nui. I think Greg honestly needs more appreciation for his ability to evoke atmosphere with his words. It's just great. Reread the novel, trust me. And then, of course, it finally happens. Makuta reveals his plan, the Great Cataclysm arrives, and we finally understand what happened. That this was the moment when Mata Nui was cast into endless sleep. The mythological origin story for the entire Bionicle story. This is it. That distant past, the time before time, was now for them. They saw it happen. And it's funny because we were never actually told if the Metru Nui arc took place before or after Mata Nui's fall until this moment. But now it becomes clear that this is what drove the Matoran away from their homes. And as for the Toa Metru themselves, the fact that this is a story that they're telling about their own past highlights something that I've always found fascinating about their writing. And it's that these are characters that we were introduced to at the end of their arc. When we first meet them, it's as the Turaga of Mata Nui, the wise mentors to a different set of heroes. They're full of wisdom that came from their own time as heroes, from the struggles and character development that they went through ages ago. When we meet them, the character arcs that shaped them are already behind them, and they're at their most fully realized. We see them at the end, and then flash back to the beginning, to their origins as Matoran who freshly became Toa, and so now the story is really about their journey of how they got from there to here. And throughout, the Toa constantly reference their old lives and jobs as Matoran, making it clear that one of the central themes of this story is the transition from one phase of life to the next. It's a bit of a coming-of-age story. Everything is changing for them, and they're forced to grow up fast and learn a lot of lessons that they didn't have to in their previous sheltered lives. Honestly, the best direct comparison from another story I can think of would be Obi-Wan Kenobi from Star Wars. In the original trilogy, we see Obi-Wan as this wise older mentor to Luke, who's clearly been through a lot in his life, but there's a lot of mystery to how he gained his wisdom. And then we see the prequel movies. We flash back to a young Obi-Wan who's only just finished his training. He's far different, more impulsive, and has a lot to learn. And throughout the stories of the prequels and other stories set in that time, we trace the journey of how he became who he was in the original. But even more than just the comparison of who they were in the past and who they are in the present, a lot of the important arcs and themes for the Toa Metru's characters center around the theme of time and their relationship to it. Honestly, each of the Toa Metru has something to say about time. Let's start with Vakama. Now, Vakama's ties to the theme of time are the most obvious, with his visions of the future, and also his creation of the Mask of Time, but they also go deeper in very interesting and subtle ways. All his life, but particularly during his time as a Toa, Vakama was plagued by visions. He would seemingly at random have his mind assaulted with often terrifying but always accurate premonitions that served to guide him and his team in the direction they needed to go, or prepare them for what was coming next. We're never told exactly where these visions come from, though there's plenty of interesting fan theories. Many headcanon that his visions are the result of his connection to the Mask of Time. Now, I personally enjoy the idea that his visions were messages from the Great Spirit trying to guide the Toa Metru on their quest. But either way, the purpose that they serve in the story is to push him towards the future that he has to go to. For many of the visions, particularly the ones that showed the destruction of Metru Nui, he believed that they were to help him prevent those outcomes. He wanted to stop that future from coming. But in reality, they were to prepare him for what comes next, to prepare the Toa Metru for to do what it takes to protect the Matoran even after the fall of the city. And in a strange way, this thematically ties into his struggles with insecurity in being a Toa. In The Darkness Below, there's a moment where the Toa muse about what they will do now that they've become heroes, and each of them finds some part of it they look forward to, except for Vakama, who was always the least comfortable with the transformation, and admits that he would happily go back to being a Matoran. He never wanted to be a Toa. He didn't choose this for himself. He was chosen, and he was thrust into a role he didn't believe he could handle. Deep down, he wants to return to a simpler life, but he can't go back to the past. And so, with both his transformation and his visions, Vakama is literally being thrust into the future, and it scares him. All he wants to do is to go back, but he has to learn to embrace the strange new present and prepare to do what it takes to build a better future. And we see this with him as a Turaga later on, that he learns to become a balanced mix of decisive and careful, embracing the future while still approaching it responsibly. Now, Vakama isn't the only Toa Metru to have his character arc revolve around themes of time. One of the major dynamics on the team was between Whenua and Nuju, who were constantly engaging in philosophical debates about the past and the future, with each of them thinking the way they do because of the different roles and cultures of their Metru. Whenua believes the past holds all the answers because his whole life had been dedicated to the archives and to history, while Nuju believes the only correct way to think is to be constantly thinking ahead and trying to predict the future, because his life's work was in the knowledge towers and studying prophecy. And Onawa also fits into this dynamic, particularly when they were trapped together. While Whenua is focused on the past and Nuju on the future, Onawa is focused on the present. He believes that the others spend too much time in their heads and thinks Pomatoran culture, which emphasizes the concrete here and now, is the best. And a major component of each of their arcs is how they each needed to learn to appreciate each other and appreciate time more holistically, which was part of the lesson Turagali Khan was trying to teach them while giving them exercises to learn their mask powers. And I'd argue this was represented the best in the novel. Whenua's task was to navigate around the room with a blindfold on, and with his belief that the past holds all the answers, he went about it by trying to memorize the layout of the room. But in the novel, Likan quietly slides a stool in Whenua's path to make him trip. And it drives home the idea that the present isn't always going to look like the past, and that he has to learn to not be caught off guard by situations that are new. And although frustrated by this at first, Whenua does go on to internalize this lesson not long after. When they escape their cell and enter the tunnels, Nuju remarks that all that lies ahead is shadow, but Whenua responds that it has to be better than what's behind us, activating his mask for the first time, proclaiming that their future just got a whole lot brighter. This exchange shows that Whenua is beginning to look more to the future, and no longer limiting his perspective to what's behind him. And eventually this culminates in the Whenua we see as a Turaga, who still has a heavy respect for history, but was also renowned for his ability to think ahead and foresee problems days before they occur. And on the flip side, we have Nuju, who is always thinking about the future, trying to predict what happens next, and dismissing anything he felt wouldn't give him insight into that. Ironically, his desire to continue studying the future left him stuck in the past to a degree, as he'd even once hoped that after the defeat of the Morbuzak, the Toa Metru would be able to return back into Matoran, and he could return to his work. And when trapped in the cell and unable to see a future out, Nuju began to give in to despair. Nuju's task was to carry rocks from one pile to the next, a task that he couldn't see giving him any knowledge of the future. But Likan reminded him that the lesson to learn was for today, and to learn to appreciate the present and the small, hard steps that need to be done in the here and now in order to build a future. Nuju begins to take this to heart, as he begins to see the flaws in only looking ahead. And by the end of his character journey, his respect for the past is so great that one of the motivations he has for choosing to only speak in the language of Flying Rahi was so that every word he speaks is a reminder to both himself and the other Turaga of their past and the dangers of arrogance. And then there's Onawa, who ended up rounding out the trapped Toa Metru trio by being focused on the present, thinking that things in the distant past or unknown future were a waste of time compared to what was physically in front of them. This is part of the reason he was so abrasive with Vakama. He couldn't see the visions as anything other than delusions. That unwillingness to empathize with other viewpoints is why Likan gave him the task of helping both Whenua and Nuju, taking stones from one pile to another, but doing it blindfolded. Forced into a situation that was doubly uncomfortable for him, let him begin to understand and feel for his teammates more, becoming less dismissive and gaining a more balanced view of past and future, leading to him being renowned as a very fair Turaga in his later days. Now, the last two Toa Metru, Matau and Nokama, have less explicit arcs in relation to time, though they still have interesting dynamics to how their characters view the past, present, and future. Now, with Matau, his relationship to time emphasizes the fact that in the beginning, Matau was constantly fantasizing about an ideal, glorious future for the Toa Metru. The thing he wanted the most in the world was praise and admiration for being a hero, and spent a lot of time openly daydreaming about his perfect future. His desire to live up to his idea of what a hero should be caused him to be reckless, hoping that by always choosing the most daring option, he would become a legend. Because of that, a major part of his arc was coming to terms with the hard and grounded life of a Toa, accepting that to make a real future worth having, he was going to have to be careful and accept the hard, inglorious work it takes to build it, leading to him becoming a much more humble and relaxed as a Turaga, traits that earned him tremendous loyalty. Now, Nokama, I would say, had the least definitive motif relating her to time, but its themes still play in her character arc. She probably had the most balanced view of time as a Toa, appreciating both the past and future and doing her best to make sense of the present. She was one of the most nostalgic Toa about her former life, expressing regret that her friends now see her as different, but also sadly noting during the Great Cataclysm that she had once believed Metru Nui would stand forever. But honestly, where the themes of time play out most interesting is actually during her time as a Turaga. She was one of the fiercest advocates for telling the Toa Nuva early, and even showed Gali a carving of the Toa Metru behind the other Turaga's back. She couldn't stand not telling lies to the Toa about the past, believing they were owed honesty. And later on, she would have the same feelings about keeping the future from the Matoran, when she defied Duma's orders and revealed the truth about the prophecy of Matanui's death to Jaller. Ultimately, Nokama's relationship to time is about her relationship to the truth, that the past and future should not be withheld from those they care about. And that truth coming out plays so interestingly, because along with the themes of the inevitability of the future, this story also reckons with the undeniability of the past. The Turaga kept this history secret from their people for centuries, and avoided telling the Toa until it was forced to come to light. While they always knew this day would come, they dreaded it. As a Turaga, Wanu would often say, "It serves no purpose to be false, for the earth cannot be deceived." And within the context of their backstory, I always took this as a subtle reference to Metru Nui, that it doesn't matter what we say, the truth of Metru Nui and the earth beneath our feet cannot be denied. Okay, so with all this talk of time, I think it's time to talk about the legendary elephant in the room, the Kanohivahi, the Mask of Time. 2004 gave us the origin story for this mask that was introduced the year before in Baraki arc. That it was created by Vakama from the Great Discs during the Great Cataclysm. While in canon the mask didn't grant time travel, it allowed the user to speed up or slow down time, and was implied to be capable of doing it on a cosmic scale. And, it's funny that with all I've been talking about the thematic significance of time throughout this arc, the Vahi itself honestly feels a little out of place. I feel like it just doesn't connect as richly to the other themes of time present in this arc. It's hyped up as this huge important plot point, a major key in Makuda's plan, the most powerful mask ever created, with the power to control reality itself. But in the end, it doesn't really do very much during the climax. Vakami uses it once to try and slow down Makuda, fails, and gets Likon killed, and the mask gets lost to the sea before they go back to fighting. Now, it was a great scene, don't get me wrong, but ultimately the Vahi doesn't really end up shaping the course of the finale. It could probably be removed and the story could remain the same. Now, I know I'm not the only one in the fandom who feels the Vahi was underutilized in the story. It was only ever used twice, and both times all it really did was slow down time so the heroes could come up with a different plan. And the other story that it appears in, Time Trap, is more about the Vahi as a MacGuffin, something that's too dangerous to be let fall into evil's hands, but is also too dangerous to use. And in an interesting way, that's kind of always been the point. The Vahi was never meant to be used except in the most desperate of cases. It was a power too great for anyone to wield. Even in Christian Faber's Well of Time concept art, the Mask of Time is described as the mask that must never be used. So, its very limited uses do really work with the themes around the mask, and that's something that I enjoyed. But I can't help but wonder, what if there's a way to integrate the Vahi a little bit better into the story of Legends of Metru Nui, while still preserving those other themes around it? And I think I found a way, if you'll permit me a little bit of fix-it fanfic. Now, Vakama remarks in the novelization that he had an unexplained strong feeling that this mask would be vital in saving the city. Shame it ended up being wrong. But what if he had acted on that feeling? Ultimately, much would stay the same, but what if instead of using it to stall Makuta at the Great Barrier, Vakama tried to use the Vahi in a different, larger scope way? What if he tried to use it to stop the Cataclysm? One of the best visual motifs in Legends of Metru Nui is the slowly ticking sundials and the coming eclipse. These very interesting visual foreshadowing of what is to come with the Great Cataclysm, that the coming shadow is inevitable. What if, in the moments before the double eclipse, Vakama dons the mask to use on a grand scale worthy of a legendary Konohi, attempting to stop time on a cosmic scale to prevent the Cataclysm? He'd reach up and extend its power to the heavens, slowing down the movement of the moons themselves in a desperate attempt to stop the coming darkness, straining with all his might to keep the eyes of God from closing by making time itself stop. After all, this must be why they were chosen to become Toa, right? To prevent the coming catastrophe. And this would be so fitting because it hits an important core of Vakama's character struggle. He doesn't want the future. He wants to stop it from coming. He wants to go back to his old life because he's afraid he can't handle the future. Maybe he thinks to himself, if he can master this power, he can not only stop the Cataclysm, but go back. Or perhaps even after the Cataclysm hits, he's tempted to use the mask to reverse the damage by trying to reverse time, to go back to the past. But it wouldn't be enough. It could never have been enough, because the events that led to the Cataclysm have been in motion far longer than he could have known. It was already inevitable. Time had already run out. The robot was already falling from orbit. And he has to accept a crushing truth. He wasn't made to stop the Cataclysm. The Toa Metru weren't there to save the city. They were there to save its heart, the Matoran. For all the power of the mask, no one could stop the future from coming. But they could make it better. And that's the message of the movie, bringing hope to the future. And it ties in nicely to part of Vakama's arc in Time Trap later on, because a major section of that story deals with Vakama believing that he had somehow been sent back to when he was a Matoran. And for a lot of his time as a Toa, this would have been the best thing ever for him. He would have loved this. But after going through all he had been through, and after maturing and accepting and understanding his role as a hero and the passage of time, he grew to know that no, being sent back, it's not a paradise, it's not the truth. This theme of Vakama wanting to use the mask to slow down or stop the Cataclysm also forms an amazing foil to Makuta and Makuta's motivations for getting the mask. It's because Makuta wanted the Vahi to speed up time, so he could fast forward to the future where the Matoran's minds would be wiped and he'd be able to control precisely when the other events of his plans would take place. But, in the end, both the hero and villain would be forced to accept that they can't control time. They cannot prevent the future, nor can they force it to arrive on their own schedule. They must brave the uncertainty of a lifetime's journey to find their destinies. And I think that's beautiful. And Vakama using the mask like this would make for such a grand moment, not only for the mask, but also for his character arc, while still keeping most of the rest of the story the same, since it would still fail in the end, and they would have to find a way to leave Metru Nui. but that's just my own ideas on a version of the story that uses the mask. I'd love to hear other people's ideas on ways to tell this story that feel compelling to them. Now, the themes of time being so present in this story is also super interesting because, in a meta way, the Metru Nui arc ultimately serves the purpose of grounding the entire Bionicle saga in time, and really giving the audience the sense that there was an actual history for this universe. What I mean is that before 2004, Bionicle didn't really have a defined or concrete sense of history or a real timeline. Everything was floating in a much more nebulous present because there were no definitive markers of what came before the Toa arrived. Sure, we knew that the legend that ages ago in the time before time, Matsunui was cast into endless sleep, and the Matoran had been living in fear until the Toa arrived. But we had no idea how long ago that was or what life was like before then. There was a heavy atmosphere of implied history, given how many ancient mysteries there were, but never anything to make the past of the island feel grounded. And that was okay, because the stories they were trying to tell in the 2001 and 2003 arcs didn't need those things to work, and I might argue worked better because they allowed the past of the island to remain very mysterious and mythic and atmospheric. But as Bionicle was expanding into a new era and preparing to eventually give answers to the mysteries it had been setting up, it needed to give the world a real history to take place in, and the Metru Nui arc served that well. There was a generation of Toa before the Metru with Likon, and clearly a generation before him with Turagaduma, and who knows how many before that. And even at this point, we didn't know the specifics about the 100,000-year history or even the name of the Toa Mangai, but we now had a grasp that this was the story of a world with a rich history, and of heroes that passed the spark of hope from one generation to another. And in a way, it also made us feel like there was a future to this world too, in addition to the past. Now the heroes had a more concrete goal for what their future would look like, aside from the vague overarching goal of reawakening Matsunui. Now they knew that their future would be rebuilding Metru Nui and returning the Matoran to their home. And now we, the audience, had it in our mind that there could also be future generations of Toa that come after the Toa Nuva. And I remember wondering and speculating if there were any Matoran we knew who would become Toa, some of whom did later on. And that meant that what the Toa did now would shape the world of those future heroes. No longer was Bionicle set in a floating, constant present. Now we had a real sense that this was a specific period of time for this world and these people, and that things came before and would come after. Remembering deeds past and bringing hope to the future. And hopefully, that's what we're doing today, Bionicle Day. Remembering this legend that brought us joy, and keeping the inspiration alive for new legends to come. For that is the way of the Bionicle. Let me know what you guys think about this look into the themes of time in the Metru Nui arc, and I'll see you guys soon. Take care, my gathered friends.
Bionicle's story started simple. 6 heroes, 1 destiny. These 4 words were everywhere in Bionicle's early marketing, and for a reason, as they plotted to capture this essence. The first 3 years were centered on the Toa Mother's quest to awaken the Great Spirit Mother Nui from the clutches of the evil Makuta. The appeal wasn't so much in the intricacies of the narrative than those found in its unique world and atmosphere. It was simple and concise. Until it wasn't. If your familiarity with Bionicle begins and ends with those popular LEGO robots from the 2000s, what I just described matches any mental image you might have of the franchise. Anyone with a deeper familiarity, however, knows that this is only part of the story. Bionicle's most recognizable iconography only lasted 3 years of its 10-year-long run. The series spent less of its lifetime gradually moving into a drastically different direction, pushing the boundaries of its identity with each passing year. And it all started in the City of Legends. The Metru Nui arc is when the franchise first pivoted from its established norm. The tropical island setting and irreverent mysticism of the early years were replaced by industrial cityscapes and surprisingly grounded tone. It was a new era that ushered a new direction expressed across different mediums, one of which happens to be the movie. In a way, the movie marks an evolution for the franchise moving forward, and that's what I'm here to discuss. I'm here to analyze the movie, explore its themes, and see how it chooses to break from its predecessor, both for better and worse. I am the Arcanist, and without any further ado, join me, my gathered friends, as I dissect the evolution of Legends of Metru Nui. Legends of Metru Nui's development began shortly after Mask of Light. In fact, a second movie was already greenlit while the previous one was still in production. Given the franchise's popularity, a successor was a natural conclusion for LEGO, and so they started on the second movie's pre-production. As for the topic of the successor, it was a no-brainer for the head of the story team, Bob Thompson. He wanted to continue exploring the world of Bionicle further. In his head, the story was vast, spawning millennia upon millennia of stories, conflicts, and characters, to the point he divided his mental image of the story into multiple arcs infamously known as the 7 Books of Bionicle. So rather than continuing the story of Takua, Toa Metru, and the others, Thompson instead wanted to explore the world's past. He wanted to explore the origin of the Matoran and Toa, which he teased in the making-of documentary of Mask of Light.
We're going to discover a new world, we're going to discover the origins of the Matoran, where the Toa originally came from, and a whole heap of other things.
Bob Thompson wasn't interested in exploring the origin of the Toa we know and love, though. Instead, he wanted to expand the universe by revealing there being more Toa than just the 6 we are familiar with. In fact, Thompson wanted to reveal the Matoran, Toa, and Turaga being states of the same species life cycle, rather than different species symbiotically living with one another like the audience previously assumed. It is not known if this was something Thompson always planned for the story, or if it was a retcon. Regardless, the idea of Matoran and Toa being the same species was possibly something not everyone in the story team knew at the time. In 2002, Greg Forge, the writer of the comic books and later lore guardian of the franchise, answered a question regarding the relationship between Matoran and Toa in a way that indicates a possible ignorance of this fact. What is a Matoran? In other words, is Matoran just a new name for the villagers, or does that consist of everyone? Hafu, Hubiki, Oneva, and Pohacho are Pokorans. Does this mean that these 4 are now Matorans, or only Hafu and Huki?
Matoran is only used to refer to villagers, although technically a Turaga is a Matoran who has ascended to a leadership role, but when we use it, we mean villagers.
This is interesting when considering that the story team plans 2 years in advance. Even when 2004's story was already being brainstormed by the story team at the time, not everyone knew the final details. It should be pointed out that at this point, Greg Forge was far less involved with the story than later years, as he mainly wrote the comics based on the outline the story team gave to him than actually contributing to said outline. Then again, it's possible Greg knew at this point and he was just being purposefully vague to not spoil anything. Regardless, the movie was once again produced by Creative Capers, with Terry Shakespeare and David Molina at helm. It is worth noting that the actual animation was also to a Taiwanese company called CCGC. There being 2 directors allowed the Creative Capers stay in touch with CCGC. One of the 2 would go to check out how the animation team in Taiwan was faring, while the other would stay in States within the main studio. What Creative Capers themselves was the environment for the movie. They designed the city of Metru Nui in its vast glory.
We wanted to give this audience a bigger view of the Bionicle world. More environments, larger vistas. The island of Bionicle 2 is something like Manhattan, with lots of commerce and large buildings. The first film was very intimate, very organic. Metru Nui is more mechanical, so it has a different feel.
From there, everything went pretty smoothly. Pretty much everyone involved with the last movie who didn't leave midway through the development, Greg Weisman, came back for a second go-around. In addition to the previously mentioned Shakespeare and Molina, once again, Shu Shakespeare served as a producer, Henry Gilroy wrote the script, and Nathan First composed the music. There aren't really that many funny stories or anecdotes this time around, no voice actors switch roles during auditions, and no one was hired through their dentist. That said, before moving on to the movie itself, there is something I need to talk about. You see, some believe that The Legends of Metru Nui wasn't supposed to be the start of the new chapter for the franchise, but rather its last page. Whispers claim that Legends of Metru Nui was planned to be a theatrical finale for the franchise. Mask of Light and Legends of Metru Nui were meant to serve as a truth-both finale, with Legends of Metru Nui concluding in Metru Nui's awakening. As crazy as this may sound, there is actual evidence supporting this. One thing I didn't bring up in my previous video was the weirdness in Mask of Light. I did bring up the weird inconsistency in Makuda's characterization, but that isn't the only instance of such oddity. In particular, something I glossed over is this weird sense of finality found all over the movie. The characters speak as if they are going to awaken Metru Nui here and now, when we know now that this isn't the case. Takanua's confrontation with Makuda is treated as this final fight against evil, when Makuda would come back later on being the undead mastermind he is. In general, Mask of Light feels like a grand finale, which is jarring in hindsight. But perhaps the most notable evidence to this claim is a mysterious promotional poster made by Kristen Faber. Originally, the prequel was supposed to be a theatrical movie known as The Mask Maker. For whatever reasons though, these plans were cut short, and at some point in the development the movie changed to a direct-to-video. This poster also feels far more sinister and climactic, truly foiling the idea of the movie being a grand finale. There is just one tiny problem though. There isn't much concrete evidence supporting this idea. Most of the evidence is purely circumstantial. Yes, Mask of Light was most likely meant to lead to something drastically different than what we got, but that doesn't mean that it was necessarily leading up to the franchise's grand finale. Even if the characters bring up Metru Nui's awakening, it's very possible the story was meant to continue from there. Time and time again, story members such as Thompson, Forge, or even series creator Kristen Faber reinforced the idea of Bionicle being a long-form story meant to last for years, if not decades. And given how Bionicle was practically keeping LEGO afloat at this point in time, it makes no sense for LEGO to cancel the series either. What is far more damning is that there aren't any concrete claims back movies. Apparently both Kohi Forge and another notable story team member, Alistair Swinnerton, have made some comments supporting this, but these comments have been lost to sad of time, if they were even true to begin with. The theatrical rumor at least has some evidence, as a magazine in 2003 announced Mask of Maker being a theatrical production. But the finale claim? Not so much. If anything, there is far more evidence to the contrary. At the time of The Legends of Metru Nui's development in 2003, pre-production on its sequel had already started, which wouldn't be the case if it was truly meant to be the finale. In addition, both Molina and Shakespeare stated that there would be more coming after The Legends of Metru Nui. They also denied the claims of a theatrical sequel, though they have at least made one comment claiming Legends of Metru Nui's follow-up would be one. So, if the claims of a finale were true at some point, it was only for a brief moment in time. The idea of The Legends of Metru Nui being a finale is deeply appealing, as the movie's early development is far more shrouded in mystery than Mask of Light. Ultimately though, it's just a theory. Wait, am I allowed to make that joke? Matt retired a few months ago. Would using him in a joke be outdated? Should I have instead used the new film theory host Lee? After all, we're all talking about a movie, so it makes sense to use the new face of the channel rather than clinging to the past. It doesn't matter. We should wrap this up and just talk about the movie. Thousand years before Mask of Light, the Matoran lived in the city of Metru Nui, an advanced metropolis divided into 6 different districts. However, the city's peaceful front is slowly cracking, as Matoran have been disappearing and more corruption is on rise each day. The city's sole protector, the valiant Toa Khan, is investigating the corruption, as he is pursued by 2 mercenaries known as the Dark Hunters. Desperate, Khan gives 6 mysterious stones to 6 Matoran, 1 from each district. As he delivers the stone to the last Matoran, a meek mask maker named Wakama, Khan is captured by the Dark Hunters. The devastated Wakama is summoned to a mysterious temple alongside 5 other Matoran, where their stones transform them into Toa. Now, the newly formed Toa Metru have to learn to control their powers in order to finally con and save Metru Nui from ever-looming darkness. Legends of Metru Nui is quite a departure from its predecessor. Instead of being a traditional fantasy adventure involving quests, artifacts, and prophecies, it's about a group of misfits thrust into a situation they are unprepared to handle. While the quest to find Likan serves a similar purpose to Takua and Jala's search for the Seven Toa, there isn't a simple roadmap or heroes follow to accomplish their goals. There isn't a grand prophecy to find Toa Likan serving as the safeguard guiding the Toa Metru. Rather, it comes from the own character's volition and desire to do so. Sure, there are Wakama's visions and the notion of the heart of Metru Nui that's vaguely alluded throughout the movie. But those are really secondary motivations. The other Toa Metru berate Wakama for his visions, and even believe he's just making them up. And for the heart of Metru Nui, most of the movie's runtime the characters don't know its meaning. The only real guidance our heroes have is the situation at hand. They are doing these actions because they are the thing to do, because they are being pursued. In many ways, they are passive. They are whims that not to some grand destiny, but rather the situation at hand. This ties into another of the movie's main differences to its predecessor, its tone. Mask of Light was a relatively light-hearted movie. There were emotional moments, distraction situations, and stakes, but most of the movie was light-hearted. By contrast, Legends of Metru Nui is far more tonally dour. The characters are far more mean-spirited and the situation is more dense. The stakes rise higher than ever. Sure, Mask of Light had stakes thanks to the Rakshi, but not as dire as in Metru Nui. Here, all the Matoran and the city is at stake. A sense of omen smells everywhere in the story. It never leaves the characters and thus the audience. Wakama's visions show that Metru Nui is in danger. The haunting image of Wakama seeing a Matoran's fierce one after the another has truly engraved itself into the minds of many. Another reason for the tone is the lack of levity. Mask of Light had plenty of room for jokes and moments of respite for the cast and the audience. Legend of Metru Nui, not so much. There are comic reliefs, perhaps most notably Matau, but the movie uses them in far more sparingly. The color palette also plays a factor. Mask of Light's colors were warm, vibrant, and welcoming. By contrast, Legend of Metru Nui is far colder and darker. Another of the more overt ways Legend of Metru Nui differentiates from its predecessor is with its setting. The industrial Metru Nui is a stark contrast from the vibrant island of Metru Nui. It's far more rigid and serious. It also has far more identity. Each of the 6 districts bear a striking identity with their own culture and tradition. It is a shame then that Metru Nui is criminally underutilized within the movie. To be fair, I get it. This is a kids movie, not a soap opera. We don't have the time to explore the intricacies of, say, the ins and outs of the Lee Metru's truth system. Movies in general tend to lack the room to explore their settings the same degree as books or TV shows do, due to their shorter runtime. It is far more ergonomic to spend safe runtime on plotting characters rather than exploring the world. As such, it's understandable. Regardless, it still stings. Metru Nui feels more window dressing than a real living city that meaningfully affects the narrative. It could be changed into any fantastical city, and not much would change from the story itself. This ties to the biggest issue with the movie. Legends of Metru Nui suffers from having too many ideas stuffed into its short runtime, which leads to it not having enough time to spend on its numerous plotlines. This leads to unnoticeable structural and pacing issues. At times, the movie massively jumps from one point to the next. Perhaps the most urgent point this happens is early on the movie. After the Toa Metru receive their powers, the movie briefly shows their exploits in a montage before moving on with the narrative. This isn't much addressed or plays a role, it simply shows that it happened. It could be simply cut and not much would change. To be fair, we know why. This was around the time Bionicle started to play more with its multimedia format. These stories were explored in other materials, most notably the books written by Kohi Forge. As such, they don't really matter to the story because they are parts of a different story. But still, this could have easily been cut and the movie wouldn't suffer. If anything, it would benefit from it, as it would essentially one continuous story. In general, this is where this franchise's multimedia aspect makes it suffer a bit. It tries a lot of stuff to do, but it makes the story branch out in a way that affects the movie itself. It doesn't feel cohesive anymore, but rather as a part of a larger whole that shows itself peaking at the seams. It's ultimately a minor nitpick, but still affects the mending memories. Legend of Metru Nui has still a lot going for it. It tells an interesting story that's far more grounded and darker than we before had, and does a lot of interesting ideas to move the story and themes of the franchise moving forward. But in order to talk about that, we need to talk more about the characters themselves. As previously described, Legends of Metru Nui follows the Toa Metru. Unlike Mask of Lights, Legends of Metru Nui is a Toa-centric movie. The Toa Metru are the main characters and heroes. They are the ones who happens the story. The ones who the story happens to and who grow. Well, more specifically, Wakama. Wakama is clearly the protagonist, the one who the story revolves around and who has the arc. The other Toa Metru matter less as individuals and more as a collective. The collective arc the Toa Metru face is growing from their challenges. The Toa Metru face many different struggles. They get outlawed by their own superiors. They get outlawed by their own Turaga, the seemingly benevolent Turaga-duma, and have to fight the corruption and find Toa Khan while being outlaws. This helps them gain more confidence and become better. Out of the 6 Toa, Wakama is the one with a clear arc. The other Toa matter less individually and more as a collective. Out of the other Toa, Nakama and Matao get the most screen time because they are with Wakama. The other 3 are done a bit dirty due to the father. Wakama's arc is somewhat similar to Takua's, but it also has a few differences. The most notable difference between the two is that Takua is overly optimistic and positive. He is simply just doubting himself at that moment. Wakama, meanwhile, is heavily characterized by his doubts. His most notable character trait is his fears and insecurities, to the point they swallow him. So throughout the movie, Wakama fights with his insecurities. He fights with his issues. The visions are literally manifestations of Wakama's own fears and insecurities, crystallized into a pure unadulterated form. Eventually, Wakama manages to overcome his fears. He manages to become the Toa he was supposed to be, the Toa he felt he wasn't meant to be. We'll touch more on how later, as it involves another character. But by the end of the movie, Wakama is far more confident in himself, and far more believes that he is not just a capable leader, but also a capable Toa. The other characters, as said, don't have much to talk about. Nakama's main role is being the supporter, Matao is the main comic relief, and the other 3 don't really do that much. But again, that isn't the point. They are more so the collective and helping Wakama's arc than anything else, which isn't a bad thing. But now that we have touched on our heroes, let's go to talk about our villains, and oh boy, there's a lot to talk about. One of the ways The Legends of Metru Nui sets itself apart from its predecessor is that it has multiple main villains. Mask of Light had one primary antagonist in the form of Makuta. The Rakshi were a major threat for sure, but as I stated in my video, they were less their own entities as much as extension of Makuta. By contrast, The Legends of Metru Nui has 2 primary antagonistic forces in the form of the Dark Hunter Tugo and Turaga-duma. They are connected for sure with Duma hiring the two Dark Hunters in the first place, but they still act as their own separate entities. Before we talk about either of our main antagonists though, there is still something that needs to be addressed. We need to talk about Dewaki. During the first couple of years, Bionicle used something the fans call army builder villains. Rather than having the annual villains as pre-proper characters, they instead represented 6 different kinds of the same enemy type. Whether it be drones like the Borok or monsters like the Viserak, they served as mindless foot soldiers that people fought against throughout most of that year's story. Actual villain characters like Makuta were reserved for the big special Titan sets. The Valky were 2004's army builder villains. In the story, they served as Turagaduma's robotic enforcers who patrolled Metru Nui, ensuring order would be kept by any means necessary. Essentially, robot cops. The Valky are considered to be the worst army builder villains by a long margin. Partially this is due to the quality of the competition. The Borok and especially the Rakshi are held in high regard due to their killer designs and menacing presence. And the following years, Viserak have their dedicated fans. By contrast, the Valky are seen as dull, not the least helped by Greg Forsty's admitted distaste for them. While there are many factors for the Valky's lukewarm reception, I can't help but wonder if their portrayal in the movie is partially to blame. Because let me tell you, the Valky are done horribly dirty in the Legends of Metru Nui. The biggest problem is that the Valky serve no purpose in the movie's narrative. Unlike elsewhere, they serve as Turagaduma's means of ruling Metru Nui with an iron fist. This is mainly nominal, however, as the Valky mainly stand around Duma. Occasionally they do something minorly important like leading Matoran to their Duma or pursuing the Dula, but even this is done with little fanfare. A big factor in this nominality is how plainly the Valky are portrayed. Compare these to how the Rakshi are portrayed. Throughout the Mask of Light, the Rakshi are presented as this ultimate threat. Their presence is when the movie is at its most tense. Every time they are on the screen, things get serious. Fighting them is futile and results in failure. The Rakshi bring genuine tension to an otherwise lighthearted adventure and give weight to the movie. The Valky lack this fear factor. For villains whose entire tagline is surrender or run, the Valky never evoke terror like the Rakshi did. The Valky never create this sense of, oh shit, this is Valky. Instead, the Valky are treated with this sense of apathy. For all of its words, the Valky are glorified props. I wonder if this is like the movie's focus. The movie never has the Toa Metru sneak around the city to avoid the Valky's gates. Instead, the Toa Metru are on the run as exiled pariahs trying to find a way to return to their city. As such, the Valky don't get to be on their home turf, instead parrying the Toa across the many nooks and valleys surrounding Metru Nui. This isn't to say the Valky can't be done well. They can. The Valky animations by Temple Studios is perhaps the best usage of them, as they treat Valky as the soulless enforcers they are supposed to be. Thing is though, the Valky need to be intimidating in order to work, which isn't something Legends of Metru Nui does. Oh well, it is what it is. While the Valky may be Turagaduma's main line of defense, they are his only means to enforce order in Metru Nui. After declaring the Toa Metru as a threat, he hires the 2 Dark Hunters to capture the Toa. The Dark Hunters consist of Nidiki, a cunning insectoid, and Kreka, a office brute. The Dark Hunters serve as the main provocative antagonists throughout most of the movie. As such, their purpose aligns far closer with the Rakshi compared to the Valky. Granted, there are some obvious differences in how they are used, but generally speaking, they share the same narrative role. The first major difference is in their characterization. Unlike the Rakshi, the 2 Dark Hunters are proper characters with clearly defined characterization and dynamic with each other. In fact, they were the first villains in the series to be proper characters rather than mooks, Makuta notwithstanding of course. This is highlighted not just by the writing, but also their designs and voice performances.
They think they went this way? Why do I bother?
Their designs and mannerisms alone tell a lot about their personalities without a single word, which is an indication of good character designs. The same applies to their voice acting. The brothers Bob and Michael Dobson's performances as Nidiki and Kreka respectively bring life to the characters. Going into specifics, we'll start with Nidiki. Nidiki is cunning and calculative, being the sharp tactician of the duo. He is the one calling the shots and doing the planning of the scene. He is also heavily defined by his stubbornness and impulsivity. He is fully determined to capture the Toa and gets irritated when things don't go according to the plan, usually because of Kreka or some outsider factor, but mostly Kreka. Side note, Nidiki is my favorite Bionicle character due to how delightfully Betty he is. Nothing analytical, I just wanted to point out how much I love Nidiki. Interestingly, the movie implies Nidiki having a complex backstory that isn't really dwelled on. His confrontation with Lacan not only revealed that two were sharing a past with one another, but also being former allies. Nidiki mockingly calling Lacan a brother, and Lacan refusing it, all but stated if not at Toa, Nidiki at least had a similar relationship with Lacan that the Toa had with each other. Later stories reveal that Nidiki was a disgraced Toa turned monster, but it's not known whether or not this is a retcon. So I won't dwell further beyond noting how it does add some insight into Nidiki's knowledge of Toa and his determination. He knows how Toa behaved from experience and is driven by his own twisted sense of duty he admits himself. In hindsight, it is also really funny how so much of the promotional material emphasizes on how mysterious he is, how no one knows his past or what his deal is. We know what his deal is! He simped for a catgirl and paid the ultimate price. That's literally it! Kreka meanwhile is far simpler compared to his companion. Where to describe Kreka with one word, it'd be dim-witted. His rather simple demeanor often leads him to being tricked by the heroes, much to Nidiki's charging. Don't assume that Kreka is completely useless, however, as his strength more than compensates for his lack of intelligence. Normally I'm not the biggest fan of dumb brute villains, but I do like Kreka. This is largely thanks to his voice. Michael Dobson gives a rather dark performance to the character that makes him endearing, and thus elevates Kreka from what could easily be a generic stock archetype into a simple-minded yet somewhat likable character. You can't help but feel bad for the guy for all the blunders he falls through in the movie, not to mention the amount of berating Nidiki gives to him. Well, at the very least until you remember that he is still a villain at the end of the day and trying to appear our heroes. And then you get to their dynamic. In spite of being allies, the two can't stand each other. Or more specifically, Nidiki can't stand Kreka. He gets increasingly irritated at his partner's shenanigans and failures, often berating him. This back and forth of goofy dumbassery and irritated nonsense make their dynamic rather enjoyable, and these moments are among some of the most fun character banter in these movies. So, Nidiki and Kreka are solid characters with well-defined personalities whose contrasts create a fun dynamic. How are they as antagonists? Well, this is where things get complicated. The beginning sets up Dark Hunters as genuine threats for our heroes to overcome. The movie opens up with them capturing Lacan in a way that's genuinely upsetting. It starts innocently enough. The two mercenaries are fighting against Lacan, showcasing their competence and, more importantly, persistence. As Lacan delivers the vocalment towards them, the two ambush him. This scene is pretty thanks to the orange hues and the small room creating a somewhat claustrophobic atmosphere. The two Dark Hunters are surrounding Lacan and Wakama with nowhere to run or hide. It's still pretty fun though. A bit tense maybe, but nothing too distressing. Just a solid way to establish our villains. That is, until this happens. Remember what I said about how Max Kaplan uses Lavrakshi? This is the only time Legends of Metru Nui doesn't just attempt capturing that feeling, but manages suppressing it in execution. The way Nidiki threatens to drop a mere civilian to his death is, genuinely speaking, the most sickening thing a villain does in these movies. Sure, the Archie's destruction is presented as a tragedy, but at the end of the day they are still mere servants of Makuta with no free will on their own. Nidiki isn't a mindless agent of chaos. This is an intelligent, sapient being fully aware of his actions and still goes with it with no remorse. Human verse, he is doing it just to manipulate and taunt the one he hates the most of pure, unadulterated spite. Nidiki knows full well he is taking advantage of someone's goodwill. Someone that, need I remind you, is heavily implied to be his former ally. Nidiki knows how Lacan thinks and acts inside out. Of course Lacan will surrender. This is Toa Lacan, the perfect hero, the paragon devoted to protecting the weak. He would never let a civilian die. Of course he will trade his life for Wakama's. That is who Lacan is. And just like that, Lacan surrenders and is taken by the Dark Hunters as Wakama helplessly watches behind, unable to do anything. In this moment, Nidiki is an ultra monster. And then the rest of the movie happens. Not only does the movie never attempt anything similar, the two Dark Hunters are used completely different throughout the movie. Rather than being the genuine threat the movie's opening set them up as, Nidiki and Kreka spend the rest of the runtime as being the goofy henchmen. They are the Bebop and Rocksteady, the Jesse and James, the Arcanimon and Moonimon. come to think of it, Deke and Greg are surprisingly similar to Ayokenimon and Mumimon, even meeting a similar demise at the measure of their masters. The main difference is that Ayokenimon and Mumimon actually like each other. Deke and Greg hate each other's guts. There isn't anything wrong with this. Comedic villains can work. I do enjoy a fun comedic antagonist from time to time. The thing is though, you have to understand when and where to have these villains. And that's where I think Legends of Metru Nui falters a bit. Remember what I said earlier about Legends of Metru Nui having far more serious tone compared to Mask of Light? Well, that was just partial one. Not completely, mind you. The movie does try to be more serious than its predecessor, and for the most part, it does succeed in this. But I left out how the movie treats its antagonist from it, because Deke and Greg are arguably the comedic reliefs of the movie, even more so than Matau. Most of the moments of levity come from the antics of the duo. Greg's stupid shenanigans, Deke's reactions, and how the Toa Metru outsmart them. And remember, these are the main antagonists. These are the proactive threats who hunt down Toa. They are the Rakshi. And the difference is, the Rakshi are never treated as comic reliefs. And in that way, the movie handling of the villains is completely different. The Rakshi are the serious element in a otherwise lighthearted movie, meanwhile the Dark Hunters are a light-weighted element in a otherwise serious movie. And again, for antagonists who are supposed to track deep down, or heroes in a serious movie, this feels like a bit of a misstep. It feels a missed opportunity that Deke and Greg are just treated as jokes, nothing more and nothing less. Again, I'm not saying that this is inherently bad. Greg works better as a comedic character, but it does do Deke dirty. He is the far more serious and competent of the two, and as said, does some kinda heinous shit throughout the movie. Rather than taking advantage of it and making him a truly despicable threat, he just becomes Greg's comedic foil done with his shit. Again, there isn't anything wrong with this. I love me my cranky spider boy. But again, I can't help but feel disappointed. Then again, I've been through worse with my villain faves. Deke is far from the worst. So, the villains are a bit underwhelming. But there is one exception. Arguably the most important antagonist in the movie, Draga Juma himself. Juma is an interesting antagonist, and that's because he is incredibly unique by Bionicle standards. Up until this point, Bionicle's morality was, for lack of a better word, simple. The characters were clearly divided between heroes and villains in a way that's easy to understand for its younger audience. The heroes were vibrant and brave, the villains were sinister and cruel. There weren't really any second guessing for the character's moral alignment. What you see is what you get. Duma throws a wrench in this. He was the first, and in all honesty, one of the few, villains in the series who challenged the notion of the good and evil in this universe. Not that he completely escapes these pre-established shorthands of moral alignment. His colors are the stereotypical villain black and red, and his name is freaking Duma for crying out loud. They aren't being exactly subtle here. In spite of that, there are traits that make Duma stand out from antagonists in the series both before and since. He isn't some dark evil tyrant whose presentation screams capital E evil. Instead, he is presented as a trusted authority figure that the city of Metru Nui relies on, presenting himself in a calm and collected, affable manner. It's ultimately his actions of ruling the city with fear and trying to take down the Toa that make him an antagonist, not his mannerisms or role in the society. Of course, this isn't necessarily anything original in the fiction. Seemingly benevolent authority figures turning out to be secretly evil isn't some revolutionary storytelling technique Bionicle invented. For crying out loud, I'm a JRPG fan. That genre lives on this trope practically as much as it does on killing gods as the final boss. Nor is it a concept unique to fiction in general, especially in this day. One of the biggest markers of our postmodern present is the increasing disillusionment towards other figures, working less for their people and more for their own self-interest, which has led to more and more stories having a message of not trusting your own authorities. But what makes this stand out in Bionicle is the franchise throws into the series' pre-existing moral framework. Up until this point, Bionicle framed its authority figures as trustworthy leaders with their subjects' best interests at heart. Sure, the two weren't exactly honest, but the shadier actions were excused by it being for the greater good. By contrast, Duma was the first time the series started to doubt the validity of leadership. He was the first authority figure that wasn't portrayed charitably. Sure, Duma's presentation wasn't that dissimilar from the elder Turaga, but his kindness was just a facade. Underneath his pleasant mannerisms laid a sinister figure, one who claimed to help for the greater good, but in reality only cared for order, which makes him a really interesting, and in a weird sense, realistic villain. Good and evil aren't always obvious. Sometimes evil hides in plain sight. Sometimes the figures we are meant to trust turn out to be monsters, Pied Pipers luring the innocent citizens to their doom. Sometimes power and trust is misplaced to a bad faith actor, someone who abuses their power for nefarious ends. Which is why all of this is so frustrating. All this is undone with the reveal that Duma was actually Makuta in disguise. Spoilers for the 20-year-old children's movie, by the way. What's next? Makuta actually wasn't Metru Nui's brother, but rather as a... wait a minute, I already did this gag last year. A common criticism given to antagonists these days is something that's called the boil and kittens problem. Essentially, it's when stories present seemingly well-meaning antagonistic characters who fight for a just cause, like protecting the weak. But in order to present them as villains, they end up doing something really nefarious and out of character, for instance, trying to threaten innocent civilians or acting in a way that contradicts their moral code. And let's talk about just this frustrating issue when trying to tackle mass-touring and realistic subject matters is cutting them short by pivoting into a cartoonishly evil bad guy to blame all the problems to. The best example I can think of this is Pokemon Black and White. The game features a sympathetic antagonist who wants to break the story's status quo and has somewhat to point to his actions. But rather than walking the page to the end, the story instead chooses to pivot to Jetsis, a megalomaniacal lunatic who just wants to take over the world just because. And for me, the reveal of Duma being Makuta kind of falls to this. As said, Duma is an interesting antagonist because as a curved prioritician, he is far more realistic than what we have had before. So to reveal that he was just the evil Dark Lord the heroes has fought against feels rather underwhelming. It also kind of starts the trend with Bionicle where every story is connected to Makuta in some way, where Makuta is responsible for every bad thing happening in the story even if he wasn't the main bad guy of the arc. And in general, I don't necessarily hate the reveal, it's just rather underwhelming and it just wastes the potential of what Duma could have been if he had just been his own character. But I digress. For Makuta himself, he's fine. Once he's a real, he kind of becomes the typical bad guy. Unlike with Mask of Light, there isn't really much to talk about, even being basically a final boss fight for Wakama. For what it's worth though, said final fight is actually really cool. I actually kind of prefer it over the final fight in the last movie, largely because of the atmosphere. There is one little thing I want to know though. Remember in my last video where I talk about how the common perception of Makuta in Mask of Light may be a bit skewed? Well, this movie proves it. Because remember, by this point Thompson was still working on the series, and as such, this is what he wanted with the character. And well, listen to what Thompson has to say when he describes Makuta in this movie.
Makuta's mission is a very simple one. He believes that if he can get all of the Matoran together, shut them all down, he can then wake them up as their savior, the person that brought them all back to life. And he thinks that if he does that, he can replace the Great Spirit in their mind. Now, Wakama doesn't believe this, but no one's really willing to take that chance. It's a pretty incredible thought that he could pull such a stunt on people. But he's pretty close to actually achieving it, and I think that's one of the things that gives great drama in the story. It's a very, very ambitious villain.
Yeah, Makuta wasn't just an innocent victim, was he? I actually consider this to be the nexus point of what the character became later on. And it isn't that different from what Greg Forge wrote. There is still one character left to discuss. One who ties the movie's central narrative and themes together. One who is integral in Wakama's character arc and to show us why, in spite of its shortcomings, Legends of Metru Nui still pushes Bionicle forward into a brave new direction. Because Isn't it mud I haven't talked much about Toa Licon yet? Licon is introduced to us as the epitome of heroism. He is characterized as valiant and noble, always willing to take action, yet compassionate to others. The ideal Toa. The first 8 minutes are largely from Licon's perspective. We get to see him in all his heroic glory, to see the brave hero, the valiant protector of Matoran. We get to understand him, if not only for a brief moment, which creates a sense of safety in the audience. But just as we are getting comfortable, Licon is taken away from us. The brave, undefeated hero is dragged who knows where, all for doing his duty. Licon is the hero of Matoran, so of course he chooses to protect one over his own life. And just like that, Licon is gone. Licon is gone and no one could save him. Licon is a character who matters not because of his presence, but rather absence. His role is to be the guiding light of Toa Metru, the one who pushes them, shows them the way to heroism. Throughout most of the movie, he doesn't actually do this directly. Instead, Licon haunts the narrative. He haunts the other characters, especially Wakama. As I said in my segment on the Toa Metru, Wakama is the movie's main character, and the one with a character arc. Licon is the factor that makes Wakama's character arc work. He is the major motivation for Wakama, the push that drives him, and the element he constantly compares himself to. Wakama's insecurities are largely tied to Licon. To Wakama, Licon is what Toa is supposed to be. Because Wakama isn't Licon, he cannot be Toa. He cannot be a hero. Licon is also the factor that separates Wakama's arc from Takua's. Sure, one could argue Licon's also similar to Jaller, but not entirely. Jaller is entirely defined by his presence, whereas Licon is more so by his absence. Eventually, Licon is found, but as a Turaga. He isn't the hero destined to save Metru Nui, no, that's the Toa Metru. Throughout their journey to find Licon, the Toa Metru have grown on their own. They have found their powers and become their own heroes. Well, every Toa Metru except Wakama. If it had been easy to simply just have Licon return as a Toa, the Toa Metru wouldn't have been able to self-actualize themselves. They would just let Licon do everything, which goes against everything the movie tries to do. So Licon is a Turaga, no longer the warrior, but rather the teacher. And eventually, the teacher has to go. At the movie's climax, Licon sacrifices himself. He saves Wakama from Makuta's attack at the cost of his own life.
This is my lifetime's journey. Yours lies beyond.
By sacrificing himself to protect Wakama, Licon paves the way for the new generation of heroes to take charge. It is the passing of the torch from one generation to the next, letting the old die and be replaced with the new. The lessons of those Pioras are remembered and carried to those that follow, all while avoiding their mistakes. Licon taught the Toa Metru everything he could. He has completed his duty, and now it is his time to go. And he does so peacefully. This is when Wakama finally gets his mask power, as it is the moment he realizes he is the hero now. While he can't replace Licon nor move from him, Wakama at last comes to terms with his purpose, that this was his destiny all along. As such, he finally is able to use his mask powers. It serves as the culmination and the proof of his character arc, a reward of sorts for letting go of Licon. Licon elevates the movie. He is the ideal hero, the goal that Toa Metru strive for not just literally, but metaphorically. In this sense, Licon is the glue that holds the movie together. Without him, the movie wouldn't work, and that's because of its themes. Legends of Metru Nui is largely about passing the torch. It is about the previous generation passing their knowledge to the next one. The successors worrying if they can carry their predecessor's legacy, and the students surpassing the teacher. In other words, Legends of Metru Nui is about evolution. Legends of Metru Nui was a stark departure to what came before. It told a darker, more character-driven story about inferiority complex, the fear to surpass those who came before you because you feel you aren't enough. It was willing to push the envelope, to tell a story the series hadn't told before, and that was necessary for the franchise's survival. There's a bit discourse surrounding whether the later arcs are as good as the first three. A small but dedicated minority believes that the series lost its charm after leaving Metru Nui, and that it no longer had the aspects that made it great and appealing. Why did they fix what wasn't broken? Couldn't they just do tropical islands and mystical heroes forever? Why did they need to pivot to child-friendly edgy superhero Warhammer? While I can sympathize with this mindset, I disagree. I doubt Bionicle would be as good, nor anywhere as memorable, had they just stayed in Metru Nui forever. And that's because change is necessary for long-running franchises. Compared to what our current nostalgia-obsessed culture might indicate, franchises survive by innovation rather than repetition. All entertainment shouldn't be best-of-hits compilations of icons of yesteryear, but instead use familiar building blocks to craft new sculptors. This is why Bionicle was so special. Thompson, Forge, Faber, and the rest understood this. They understood that in order for Bionicle to have staying power, it needed to evolve. It needed to change and do new things rather than repeat the same old. And that's why Legends of Metru Nui is so important. It was the first step for Bionicle to break its mold, to experiment and push boundaries. It is rather fitting then that the movie tackles these ideas. Vakama's core journey mirrors the franchise beautifully, and poetically reflects it. This is why I can forgive the movie's at times inconsistent structure and tone. Honestly, it could have probably been much better as a miniseries. But what we got is still good. The characters are compelling, the story is interesting, and the movie is engaging. But most importantly, the themes are resonant. No wonder I slightly prefer it over The Mask of Light, even if the latter may be the more cohesive of the two. Once again, thank you for watching. I am the Arcanist, and this is the way of Bionicle.
Turaga Vakama continues his tale of Metru Nui to the assembled Toa Nuva.
In the time before time, the great city of Metru Nui faced disaster. 6 Matoran were chosen by fate to become Toa Metru, heroes for a city of legends. A vision told me that the keys to saving Metru Nui were 6 legendary great discs, one hidden in each Metru. But the only Matoran who could lead us to the discs secretly wanted the artifacts for themselves. And it seems certain one of them planned to betray us all.
Next time one of you two tries to take off, I'm just gonna let the Baraki have you.
Right. And how would you find the Great Disc then? You need us, Anua.
Okay, when a Mabuzak vine starts dragging you off, be sure to tell it how much you're needed. It could probably use a laugh.
Enough! We've arrived. Nuri, are you sure this is where the Toa Metru Great Disc is hidden?
Nuri? When isn't he sure about everything? It's someplace only a Toa can reach. The fire pits.
wonder I like Toa Metru better.
The fire pits were one of the most highly secured sites in all of Toa Metru. While Oniwa lured the Vaki away, Nuri and I found a way in.
Couldn't we just ask the Vaki for permission to search the pits?
I asked Avaki something once. I spent the next month scrubbing molten protodermis feeder tubes with my mask.
I have another idea. Let's break in.
There's a plan.
Nuri directed me to the fire pit where, he said, the Toa Metru Great Disc was to be found.
We have to move quickly before the fires erupt again. But I think I see... Yes. There it is! Power level 9. Only a great disc contains so much energy. Once we have collected the other 5 discs, we can challenge the Mobuzak vines that are strangling our city.
Unfortunately, the Mobuzak had other ideas.
The vines! Free yourself and get out of here, Nuri! Get the great disc to Oniwa!
It's too strong. We're Vaki bones.
I need you to load my last disc into the launcher. It's our only chance.
Vakama, it's power code 1. Do you realize what that will do? It might make the Mobuzak even more dangerous.
We have no choice! Load and launch!
Now!
Move! There's no telling what the power of that disc may have changed the Mobuzak vines into.
Watson Nui, protect us.
Run!
Did you see that thing in one of your visions, Fire Spitter? Or in a nightmare?
The shock of transforming made the vines let go. And we got the great disc. Let's hope the others were as fortunate.
Unfortunately, the other Toa Metru were facing their own dangers. In the archives, Nuju and Wanua's search for the Onu Metru Great Disc had taken a frightening turn.
Wrong door. Really wrong door.
I figured that out.
This owl is a very rare creature. Try not to hurt it.
We're rare creatures ourselves, Wenua. In fact, right now, I would say we are endangered.
I have an idea. I can get my drill spinning fast enough.
That noise feels like my head is going to split.
That creature is almost blind. It relies on its incredible hearing to get around.
So your drills gave it a headache. Any more surprises down here I should know about?
That's what this place is all about, Nuju. Welcome to the archives.
In Lee Metru, Matau would have to risk his very life to get the Great Disc.
You're sure the Great Disc can be found inside the chutes?
It's trapped in a force sphere moving through the chute network. Once the sphere absorbs enough energy, it will implode, destroying anything that's inside it.
So all Matau has to do is jump in the sphere, get the Great Disc, and get back out?
Easy! Except for the getting in, and the getting out, and maybe seek find the disc. The sphere is coming, so I'm going! It's a quick race to see what happens first. The sphere tears me apart or implodes. Either way, no more Matau. Kama already found a great disc, and daring to save me from drowning too. I need to show I am much of a toy hero as she is. Have to, a little more. Got it! Whoa, time to leave, but there's no place to quick jump from. I have to use my power, create an airstream inside this antisphere, and try to throw myself clear. Get it, breathe, get it, need more power. Free!
No one said freedom would be easy.
And so our search continued. From the snow-covered knowledge towers of Kometru to the skies above the Metru sculpture fields, until the legendary Great Discs were ours. But while we gathered the Great Discs, the Mobuzak vines continued to tighten their grip on Metru Nui. The Matoran could not stop them. Even the Vaki could not overcome the power of the Mobuzak. Now that we had the Great Discs, our task was just beginning.
The Sola's research has revealed that there is a single king root of the Mobuzak. Defeat that, and the whole plant should die.
But where could something so large be hiding?
Its vine survived in the fire pit. It thrives on heat.
The great furnace in Toa Metru. Don't you see? If it needs heat, what better place for it to hide?
Then our duty is clear. We have to find and stop this thing, once and for all. What's the matter, Vizsla? There's nothing to fear. You are with 6 Toa Metru. You will be safe.
No, I won't be. None of us will be. Don't you know what they say about the Morbuzak? When the Morbuzak knows you're looking for it, it comes looking for you.
Dare you enter the deep? Dare you face the creeps? Bionicle presents 6 new Baraki creatures whose like you've never seen. They sharpen their teeth, polish their shells, and are so pleased to meet you. Armed with a powerful long-range squid shooter, these Baraki mean business. New Baraki from Bionicle, each set sold separately.
Torak.
Tell me the answer!
The end.
Discs. The minimal storage of the future since 1982. I found it appropriate to mention that I decided to start writing this around the same time that Best Buy announced that they would no longer sell physical DVDs and Blu-ray discs. It's the end of an era. Although it is amazing that CDs and even vinyl records still exist if you want a physical version of your music or other audio content. Technology has gone through many changes in the last 20 years, let alone the last 40. And we're still rocking these bad boys. Once they're made by the manufacturer, they can't be patched or updated with another version. They usually just repress it and send it out in remaster waves, or whatever they decide to call it. I touched on this briefly when I made my video on Bionicle the game. The game has, and always will have existed as originally released. There are no balance patches, no bug fixes, nothing. And that's something the entertainment industry is still very wishy-washy on their willingness to keep. Some companies will release a game and make tweaks, big or small, after they release it to keep as much as they can of the original release. And some companies will just reskin a game, call it the sequel, and bar any people from playing the predecessor ever again. Thanks, Blizzard! With movies, optical discs had quite the battle to decide which one would come out on top to replace the VHS. Laserdiscs came out within the same lifespan of VHS, but DVDs rose to prominence around 1999.
This is DVD.
Then Microsoft tried to push the HD DVD in the mid-2000s before the Blu-ray came in and politely asked them to leave and never come back. And finally, to compete with digital streaming, the 4K Ultra HD Blu-ray disc appears to be the final form of physical video media for the foreseeable future, and filmmakers even urge consumers to buy the physical version of movies on discs. That way, you can have access to it regardless of whatever company hosting your digital copies potentially disappearing as late-stage capitalism slowly melts away at its own infrastructure. I find that to be a pretty valid point because before the big digital streaming companies we have now, it was quite the Wild West while they fought the war for digital movie lockers. At first, it was kept fairly simple with just standard digital copy. There was no obligation to one service until after the digital copy was claimed. That way you could take your MP4 and slap it into whatever player you had and it would be saved forever. It was simple, until the same problem arose that always does, where companies want to make their own locker to take in the royalties, but they don't guarantee that it'll work or that it will last forever. Which is why I have some beef with Warner Bros. Ultraviolet because my digital copies from my sealed Blu-ray set of the Dark Knight trilogy in 2012 had bad codes, and Ultraviolet evaporated before I could redeem them properly. If anyone from Warner Bros. Is seeing this is your fault. As a 90s child, discs played a big part in how I was exposed to the world. One of the ways I learned how to read was with the living books that had interactive games within the books I grew up reading normally. When I got tired of flipping through physical pages like a normal person, I would pop in these discs and start playing. The Let Me Play option on those gave you plenty of little games to mess with on each section of the storybooks to spice up the experience. The most core memories I have from this time were burning multiple copies of Warcraft 3, The Game of Life, or The Sims 2 onto CDs so I could play on a LAN with my friends and family. And for legal purposes, those definitely never left my house. Since Bionicle is a toy line from the 2000s, LEGO tapped into the digital media realm in more than just console games. However, much like Dr. Evil, they went for the Mini-Me, the Mini CD-ROM. If you played the GameCube, you're very familiar with these little guys. 256 megabyte discs that either held the cereal box fodder, or some of the best video games ever made. Like I said last year, the only copy of Bionicle the game I owned at the time was one of these discs for the GameCube. For Bionicle, the mini CDs were a way to push additional story and marketing when buying the canister sets from 2001 to 2004. It wasn't every canister set, but the canister labeling and the contents of the disc itself made it feel so exclusive. The ones from the Metru Nui era were essentially just glorified product plugs for what you just bought. Look at these models that glow when you hover the mouse over them. You can even freely move this 3D render of the set you literally just bought in this engine. Meat! The biggest highlight of these discs was the voice work and the narration of nearly every button click. They seriously bring it up to 11 whenever they deliver any line.
Levac Carl's tool is a vacuum shield. This symbol represents the elemental power of air.
Metru Nui was once an island paradise.
Welcome to Metru Nui. Times are dark.
Too bad. Try again.
Here you can exit the application or visit the Bionicle universe on bionicle.com.
There was some serious dedication in pushing these little vignettes in the promotional CDs. Since it was a little more expensive to export these separate canisters into the United States, they would keep them in the European countries in later years where they'd be a little more local to Denmark. To correspond with the collectible gimmick of 2004, LEGO pushed the Konoka Club. Bionicle.com allowed you to redeem fun little rewards from the paper cards inside the canisters, or from the codes on the boxes of the sets in between. It was a pretty ingenious idea. Even after they changed gimmicks from the Konoka discs in 2005, they kept the name Konoka Club up until 2008, and then they changed it to simply Biocode. The codes unlocked flash games, icons, animations, pictures of prototypes, or promotional videos. It was cool stuff that's all stored away in the Bionicle Media Project. The stuff that you would unlock in these collectibles are not that impressive compared to what you can get as rewards today. I mostly bring that up so that people that are not that familiar with this don't have their expectations too high. Since the highest download speeds in 2004 were still in kilobits per second, oh my god. The stuff you were earning as Kanoka Club rewards had to be something that wouldn't take an entire day to download. Of all the things that came from the site, what stole the show for me were the Toa Metru games. Each of the Toa Metru had their own interactive page-scrolling game on the CDs. These piqued my interest because it was like those living books, but for my fandom. According to the README notes on the disc images, these individual CDs are apparently credited as Bionicle CD-ROM, Mysteries of Metru Nui. You would play as the Toa Metru as they'd investigate their respective districts of Metru Nui to find their missing Matoran, learn about the Great Discs, and how they will destroy the Morbuzak. It was essentially this giant plant monster. You never actually found the Great Discs in the game itself, but you would play detective and solve essentially the same puzzle every time. Which brings me to my next point. I considered playing through each of them in this video and showing you the details of each one, but they are incredibly repetitive. And it's not justified to make a video as long as a retrospective for a console video game for these 6 mini CDs. Even playing more modern games like Tears of the Kingdom gave me flashbacks to what it was like to experience different but the same sentences over and over.
Demon King.
The Demon King.
Demon King is
It was the Demon King.
my secret stone.
Secret stone.
That stone that you are wearing. Secret stone? Demon King?
Demon King? Secret stone?
But the variety worsens on the CDs since the narrator is the same across all 6 discs.
This Toa Nakama is protector of God Metru, of the dangerous plants called threatening of Metru Nui, must find Toa incredibly powerful, they wish to stay their home. But the only Toa where the discs can be found have disappeared as well. Help Toa Nakama search for the missing dimensional Toa so that she can find the great disc. Click the forward star to start. If at any point you want to return to this screen, click the button below. You can monitor progress as well.
You see what I mean? Not to say that it's bad voice work, don't get me wrong. Like I said, these guys crank it to 11 every time. But it starts to grate on you when you can't skip most of it. I can see to some degree why they would do this. It's simple and makes the experience pretty much the same in case you couldn't get all 6 Toa, and by extension, all 6 games. But at the same time, for kids like me, it leaves little to the imagination. So let's talk all accomplished. The great discs needed for pretty much the entire story of 2004 need to be found, so each Toa Metru is conveniently kind of good friends with a Matoran that discs. This plot is one of my favorite arcs in the entirety of Bionicle. I read through most of it in the comics, and it was great to see the dynamic the Matoran had with the Toa Metru, either from being just along for the ride or Onawa genuinely hoping Akumu dies while they venture together. It's not the most fleshed out, but the general pettiness that they all feel toward the Toa Metru is great. And there are some twists to how they express their pettiness, going as far as even setting up that Akumu is intentionally sabotaging because he's working for the secret cops, calling back to him being the saboteur from the Matanui online game, which goes to show that even in the prequel, Akumu is still Sometimes I write these and then I forget that I say these things in them. In almost every scenario, you start in the Matoran's house, check their place of work, find clues of why they wouldn't be at either, and the promo videos of each Toa are cut into this to show them looking for the Matoran. You make your way to the Matoran, save them from rubble. A couple of them like Onawa and Nuju have more steps involved after you save them to add a few more details, and then it's over. But don't worry, your effort doesn't go unnoticed.
Good work.
You've completed your mission.
So now this begs the question, why did I pick these games? Well, as I mentioned closer to the beginning, they were pretty ambitious when it came to their distribution. The multiple versions that they released of this game are a pretty good testament to their conservation of digital storage. Growing up, I only had the Kanoka Club versions that were the versions from the card codes. The digital release conserved download times by compressing assets like character animations that would leave it up to just still images, or just completely removing characters and objects from the scenery. There were a few things that stood out in the digital version when I went back to play these, like this animation in the Nuju game, and when I saw it I remember thinking, man, where are more animations like this? Little did I know that the physical version would have that and oh so much more.
Okay. And then I look up.
Onua spots the name and number of a Metru shoot station carved into the rock. But while he is looking at this, Akmu disappears again.
These were definitely the most interactive of the mini CDs. The different environments had clues in them that were required to find before moving on to the next page. And I cannot stress enough how many 3x3 slide puzzles are in these games. When you're not playing the occasional matching or Simon Says type games, you can play anywhere between 1 to 3 slide puzzles per disc. They're repetitive, but I still had some fun playing with them, even if some of them took an agonizing amount of time.
Oh my gosh. This is agony.
The mini CDs and the Kanoka Club in general were a really cool approach to introducing the youth gradually to the ever-changing technology of the 2000s, while still making it fun and user-friendly. I had quite a lot of base-level desktop computer experience from having a family PC growing up, and I remember these being very straightforward back in the day. There have definitely been times where LEGO is discreet and private about their own business practices. Being privately owned, they're obviously within their rights to do that, but the Kanoka Club is another example to me of what they never are shy on, and that's their creativity. They will always wear this on their sleeve. The fact that the unlockable items within the Kanoka Club included items like stills of prototype sets or promotional flash animations is showing all the different ways their staff coordinate their creativity. That's why I personally feel they don't worry too much about the leaks that appear with any waves they release throughout a year. There's that fascination and that desire to know what's coming next, to see how they're continually creating. But there's just something about this time period, and their optimization of digital and physical media when selling their products. It's truly a testament to the team as they integrated physical toys into what they knew would become a digital world. I'm just nostalgic about these discs, what can I say? Would I recommend these games? Probably not, unless you're a newcomer and you've read literally everything else and you are just begging for more of this universe. Everything you get in here can be read from a book or from a comic, but it was nice to look back on them, and it reminded me of why I love this series. And like always, they're accessible at biomediaproject.com. Thank you everyone for watching. I hope you enjoyed this. It wasn't quite as long of a video this time around. That was mostly for my sake, so I could just have a bit of a breather and not crank out an hour-long video every year for this event. I'm hoping to make more content in between these Bionicle days. I just need to find the time and the ability to do that. Thank you so much for watching, and if you like what you saw here, then I would love if you would hop to my actual channel, the Bionicle Collective, and give that some love. Be sure to like and comment and subscribe. And everybody else, I will see you next year.
Welcome again, traveler of the void, and listen well. Mighty walls, the city of Metru Nui stands both in revelry and in crisis, ready soon to shatter. But destiny is not always straightforward. Trust in your friends, yourself, and seek out a new unity for the peoples of Metru Nui.
It's amazing. The last time I was here, everyone was rebuilding, and the wounds from the war were still fresh. Now there's partying in the streets, and I've only gotten a few death glares.
It's no wonder. This is the first time we've had peace, and it's the anniversary of Metru Nui's victory. There's cause to celebrate. Even though I've been gone, I also know the Trog has been planning the Great Games for months. We should see and record some of it.
Now, we are here on a mission. We have to see the Turaga as soon as we can, in case he can tell us something about Ida's past. We should also offer aid with whatever's happening in the city. I don't like the implications of those warriors abandoning it.
That does raise the question, though. Why haven't we seen more, I don't know, unease? Why the lockdown? Where is the unrest? And why hasn't anyone recognized you, Miranda?
I haven't used that name in a long time, and I don't intend to use it now. Hunter is just fine.
Ah, right, sorry.
As for your question, I didn't always look like this. After the war ended, I shed many of my old parts and rebuilt myself for the life I wanted. What short amount of time I spent in Metru Nui, I was literally a different person. And that's all anyone would remember.
Still, Vikan's got a point. Where's the evidence of whatever's gripped the city in lockdown?
I think we might have found it.
Those Agori are protesting something, and that one's leading the pack. Let's hear what he has to say.
I've been getting kinda pissed off, looking at my leaders like, hey man, what's up? Only been a year since we stopped kicking dust up and bust up our friends, and I don't wanna have to fear feeling again. I've done seen the world straight split up in half, so I'm not gonna keep partying, I'm really just mad. What you see in my mask, seeing trees turn to ash, lives leaving a flash, so where you leading us, it better not just lead to the past. I got my voice, so I'ma use it, and you can't take that away, so I'm gonna say what I wanna say. Y'all gonna stay the same, so the change gonna come from me. Everyone walking at my pace on the same page. If you're walking at my pace, you feel betrayed. If you're walking at my pace, we're on the same page. I'm just trying to make sure that y'all get the message. Wasting all of our time as we take the toe with our brethren. Chronicle all their lies while they hide away with the henchmen. I just gotta be honest, your timing is kinda senseless. Tell us what the premise is. Why are all the heroes off the premises? Why so many seekers? Where's the end of this? Why we throwing parties in the streets and we got dead to miss? I can't even sleep, I'll say my dreams when we're done with this.
Oh, I got to watch this.
We're just walking around, changing up the talk of town. Yeah, you thought Kohi is the least of what we're talking about. I just thought, I'ma march cause I'm not laying down. Laying down for what? Laying down for not. Gonna take up space, talking till they change it from the top. These people walking at my pace, you can see it on their face. If you're talking about our race, we feel betrayed. If you're walking at my pace, you're trying to see change. Oh, here, take this. I want it back though.
Okay. Everyone walking at my pace on the same page. If you're walking at my pace, you feel betrayed. If you're walking at my pace, we're on the same page. If you're walking at my pace, you want to see change.
Chronicler.
Hi, what's your name?
I'm Prunkaili. I've been meaning to talk to you, and who are you people?
I've got this. Ida, give me a beat. For sure. My name is Viken, and I'm here to say we're about to save the day in a major way. Yeah. Ida, the hunter, and trailer too. All that makes the Dream Team crew. Yo.
Okay. Needs some work, but keep at it, I guess.
Needs work? What do you mean needs work?
Anyway, you're that Earthagori-made chronicler, Trayla, right?
That's me.
Thought so. You haven't been seen around here for a long time. Seems like you left right about the time your people needed you most.
What do you mean? I didn't leave. I was assigned to chronicle the settlements beyond Makuda's spine. Turaga Takanuva himself—
You still left. And do you want to know how things have been going? Our kind has been pushed around by these Outworlders ever since the end of the war. How do you feel about that? Looks like you only came back because of these silly little games going on.
Slow down. We're headed to see the council right now. What has happened, and why are you protesting?
You don't even know? The protectors of the city have vanished into thin air. No one knows how or why. Every day, more and more people go missing, and the city leaders do absolutely nothing. They've tried to proceed as if nothing's wrong, but everyone knows that isn't true. We're not putting up with it anymore, and neither should you.
I don't know what to say. I knew that something had happened inside the city, but nothing of this scale.
Look, I need to go. We're marching around the city in hopes that our voices will finally be heard. If you're gonna have an audience with the council, as you say, then speak for us. Make them recognize who we are, and that we're not going gently into the night. Make them take action now. Don't settle for anything less.
Come on. We're running out of time.
Ida and their companions navigate the flow of the city's excited populace with newfound haste, moving steadily towards the great Coliseum at the heart of Metru Nui. As the teeming crowds pull themselves forward into the arena, they pass beneath vaulted ceilings adorned with trophies of ages past and reliefs of warriors from another universe who gave their lives for a brighter future. Below them are carved the names of Agori architects and Matoran engineers who worked together to construct the new heart of this city out of nothing more than their hopes and dreams. The crowd's excitement grows as they reach a large door of protodermis adorned with a fresco of the three virtues and the Great Spirit's mask of life. Beyond the barrier, the sounds of shouts and cheers grows louder. Welcome to the Great Games. Thousands of fans line tiers of seats situated at nearly impossible angles.
It's like a rainbow of colors from all tribes and elements.
Trayla exclaims. The crowd that entered with Ida and their companions quickly disperses to find their friends, get souvenirs, and purchase greasy snack food. Far below, two Koli matches take place simultaneously.
enemies.
They've blocked off some of the corridors for crowd control. It'll be faster for us to cut through the stands.
We don't have time for this.
Maybe it'll be a quick match?
They're opening up the 2 fields in the center. All 4 teams are playing against one another. So they were found in the desert with amnesia by none other than Hafu, of all people. The hope is that Taraga Takanuva might know Ida's true past. That is what Hunter told me, at least.
Gracious, that sounds traumatizing.
Oh, Hafu's not as bad as the rumors say, I think.
Hang on, Ida. There's a group of Agori and Matoran on the path ahead. Scarabaks. The corridor to the lifts is right behind them.
We really don't have time for this.
We don't want to draw attention. What we need right now is a distraction.
Like that?
Come on!
There are security guards in front of the lifts. Are we expected?
Marindar the Living Weapon, we are here to send you to the Turaga's chamber. The Council of Metru Nui wishes to question you.
Only me.
Turaga Takanuva has sent for you. Your companions may remain...
I didn't come here on my own accord. I came because of them, so they'll stay with me.
I see. Even the Shadow Matoran?
Them too.
I know my presence might be unwelcome, but we have information that might be helpful.
Very well. You may all proceed up.
Destination High Council Chamber.
How exciting! The last time I saw the Turaga's chambers was when I was granted the title of Chronicler, many years ago.
And what led you to that honor?
Well, I had a penchant for wandering places I'm not supposed to and overhearing conversations, but also shoving my helmet into other people's business. Turaga Takanuva said I reminded him of someone.
It was destiny then.
Destiny? I never understood how the Matoran could believe in a universal purpose to everything.
Do the Agori not have such a concept?
Well, yes, but it's more like an inevitable outcome rather than some divine purpose. I'd call it fate.
Some great beings believe the shattering was inevitable. It wasn't destiny or fate. It was just doom.
Glad you're feeling so cheerful.
Well, let us hope that the prophecy about Ida is more the former than the latter.
What prophecy?
From what we can interpret, there is a corrupted shadow that is threatening peace right now.
Can you hear it, Ida? The fear in their voices. They've built so much, and all of it will crumble if you make the wrong choice. They rely on you to save them, but you can't even rely on yourself. It would be better if they solved this problem themselves. A council leads, heroes save, but what can you do? A blind Matoran, yet you're plagued by visions you can't understand. You are a burden. It would be best if you weren't even here.
To return to peace, I know it. It's just some don't know who to trust or any other way to live. It will come. Have faith.
Yes, I suppose you're right. Oh, Ida, are you all right? You look nervous. What's bothering you? Was it the noise from the Great Games? It can get quite chaotic at times. I'm sure it will be fine. The counselors are wise and brave. They are the ones who led the inhabitants of Spirus Magna into a new age of peace after the war. They'll know what to do.
Quiet! Okay, we have been bickering since the early morning and haven't gotten anywhere.
Calm, Lord.
Sorry, Turaga. Ronin, as you were.
Thank you, Ord, Takanuva, and fellow counselors. When Metru Nui asked for our help, I spoke on behalf of the United Tribes of Barra Magna. I do that now when I reiterate that we need to mobilize. It's clear that despite Takanuva's wards and locking down the city, the disappearances have continued. Warriors and citizens have vanished without a trace, and every moment we delay, more could disappear. Our people need us, but first, my people need me. I am all for caution, but if this body is not capable of action, we will be forced to act on our own. The Matoran watch games while the Agori already march in protest. Neither can fend for themselves. So I say we gather all the Matoran and protesting Agori into the Coliseum. Let them have their play in safety while a venerable army of Glatorians sweeps the city, block by block, until our people are found.
You know what setting that in motion would do, Ranu.
He knows.
Yes, Juma, I know. And you don't need to read my mind, Ord. But what other option is there? Even the Toa teams you've sent out have vanished. First it was the Toa Nuva, then the Toa Mari. Matoran individuals, Agori, Glatorian, even Taraga alike have disappeared. And all we have are rumors to go on.
And what are they saying in the city?
The rumors are varied. People have disappeared from locations across the city, seemingly at random. Some say that the Dark Hunters have reconstituted, and that the disappearances are their doing. Others claim that spies from the Baraki Quadrate have infiltrated the city in order to destabilize it.
Oh, I don't like the sound of that. It reminds me too much of the Core War.
And yet, there have been no demands from outside forces. No one has taken responsibility for the disappearances themselves either. It is the same way the War of the Great Beings began.
No, you're not suggesting that.
No, that's not possible. The Great Beings are well and truly gone.
But the situation hasn't changed. We played into Velika's hands when the Toa were spread thin. We don't have enough warriors to protect everyone, and we shouldn't send out any more search parties without knowing more, whether we're dealing with one foe or many. We need more information, especially if they have hostages.
And that is why we must let the Glatorian protect us.
Then why not reinstate the Vaki to keep order?
That didn't go so well last time, as I understand.
I think they worked fine, until Makuta stuffed me in stasis.
Have we done a sweep of the old city recently? The lowlives always congregate there.
It might be a conspiracy. I could begin interrogations.
Hold that thought. What did you say, Kopik? They're here? Welcome, my guests. As you can see, you've caught us at a bad time.
It's quite all right.
I recognize you. What was your name again? Trailer the Troublemaker?
I'm actually a chronicler now, thank you very much.
And who is this? A Shadow Matoran? I thought you lot left?
We've come to help. Please, let us explain.
Takanuva, what are you planning? And who is this warrior between them? I cannot read his mind.
My name is Marindar.
See your friend's bravery, what you sorely lack.
Salvation.
Toa killer.
I've escorted these Matoran over the mountains of Makuta's spine at the behest of Elder Sister Eltas of Volcanus, and help in any way I can. This tablet details my mission.
Say we believed you. That you didn't just kill the envoy and take this missive. What's your proof?
We are.
We can attest to his change in character.
And I can attest to theirs. Is that proof enough, brothers and sisters?
Your friends speak up, yet you only nod your head. Pathetic.
Fine by me, just get on with it.
If you can help, you will have paid your debt for wrecking my city.
Can you really detect any Toa power?
I can.
All right.
Excellent. Trayla, was it? Tell us the story.
Yes, Taraga. To begin, this is Ida. They were found wandering in the Great Desert by Hafu with no memory of who they are or how they got there. Mirandar vowed he would escort them here, in case any of you knew anything about their past.
I'm sorry to say I don't recognize you, Ida. But there might be a way for Ord here to unlock your mind.
Something like that requires a deep dive. It's risky for both parties involved. And it's something we can't afford to try right now.
If Toa Helrix were here, her mask of psychometry might have helped. I'm sorry.
Another dead end. What were you expecting? A name, a past, a tribe of your own.
Please continue, Trailer.
Around the same time, Vikan's shadow tribe had just settled into the caves in the mountains of Makuta's Spine, and they started having visions.
In them, we saw a corrupted shadow cast over the land, and people vanishing into it. At the brink, we saw a Matoran faced with a choice, either to stop the shadow at the cost of those lost, or to embrace it and save those people, and Makuta would arise from the shade. Galva saw this Matoran would be found in the mountains, and not a week later, I came upon Ida in the snowstorm.
So, this Matoran is prophesized to either save us or doom us, depending on the choice they make.
You are not ready to make that choice. If you choose wrong, they will all be doomed.
This just undercuts the importance of remaining cautious.
On the contrary, this is all the reason we need to raise our defenses.
Wait, there is more. Ida had a nightmare not too long ago. In it, they witnessed someone trying to cheat death. There was a cold voice and talk of failure. I can't remember. Is that right, Ida?
Is that so? Forgive me, but this seems all too convenient. How do we know Ida isn't responsible for these disappearances?
It would be a convenient alibi.
Your weakness on display.
Can we verify this?
What are you going to do?
I'm going to look into Ida's mind. If the nightmare is recent enough, I should be able to find it easily. Now, open your mind, Ida. There. That's it. I see nothing. Someone's reaching out. Someone's trying to wake you. Or you're trying to wake someone. Go deeper. Go. Okay, I hear wind, and there's a great gate. There's words. There's a bargain. The bargain is struck. But who? I can't tell. If such is your dream, and you will pay the price, all must fall to endless slumber. I shall have my revenge upon this world. Mata Nui's legacy shall die.
And it will all be your fault. Look at the trouble you've caused.
Your dreams have been dark ones, that's for certain. I don't know you, Ida, nor do I know how to reverse your amnesia. But if destiny is still at work in the time after the great beings, then this might be it. Your presence here is no coincidence, maybe even ordained by Mata Nui.
Their god is dead.
Our situation is more dire than expected.
We need to mobilize. Find who is responsible now.
Ida, only you can make this choice.
Ida, choose to send another search party.
You cannot make this choice, Ida.
Ida, you don't need to hide your thoughts.
Ida, don't think rashly, but you must choose.
It will doom them all.
Ida Ida, are you alright?
Let them make the choice.
What's you standing there for, Ida?
Only you can save us, Ida.
Ida? What's wrong?
Ida.
Destination Arena Bleachers.
Excellent. Run along, and you won't lose your friends. Accept your destiny, and they will die because of you. You will feel them, and deep down, you will know it.
maybe too far gone. I feel so far gone, maybe too far gone to ever find the way.
Haunted by a voice they can't control, Ida runs from the great Coliseum, through the crowded streets until the sounds of the city fade away. When their heart light stops racing, they realize they cannot hear Etero Nui anymore. No engines or distant footsteps, only the cold wind blowing through the wreckage of a city turned on its head and the faint pattering of protodermic rain. The air is thick with mist, and a chill hangs in the hazy air. What was once the mind and the epicenter of Makuta's rise to power. These are the ruins of old Metru Nui.
You'll be back, and things will be different. I'll finally get what I deserve. What do I deserve? Who's there? Show yourself. I'm not afraid. You. I recognize you. You're the one from my dream. I must still be asleep. What do you mean, your dream? Okay, not asleep. And clearly we recognize one another. Who are you, and how did you find me? Ida. And you just found yourself here. I don't believe you. A voice. Makuta's voice. No, not possible. I'm the only one who can hear. When I feel doubt, he speaks to me. What do you mean, who are you? You're the one who's been invading my nightmares. Everyone knows me. I'm Akhmu. Does that ring any bells? Amnesia? Well, it's not exactly uncommon. So you really don't know me, and you don't recognize my mask. You're blind? Oh goodness. Well, you actually came at the perfect time. Metru Nui. What's wrong? I can't tell you. Though, you're probably the only person who could understand and not hate me outright. I mean, you've seen my dreams, so you already know. You've felt my nightmares. Alright, you seem good at listening, or eavesdropping, so I'll tell you. How do they always start it around the Amaja circles? In the time before time, I was Makuta's second in command. The only Matoran who knew the truth. He'd whisper things to me from the shadows. How I was spared from the lies of the Turaga. How I was destined for greatness. As important and loved as any of the sons of Makuta. Or, well, maybe I'd tell myself that last part. I did my master's bidding, I obeyed, and sowed discord among the Matoran around me. I lied and obscured and deceived, all the hallmarks of a creature of shadow. But eventually, I was found out. And by that misfit Takua of all people. Life was miserable for a while, but I deserved it, of course. I had hurt everyone around me, but worst of all, I'd failed my master. He didn't speak to me for a long time. The Turaga kept a close eye on me, tried to bring me back into society, and I made an effort. I did. But my heart was never in it. Not really. They'd say things like, "The Great Spirit forgives you," and "You're one of us." But it wasn't really true. Behind my back, they'd whisper, "Too much ambition, that Akhmu," and "What scheme is he cooking up now?" I probably deserved that too. When Metru Nui was dying, I didn't really feel anything. He'd never done anything for me as far as I was concerned, except rule the universe from afar and fall asleep when things got bad. But then things changed. Makuta won. He became the Great Spirit, and he remembered me. I was placed in charge of this very city we stand in. Me, can you believe it? My service was rewarded, and for a moment, I got to take out my anger on all the hypocrites. It felt good. For a while, but not as good as I imagined it would feel. I had to make them build his statues, keep his city running, keep his universe running. I was helping, but no one could see it. Everyone had to stay in line, or they'd be, or I would be. I don't even like to think about it. Even then, though, I was never good enough to be chosen, like his Shadow Matoran. I was alone with all the memories of what I had done. Maybe it made me more obedient, more dark. I didn't care. I was wanted, even as a pawn. Then he was gone, and things went back to the way they were. Traitor Akhmu. Don't believe anything he says. Just ignore him. There was no place for me, probably never was. Even among the Shadow Matoran, I was a traitor, more than they ever were. They were forgiven. I was not. Nothing I could do would ever make the Matoran trust me again. Gavla told me, you've no light left in you, less than I ever had. And she was right. Change isn't possible for me. I'm a selfish coward, always have been, and I had lost hope of being anything else. Are you still listening? There's a little bit more to be said. I wandered for years, hiding out in the back alleys and ruined tunnels, and then I found it. Deep in the underdark of these ruins, as if he had meant me to find it. It was just a fragment of his mask, the Mask of Shadows. But it spoke to me. He spoke to me. He was always there, whispering my own doubts to me. But that's when I started listening. There was a way to make things right, a way to bring him back. I broke into the new archives and found what I needed. Records from before the war, old maps and travelers' accounts. Then I set out. No one cared if I didn't come back. I trekked across the wastelands, far out to where the winds whip across the cliffs of Aqua Magna. I found it there. The hidden fortress of the one called the Dreamweaver. The legend said that he could grant any desire if you had the will for it. And they were true. I could change from a Matoran to a Toa of Shadow and back again. Gave me the power to open doorways through space with just a thought. Even summon the Rakshi themselves, just like the Makuta. It was all the Dreamweaver's power, though, of course, not mine. But still, he made the dreams reality. We struck a deal. He said that he could resurrect Makuta, exactly as he was when he was killed. All I had to do was bring him people. Bring him dreams. They wouldn't be harmed, just asleep. And with enough of them dreaming the same dream, he could bring Makuta back just as he was when he died. Then Makuta would see what I've done, and finally, I would have the life I deserve. I just need 1 or 2 more dreamers now, and it will all be finished. Come with me. Sleep for a bit, and then you'll all go back to Etero Nui, and I'll be gone.
Ida, there you are. Who? Akhmu.
Hello.
Trayla.
I, found them wandering.
I don't believe you.
Of course not.
Did you bring Ida out here?
No.
Are you
No.
the reason Ida's been hearing voices?
Well, not on purpose.
You're the one who's been kidnapping civilians.
Got it in one.
But you're but a Matoran.
You were expecting something else?
I guess not. But how?
Well, I had a little help.
Ugh.
This is a Krata Uro, a Krata of sleep. One touch, and you'll pass out for a few hours. It'll be the best sleep you've had in a while. What?
Shadow Stealer!
Krata, sliced and diced. And you're next, traitor.
If you kill me, you won't be able to find your missing heroes.
Still, I heard everything. Trayla, Ida, are you alright?
We're fine. But Akhmu, why?
Why? Don't tell me you can't see it. The hypocrisy of the council, the low burning animosity between the Agori and Matoran. Can't you feel it?
Well...
They expect you to do a job, giving you platitudes with titles and plaques as rewards. But when you fail, it confirms what they've always felt about you. They only value you for what you can do for them, not who you are. That's the only currency that matters in this city.
It's... important, yes, but...
See? Everyone's in it for themselves. The Turaga and Agori put their own people first before thinking of each other. I want to live in a different world, a better one, away from it all.
That's the way the world is. Get used to it. Is that why you kidnapped these people?
No.
For revenge?
No. They're fine, unhurt. They're just asleep. And once I have what I want, they can go back. I just need your help.
What are you saying?
He made a deal with the Dreamweaver to turn his dreams into reality.
He could do the same for you too. Both of you. Come with me.
What are you thinking, Trela?
I think I get it.
I can't explain away all the pain. What's the point if no one knows my name? Words on the stone, are they my own? Anonymous, synonymous with lives I never known. But you understand, you've seen firsthand how your friends all nod and turn their back. I want to go and do what they want. I'm gonna tell them what they need to know. I won't settle. Caught in debris of all they can see. I never gave a chance to just be me. But it's time to embark. I'll etch my mark. Rebellion from aliens of the nameless in the dark. And you know there's more. You open the door. My destiny lies just beyond the shore. Attack from below. Fight against the foe. I need to say what they're afraid to know. I won't settle.
I will go with you.
Do you think you can trust him?
I know I can't, but I have to see this through. For the citizens of Metru Nui and myself.
I've neglected my duty for far too long. I left you alone before. I will not do so again.
Ida...
out. You have no idea where to go next, who to listen or what to do. You hear voices both inside and out who tell you what your next move should be. You have no idea who to trust, what to believe. It's making you all confused. You're a soul with no name, no past or home, yet you choose to press on. Because all that you know, there's something out there waiting for you. Even if all hope seems lost, even if shadows trail your past, you shouldn't give up, you shouldn't give in, you should fight and press on. Even if you're at wit's end, even if there's no way out, keep believing, keep fighting on, and may you find solace.
This portal will take us to the Dreamweaver's fortress. I'll give you a moment.
Goodbye, Ida. Mata Nui willing, we will see each other again. Tell the council everything.
I wouldn't have found myself again without you, Ida. I will keep her safe. You have my word.
I can feel what you're going through, Ida. Somehow we're connected. I intended to take you with me at first, but for staying with me, I will spare you. Even so, I can't just let you go unscathed. Not with what you know. I'm too close. I'm sorry. It's a Turak, one of the few wild rocks she left. You'll survive, I think, but the power of its staff of fear will keep you from saying anything much about me or my plan. I'm sorry for that, too. For what it's worth, I hope your friends find you in time. Goodbye.
It's better not to know than ever have to let it go. 'Cause life won't be the same now that I've come in. Walls are wearing thin, the shadows of what might have been. Dreams have turned to dust now that I've come
Ida, I've got you. Hang on.
Surrounded by ruins of the Great Spirit, you sit trying to piece it out. You have no idea where to go next, who to listen or what to do. You hear voices both inside and out who tell you what your next move should be. You have no idea who to trust, what to believe. It's making you all confused. You're a soul with no name, no past or home, yet you choose to press on. Because all that you know, there's something out there waiting for you. Even if all hope seems lost, even if shadows trail your past, you shouldn't give up, you shouldn't give in, you should fight and press on. Even if you're at wit's end, even if there's no way out, keep believing, keep fighting on, and may you find solace. They all speak of a destiny that we all share. But to be we were set out to do, that we should all complete. Everyone depends on you, but you have no idea why. This unity that you're striving for, have faith we can achieve. I can't say that I know what you think, how you feel, if your scars can even heal. But I want you to know there are people out there who understand you. Even if our hope seems lost, even if shadows trail your past, you shouldn't give up.
There, that should do it.
Ida, can you hear us?
They're coming out of it.
That was a nasty run-in, by the looks of it. The Turok is my least favorite of the old Rakshi, but it seems the fear barrier is fading, thanks to our psionic friend here, and perhaps something more.
Well, there are some memories in there I could draw upon. Memories of friends.
Faith in one's friends can overcome fear. Or so I'm told. Now please, tell us what happened.
Rescued from the grip of the Rakshi's power, Ida recounts everything to the council.
It all falls into place. Now we have something to unite the citizens.
And a duty to pursue.
Akmu. Alas, some destinies we cannot achieve on our own.
I can sense your connection to him now, Ida. Whatever its nature, we can use that connection like a compass to find the Dreamweaver. Don't worry. We'll get Trayla back.
And all the others, too.
Everyone we've lost.
Yes, together. I'm reminded of a time when I led another company. Back when I was just a chronicler. This time, though, we'll call it something else. Ida's company. How does that sound to you?
With everything in place for a cinematic finale, Ida's company makes preparations to follow Akmu to the realm of the Dreamweaver, to find the heroes who have been lost to slumber, and to confront the shadows of which they dream. O traveler, hear my words. Your adventure is just beginning. Have faith in your friends and in yourself to continue the legend of Bionicle. I'll see you soon.
This is Toa Metru and Toa Ottawa from NostalgiaCon in San Antonio, Texas. Well, wishing everyone a bright, happy Bionicle Day on August 10th. 3 long months quick early. Quit hogging the screen. I'm doing this for LeeCon, no one else. Brian Drummond here, wishing everyone a happy Bionicle Day. Also, my birthday. Woohoo!
You're listening to Metru Nui Radio. From the bustling hub of Le Metru to the arid sands of Po Metru, we bring you the latest from our great city and everything beyond the seawalls. This ain't your Taraga's talk radio. Metru Nui Radio. What's that sound? It's the sound of the universe's finest artists beamed straight to your audio receptors. Crank Crank that volume so loud they'll hear it all the way on Daxia.
Wait, we're not supposed to talk about that.
You're listening to Krakua's Soundstage right here on Metru Nui Radio.
Welcome back to the show. I am your host, Toa Krakua, your ear for the sounds of the city, and every day I bring you the latest in the sonic symphonies of the many lands of the Great Spirit. Today I have a very special assortment of songs curated for you. Last year we celebrated the 5th anniversary of Bionicle Day, and as part of this, I've gone ahead and put together a playlist of various songs that have been featured on the event throughout the years. Starting off, originally released in 2009 on the album 01, not to be confused with the 1985 album of the same name, this track was used as part of the marketing material for The Legend of Mana Nui Rebuilt, releasing on Bionicle Day 2019. This song is called Hard as Hell by Paul Hardcastle.
Listen. Do you hear it? It's getting closer.
A wonderfully energetic track from Paul. Next on our list today, we have a song hailing from eons in the past, the far-off year of 2017. Used as the war cry of a legendarily massive Toa of Earth during the Great Persecution, and brought to our ears on Bionicle Day 2020. You're going to want to check some expiry dates after this one. You're listening to DJ Joel's Beef Zone.
Das ist das, das ist das. Das ist das, das ist das. Du musst das genau. Let the bass kick. To the rhythm, rhythm. Time to rock, rock. Come on. The bass. If you're not dancing, you're all gonna fucking die.
Your Wendy's kind of people.
Come on and push it. Break it down.
We are seeing Kentucky Fried Chicken so well in Christmas, and is there common custom in overseas? And I know that there people are not eating chicken, they're eating turkey, but I said yes, because right.
Here we go again.
It smells like a thousand dead rats.
Welcome back to the Beef Zone.
Where's the beef?
I have the sudden urge to clean out my fridge after that one. Moving right along. For these next songs, we'll be leaning into more local music created by our great community. Beginning with a significantly slower paced track, this song was first showcased on Bionicle Day 2021. Created by Tom Rule, this cover of Cryoshell's 2007 hit Creeping in My Soul has been written and sung entirely in the Matoran language. This is Avanai Kuyo. wonderful rendition of a beloved classic, and kudos to the creator of our great language, Aikuru, for making this possible. And speaking of Aikuru, his writings were essential in the creation of Ida's Journey, an anthology series premiering on Bionicle Day 2022 and created by the wonderfully talented Marcus Rose, who also composed and sung our third-to-last track for today, Lekoro Band's Causeway of Legends.
12 years ago we thought all is well, we got clear skies ahead, nothing in our way. We were all as one, a shining peace had come, but the great spirit had gone away. Now we're walking the causeway of legends. No destiny that ain't ours, and no destination. When dark Makuta fell, as the legends tell, from his great body we were set free. All open wide this world for us to work and build a new life here 'twas meant to be. Now we're walking the causeway of legends.
such a unique project and one that is still being developed to this day, so stay tuned for that. Unfortunately, we are running out of time, but I have one more song for you today. Premiering on Bionicle Day 2023 with the dulcet tones of Turaga Vakama himself, this collaboration between Cryo Shell and our community's own Essenger brought in thousands to ring in 810's 5th anniversary with style. Our last song for the day, years in the making, is As Above, So Below.
Is this real? The fear I feel when the noise starts dying down. Is it true that there's a place for you when the sun burns out? Don't you fear that it's too late to turn the tide? These machines were never built to make things right. Is there a cure? The sky obscured and the monsters crawling out. I'm not scared, I won't die in here while the world burns down. Don't you fear that it's too late to turn the tide? These machines were never built to burn alive.
Wonderful stuff as always. Well folks, with that I do believe that is all we have time for today. I hope you enjoyed this sampling of sound and spectacle from our great city and beyond. Once again, I am Toa Krakua, your ear for the sounds of the city, and I'll be here every day from 11 to noon on Metru Nui Radio. Stay tuned after the break for an interview with the great Swert Mastra by our very own Toa Vakiti.
to rumble? Bionicle presents the new Glatorians. Gresh with his split shield, Malum's fiery flameclaw, Ice Axe Strat, Super Stinger Varix, and the liquid blades of Tarex. Gresh loads up against the fearsome Skrull. The fight is on. Gresh shoots. Beautiful deflection. Skrull uses his blocker. He fires. It's blocked. But watch your back, Skrull. Whoa! Nice one. Round 1 to Gresh. New Glatorians from Bionicle. Each set sold separately.
The Tracer from Bionicle. The Beast from Bionicle. The Trigger from Bionicle. The Snake from Bionicle. The Bully from Bionicle. The Drifter from Bionicle.
Започни ще игра на закуска с 6 различни Bionicle мини-бойки. Безплатно в упаковките на зелени закуски Nestle.
Liwa, Toa of the Jungle.
Мы делаем короткую остановку на планете Леганав для того, чтобы встретиться с хранителями заветного секрета Лего-человечками. Приготовьтесь, очень скоро они продиктуют нам 7-е зашифрованное слово перепутаницы.
Привет, леганавты! Напоминаю вам, что это таинственное послание мы получили с острова Метру Нуи.
До начала времен он был настоящим тропическим раем. Но потом на остров Метру Нуи спустилась мрачная тень страха по имени Макута. Она измучила всех жителей острова. Из старинной легенды мы узнали тайну. Она гласит, что остров могут спасти 6 могучих героев из племени Тоа. А вот и та самая капсула, в которой хранилось таинственное послание. Внимание, на экране появляется слово «перепутаницы».
А теперь все вместе еще разок. У-В-О-Х-Д-А-З. Мы ждем от вас письма и телеграммы. Ну а тот, кто первым разгадает все слова виртуальной десятки, получит суперприз. Это я вам гарантирую.
Мы расстаемся с Лего-человечками ровно на 1 неделю. Возвращаемся в студию, чтобы продолжить игру.
New Baraki short movie on BionicleStory.com. Ask your parents first.
gang is on the loose on Bionicle.com.
There's a place that is light years ahead. A place where you can only dare to break free of its spell. A place where you become the master of the ride. It's Legoland in Carlsbad, California, home of the Bionicle Blaster. And the more you spin it, the wilder the ride. Plus, there's also over 50 more rides, shows, and attractions waiting to be discovered. Now showing at Legoland.
have discovered the key to Metru Nui's rebirth.
Sound the alarm! Get out of there! The mask!
Now, they must find the seventh Toa and fulfill the prophecy.
Toa of Light.
We are done running Bionicle. Mask of Light. Next Saturday night at 7:30. This ain't your daddy's Lego.
In the time before time, the island of Metru Nui was a tropical paradise, but then came Makuta, and the shadow of evil fell across the land. When all seemed lost came...
for Bionicle for the first year, and he approached me from DC Comics, asked me to try out for the job. And I've told this story a couple times, so I'm not going to tell the same stories that I told in previous years of World Bionicle Day, but I got the job, and right out of the gate, I was thrown in. Our first issue was issue 0, and if you have these comic books, you should know that issue 0 was just the fold-out poster, which was this guy here. And issue 1 was a double-sized issue, and I don't know for sure, but I think the reason that it was done that way was because the contract stipulated that a certain number of pages be created per issue, and because Lego had DC Comics had sort of they had reimagined the series and brought me in a little bit late. I think it was a little bit tight to get the first issue out on time. So what they did was issue 0 came out early. It was sort of a preview issue, and then to make up for the missing pages, issue 1 was larger. But what I want to show you is I have a couple sketches that I still have that for the initial poster concept design. This guy here that ended up being Hakan. What happened was, right after I'd gotten the job, been hired, I was told the first bit of art they needed, period, was this poster. And it just so happened that the deadline was only, I don't know, 2 weeks or so after the Big Apple Comic Convention in New York City. I happened to be going to that convention, and it lined up really well to where DC Comics was still in New York City at the time. And I called my editor. I'd just been hired, and I said, hey, do you want me to come in? We can meet. And he said, yeah, please do. So we came in, I met the staff, and I think I arrived only about an hour before DC Comics was closing. But because our deadline was tight on this poster, Jay Gardner, the editor, said, let's go down to the production room and do some sketches right now. And I said, okay, that was just kind of way to be thrown into the fire. So we got a little desk, and he turned on the light and gave me just the most rudimentary drawing supplies. I mean, it was like a number 2 pencil, and I think my eraser was just literally the pink eraser at the other end. But he said, let's just talk it through. Now, the tricky thing about this poster is it's so tall and narrow. This is actually a different composition than I'm used to working in comic books. Normally we have something that is not quite as tall and narrow. It's a little bit wider. So what we did was we took 8.5 by 11 pieces of paper, folded them over, and just started sketching. I knew that we wanted to have Hakan as the main character, but we also talked about having some Matorans down here, small, sort of enslaved by Hakan. And I think these two were ones that I actually did at the DC offices. I remember the funny thing was I was just sort of working out what we were gonna, how the composition was gonna work. As I said, the offices were closing, the lights were shutting down, and someone stuck their head in the main doorway of the room I was in. We were the only people in the room, and the person who stuck his head in to sort of see what was going on was Paul Levitz. And Paul Levitz at the time was the guy. He was the head dog at DC Comics. And it was so cool because he was literally shutting off the lights, deeply involved with the day-to-day activities, and we made eye contact, and he didn't recognize me, and he walked over and introduced himself, and he just said, hi, I'm Paul Levitz. I don't think we've met before. And I told him who I was, and Jay had said that I was the new artist on Lego Bionicle. I'm looking over because I literally remember where I was sitting and how it all happened. And I just thought it was great that Paul was that involved. Jay was willing to stay late, and there was this real energy to sort of get this thing up and running. And I think, if my memory serves, these are the first 2 layouts. Now, we ended up not using either of these, but that's kind of why I thought you'd like to see them. I don't remember how the final layout came about. If I dug through all my paperwork and found it, I'd probably remember it, but I think it was something that I came home later. Jay and I had worked out the basic concept, and he said, go home, do the convention, have a more polished composition. I pitched that, and that ended up being the finished poster. While looking for that, I did find these, which I can't believe I have any of these left, after I drew it, because I really wanted this to be done right. I actually printed some black and white Xeroxes of this that I then colored with markers to sort of use as a tryout for how the final piece would be colored. I don't normally work like that, but this was so early in my career, I decided, why not go through all the formal steps? I found this. This is interesting too. I think this is a warm-up piece for the initial poster as well, because this looks like this is Hakan. This might have been the first time that I ever tried to draw the character, and this easily has to be one of the first couple drawings I'd ever done of a Bionicle, period. I didn't remember specifically that this was a poster design. I think it is, which is why I didn't use all the paper. It's, again, this vertical composition. But look at how loose the art style is here. You know, I was hired to draw these Lego Bionicles with a looser art style, but we hadn't really nailed down just how much freedom I was going to have yet, right? So they liked the samples I made, but obviously there's going to be a little bit of tweaking things one way or another. So let me get another pair of glasses here. I think if I change my camera settings, you'll be a little bit happier. Let's check this out, see if this works. Let's see. I think you'll like this because I have set this up to where, aha, I think you can get a much better view of the art this way. Let's see. And it looks like Steve Ward is tuned in to help out tonight, so I really appreciate that. So I'm going to try to have this feed where you guys can see my head and the art at the same time. This is a nice complicated feed, but I hope you can really, there we go. That might be too much light on it. Not too bad, but you can really sort of see. I actually scrubbed a lot of the ink on. I'm going to tilt the art here, and you can see how it reflects differently because a lot of this is opaque paint that I put on. So I started with a white piece of paper. It looks like I've used a graphite ink, then a white paint on top of it, and some of it is really just loose and expressive. So there's that, and I'm going to go back to those two sketches because I know you guys are, you like video screen grabs. So here you can sort of really see the first couple proposed drawings of Hakan for the poster. I don't know who these Matoran are down here. You're going to ask me, and I know what's going to happen. Somebody's going to make these guys. This, what's funny, this ends up looking a little bit like the black Matora later. I can't remember his name right now. I think he first appears in issue 3, but he doesn't exist at the time that I drew this. These were all sort of made up characters. So if you guys want to dive in and build these or sculpt these masks, now's your time. Okay, let's see. Looks like I have a comment here. This is amazing to see. Would this have been late 2005 when these drawings were made? Somebody asks. Yeah, right around then, because I think I saw that the first issue was January 2006. This is the number 0, and it also has to tie into when that Comic-Con is. I always thought the Comic-Con was around October. So this may be as early as something like September or October. But let's see if I have any dates on these. It looks like there's a really clumsy Hakan head. Have I got anything else? Nothing. I'm glad I saved them, but I don't have any better markings for when I did these. I'm sorry. It's almost lost. If I can find out when the convention is, we can piece it together. Anyway, I want to show you some other things, though. Because I'll tell you what, the funny thing is I've been drawing so many other comic books of late. Here, you'll like this. This was a cover I drew a while back for, what is this here? This is for Exo Man of War, and it's kind of funny because this isn't Bionicle, but I spent so much time on Bionicle learning how to draw machinery and dramatic lighting, anything that was mechanic. I feel like I learned so much from Bionicle, so I was asked to do this cover for the comic book Exo Man of War. And so look at this. It's kind of funny, but if you zoom in, it's sort of how I've drawn the bits of machinery on him. It really harkens back to how I drew Lego Bionicle. Lego Bionicle helped me hone my craft and learn my skills. And a piece like this, can I find the printed comic book? It probably doesn't look like this without me having the time to spend on Bionicle. So Bionicle led to lots of things. As well, look at this. I was asked to do a couple covers for the Transformers. So this is a Soundwave holding Shockwave, if you guys know the Transformers as well. But my approach for the machinery and the rocks and everything in this, it's really born out of the Bionicle comic. Interestingly enough, this was a cover for the IDW Bionicle comic, or excuse me, IDW Transformers comic. So there's that after I've colored it. Now the reason I want to show you this is my coloring. The way I color my art is very different than what Alex Blayard did. Alex was the colorist for Lego Bionicle, and I really think he did a great job. But because we were working on a toy line, and Lego was a little sensitive to having the characters have their inherent color built in, he tried to color them in a way that was a little bit more on model with what the plastic of the toy actually was. Whereas when I color things, I'm always a slave to the light source. This is Soundwave, like I said, and he typically is blue, but here, the lighting is so dark, I've made him almost a silhouette. This is how I tend to color things. And to that end, I want to show you some more recent Bionicle art I've done. So here we've got some Bionicle art that I actually did in the last couple years, well after I was done with my contract with Lego. So have you guys seen this before? This is a pretty cool piece. This was an Axon I think I drew a couple years ago for World Bionicle Day. You can see there's his axe, but there's his glowing eyes right there. Now, the approach for how I drew this, in terms of where the black and whites are, how defined the lines are, the grays I haven't included here, this is all fairly consistent with how I drew the Lego Bionicle comic book for DC. It's a little bit looser here, and I've actually drawn it in some ways a little bit differently than I did when I did the comic book, because I knew I was going to color this myself, whereas I couldn't get too crazy when Alex was going to color things because he can't get inside my head. But you see how some of this kind of fades away down here? I knew that I was going to come in here and color this atmospherically. So this piece I scanned, colored it digitally, and it turns into this axon here. And I think he came out really pretty well. Now the lightning was all added digitally, but you can see I've also put in some color on some of the black areas here. That's a really sort of complicated, complex way of coloring. It's something I've been doing. I think it makes it look a little bit heavier, a little bit more atmospheric. I really, really like this piece. Let's look at another one. How about this? This was, I think, an Axon that I drew last year, I think. No, 2 years ago. I've dated it. Down here it says it's August 10th, 2021. How time flies. This was a piece, you guys know Axon's my favorite one of all the Bionicles. So I made a color version of this too, if I can put my hands on it. I think it's over here. I got a lot of stuff out to share with you guys. Here it is. Here it is after I've colored it. And again, I took the same piece, scanned it into Photoshop. You can see I did a little bit to make some of the little reflections a little bit brighter. Colored in the background a lot. The big thing I did was, you see it in this case, I've drawn in some lightning. I liked it, but I muted it an awful lot. I really wanted the light to come off of Axon rather than the back be illuminated. This is how these things work out. You know, you start down one path, you're drawing it a certain way, you start coloring it, things reveal themselves. And I always feel that if I'm open-minded and flexible, I'll take whatever I discover. You know, as I start coloring this in, I think, ooh, maybe I'll make this light. Well, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I think this works quite well as a black and white drawing, but when you color it, sometimes you have some other options to make some different decisions. What's interesting is the bottom of this, if you can see this, is really loose and painterly. And as I've gotten older, I've been working more and more in paints in general. A lot of times comics are drawn strictly in black and white, as this piece is, and then colored in the Photoshop on the computer. But I like to use a lot of conventional media. And in fact, I'll show you this. This isn't Bionicle, but here's the piece I drew yesterday. This is my most recent drawing, period. This is a piece I painted on a blank Captain America comic book. And this is just paint. There's a little bit of colored pencil. This is how I work a lot these days. I don't think Lego would have let me cut loose this much, and there's a reason they hired Alex to be the colorist, because you see how sort of atmospheric and romantic this coloring is. This might have been a little bit too much for what Lego really wanted for that series. I love the way this looks, but the characters for Bionicle were so complicated, it was probably better if they reined me in and draw something a little bit more naturalistic to the colors of the objects. Let's see, I tried to find it. I'm not sure where it is, but I know I drew this here recently. This is a new Bionicle that I drew. It's a Brutaka. The original for this was great big. It was the size of the Transformers pieces that I showed earlier, but I have squirreled it away someplace, so I only have the print to show you. But I wanted to show you this because, again, this is really what Bionicle would have looked like had I done all of it myself. I think that Lego was wise, as I said, to rein me in a little bit, but I don't want to be too hard on them either, because I want to remind everybody, I really want you to think about all the other products that Lego had made at this point. So much of their toy line has been really clean lines. You know, you think about how the pieces have to fit together. You think about the Lego cartoons they've made and how great they are, but all of those have a really clean style. The fact that they gave me this much freedom to cut loose, I think, shows an awful lot of courage on their part. Some bravery too. I can tell you, for the first issue, they were excited by the work I did, but they also had never seen anything like it, certainly not on a Bionicle. So Lego and DC, and even myself, we all sort of held our breath that the fans would like it. I know that some of you guys found the art to be a little jarring, found it different from what you came before, but I think everyone will agree that, at least of the Paraka, these guys here, if there's a toy line for Lego that lends itself to a grittier, nastier style, it's got to be these guys. So I think I came along at the right time, and I really want to thank Lego for giving me the shot. Oh my goodness, look what I did. I brought this down so I could use him as a reference to draw, and it looks like I left one of the pieces upstairs off his leg. Okay, I cannot lose that piece. You guys know what it's like when you can't find one of the pieces. Lastly, I want to show you this. This is a V-Zine I drew here recently. I don't have the original with this in front of me, but this was another really, really nice piece. I colored it on Photoshop, and I think this might have been a piece I did for last year for World Bionicle Day. Somebody will have to give a comment and tell me, was this from last year? I really don't remember. I know that if I have the time later this year, I'm going to try to make a really nice Metoro. I've been talking with a lot of fans at comic book conventions across the country about issues they like and moments they really liked, and everybody seems like they really like Metoro putting on the Mask of Life. It's a really, really cool panel, but here's the thing. It's also a panel that I drew a long, long time ago, and a panel that I did really, really under the control of my editors. So it'd be really nice to revisit it and cut loose. I think I'm going to just draw the moment again when Metoro gets the Mask of Life and see what I come up with. It's been nearly 20 years. I've learned a lot. I've got different skills. I might approach it entirely differently. If you guys would like to see that, let me know. I think it'd be a really, really fun piece. Okay, let's see. I'm about half hour in. I'm getting close. I'm about 20 minutes into my time. I'm going to run until about 9:30 tonight. And so what I want to do, unless you guys have any specific questions or things you want me to address, I think I'd like to draw a thok for you. And I'm going to put on my other camera and you guys can watch how I do it. Does that sound interesting? Let me see. I was asked the question, let's see. What sort of guidance were you given when you originally drawing the Mask of Life? Not as much as you'd think, I can tell you that. There were a couple different models, designs for what the Mask of Life was going to look like. I'm pretty certain that I've seen the recesses of it, the depth of the figure within the mask represented differently in different mediums. That is to say, I don't know if it was a video game or a movie, but I was on model with what I was asked to do. I think they may have simplified it a little bit for the comic book. But you'll remember Metoro puts it on and sort of takes that stickman figure panel. You guys gave me a hard time about it when you were young. You know what I'm talking about. That's the pose that the Mask of Life has on the mask. It's one of the reasons that I had him take that pose. When I draw the Mask of Life now, I might add more detail to it. We'll see what happens when I revisit it. But in the meantime, let's talk about making a thok. This will be cool. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to change my camera back. And turn my light down. I'm going to show you how I do all this stuff. So this is going to start off as, okay, let's see, let's make sure I get my paper in the right place. Let's get everything where you can really watch this. This looks pretty good. So typically when I would have drawn these characters, what I would do is I need to think about what it is he's going to do within the story. As we're drawing him right now, I just really want a really, really cool drawing of him. I've got no before, no after. There's no script I'm adhering to, so I can draw anything I want. One of the things I've always liked about this character is how this jaw protrudes, and I love the profiles on all the Parakas, particularly when their eyes are back there. And I hope you guys can see this. Look at this. Mine still works. You see the lights come on? Yeah, the battery's still working in there. Well done, Lego. That's a quality toy. So let's see. Now, also, a lot of you guys know, and you may hate me for this, you may love me for this, I always try to draw these characters as naturalistically as I could, which means I would bend their backs. That's going to be Thok's spine right there. I know that that's a little bit off model for what the toy actually does, but I think it adds more life to the character, so that's what I'm doing. Let's see. Actually, I've already changed my idea. I'm going to draw them bigger than I thought I was. Boy, you know what's funny? I don't know if I've drawn Thok. I don't know if I've drawn Thok in 10 years. That's a long time. Some of this does come back to you, though. So as you can see, I'm drawing pretty quickly. And I sometimes take some liberties with the anatomy on these guys. And I know that drives some of you nuts. And I actually understand that. But what I'm trying to do is give you a nice sort of demo for how I would approach drawing these things. When I drew the Lego Bionicle comic book, I didn't go quite this quickly. I just couldn't. But I would work something up into this stage and just sort of get the pieces in place. And then I would tighten it up as I go. Here's the question. How quickly would you, into my working on this, would you guys have looked at it and said, oh, that's Thok, if you didn't already know? Let's get these eyes going right. That's a point. Okay, I've got most of my pieces in place. Let's see. Marcus asked, do you like the teeth to be up against the rubber face or receded when you draw the Paraka? I like them set back a little bit, just a little bit. You know, Thok is really, if you look at the toy, they're really back. When I draw it, I probably wouldn't put them that far back. But the funny thing is, you know, if you set it back, you get a little bit more depth to the character. That's the thing. You want this thing to take up as much. You want the volume that it takes up to have real depth to it, so it seems more lifelike. Now, what I always forgot about is their teeth kind of do this stair step thing. Yeah, I got to get that right. He just barely has a plane, so I've got his smile up a bit high. Let's see how that's working. That's not too bad. Now, here's what's going to be interesting about this. I'm going to make this as a simple painting rather than a conventional drawing. I think you guys will find it to be kind of fun if I do it this way. Let's see, did I have another question here? Let's see. Will you see the Hakan sketches on Biomedia Project? Ooh, I don't know what that is. Will I see the Hakan sketches on Biomedia Project? I don't know that I will. Send me, I'd like to see them. I don't know what they are. I assume what you mean is the sketches I did for the poster. Or is somebody going to post them? Okay, that's pretty quick, but I'm telling you, I've got only a half hour to finish it, so we really got to get moving if this is going to be something, right? Let's do that. I'm trying to show off, you guys. How many of you can make a nice, good-looking Bionicle drawing in a half hour? The reality is, I bet a good number of you guys can. So that means I have to really show off. I have to really try hard to give you something nice here. Pick out a couple markers. Now the funny thing is, Thok is white, as you know, and very rarely do I ever make anything actually true white. You know, usually if it's reflecting light or a light bulb, I'll leave it white. But other than that, you want some sort of tone on it just to keep the thing from being flat. Here we go. So this is a gray. I'm just going to dust it over him to help create some sort of light source here. I'm actually applying it with a makeup sponge. You're not going to see a lot of guys do it this way. You can ask me how crazy this is. My computer keeps trying to scan and it's cracking me up. Unfortunately, Thok turned out to be off-white first time in Bionicle. Well, as I said, we may have actually put him in there that way. You know, a lot of painters will tell you, you never have true white light. For something to really be white, you need to have white light. And typically, you know, even if you're in your house, or unless you're in sunlight, you rarely have a true white. Let's see. There were some characters shown in the 2009 comic All Our Sins Remembered called Betera that were going to be made into sets that were never released. Did Lego send you reference pictures for prototype models? Also, let's see. That is a good question. I think, is that this guy here? Let's see. I don't know if I'm in this All Our Sins Remembered. What's the name of my story in this guy? All Our Sins Remembered. So Lego never sent me any sets for this. This was, I think, the last story that I did, and this is after the fact for paper cuts. Isn't it nice that I had my visual aid right here? I think everything that was drawn out of here, they didn't send me any physical sets, I can tell you that. There were no prototypes they sent me either. There were some characters that I was asked to sort of make up. I can tell you that. I can't remember who all of them are. Some of these exist and some of these don't. But there were no models that I was presented or you know, physical reference that I was given. Sorry, I can't help you with that because I know you guys are hungry to fill every little hole, and I don't blame you. So I put down a lot of gray on that. Let's put a little bit of blue on it. Like I said, I want to keep it from being flat. I'm not going to hit it everywhere. I'm going to try to get a few spots, and I'm going to leave the opportunity to include this really loud orange here. Now the thing about it is I don't want it too loud, so a great thing I can do is actually mix it with my blue. They will kind of neutralize each other and sort of make a almost a gray. Just a little bit in a few places helps. Put a little bit in this background here, and that'll make the cool Thok stand out from that background. Let's see how that is. Okay, I've got some base colors in place, some different values, some grays to sort of anchor things. What if I came in here with some black lines and some flat black and sort of tightening this up? Let's see what we get. Yeah, this is coming along now. That there was nothing wrong with that, but that pen was a little bit bigger and heavier than I wanted. So let me pick something with a different line. I think I'll like this F. You know, anytime you're drawing, your line weight really matters. It determines, I mean, it sounds like a joke, but the line weight determines how heavy everything feels. Let's see here. Now, this isn't perfect, but I'm working pretty fast, you guys have to admit. But see how those grays are starting to make this nice framework for this piece? The lines would otherwise look really flat. Let's see, have you ever been curious and designed your own custom Paraka? Let's see, characters, faces, spines in the same way that you created many excellent master designs based off actual sets? Man, I gotta tell you, I wish. There were only a few times that I had the opportunity to sort of create a character, and they were almost always in the background of this. And I always kind of felt like I couldn't make anything that was too wild. I remember I drew one, and they said it was a little too close to Batman. And I didn't really mean it to be close to Batman, but you know, they have sometimes the Matoran have little protrusions that stick out of them one way or another, and his were a little too close to like Batman ears. And I will tell you, I am a Batman fan, so it's very possible that it just sort of looked more like Batman than I meant it to. But you can't get too crazy. Particularly, the funny thing is when you're making these characters up, when they appear, the particular story usually needs a character to stand in the background, but they aren't the main focus. So you don't get too involved in the details of making them up. But I think that if they are unique and distinctive, without going too crazy, they do add a lot of life to the story. You want the added characters to be believable. You want them to sort of be on model with the other characters that have already appeared. Now, I think there is something to be said for a certain rhythm. You learn what the Matoran look like if you have a few of them, and you say, if there were another one, it might look like this or that, but you can't just do anything. How's this guy coming along? You gotta admit, I am flying. That's going to be his arm back there. That literally is going to be his arm. You like how I just stuck it on? Pretty fast, you guys. Okay. It's a simple painting, but it's coming along. You guys are more than welcome to give me some feedback on this. Tell me what you think. I've only got about 25 minutes left to work on it. Let's see. Mario asks, outside of your main work, do you see Bionicle sets or media that you would have wanted to work with? Man, yeah, absolutely. In fact, I'm really hoping I get to work on the Bionicle again. I know that I spoke with Toby Duckowitz at one time. He was what was his title? Was he an art director at Lego? And he told me they were really ramping up Ninjago. And Ninjago's cool, but this is where my heart was. I keep waiting for them to dust this off, and I think we have to be coming up on 2006 is going to be the anniversary, or excuse me, 2026 is going to be the anniversary of the Paraka. I would love to think that there would be a phone call where they'd say, hey, let's do something to sort of celebrate the anniversary. If I get the chance to draw these guys again, I will. Now, don't be surprised if Lego says, okay, we have to rein you in again. We wanted you because of what you do, but you can't go crazy. Because believe me, I can. I mean, could you imagine if I had to turn in the cover made like this? They might have run it. Okay, let's add some more to him. Again, He's mostly white, so I've got a little bit of a problem here. I want this to have a little bit more depth. A great thing I can do is I can darken up this background and make him stand out more. So what I'm going to do then is I'll use my black. I'm going to dilute it a little. And just by having a darker background, he should come off of it. Come forward. Now, all those spikes and tentacles that I drew in there, these things on his off of his arm, I can go in and add those back with white paint. But in the meantime, let's do this. How's that? There, that's got a little bit more depth to it. Now, I had used a gray. I'm going to use a different gray. It's a little bit darker here. And the reason I'm going to do this, but not a true black, I want to add some darkness to one side of it, and then I'm going to add some highlights on this side. And it's really going to make the thing have a lot of depth in a hurry. Do you trust me? No? You better believe me, because it's about to happen. Do we have any other questions I need to read here? Let's see. I'm missing a couple characters, or a couple questions here. Let's see. There's a character with a gold thock mask spine. Would you be interested in doing a golden rendition of the colors? Oh yeah, of course. That sounds great. I'd love to see a picture of that. I'm glad my group commissioned you to do I cannot pronounce this, Lesavik, since you had never done that character before. Oh yeah, and in fact, the funny thing is, I've shown that to a couple of people, and they really, really like it. That piece came out really well. Everybody's impressed by how fast it's coming along. Yeah, well, that's, you learn to make a deadline. I'll tell you that. You have to. There were a lot of times working on Bionicle, we were up against a tight deadline. I've told the story many times about how Vizon and Fenrak were not even produced by the time I started drawing the issue that they were in. They had to be FedEx to me overnight, and I got them done. And that comic came out on time, but not by a large margin. I was very tired. Okay. Yeah, I'm liking how he's working out. Let's add some interesting lighting to him here. Okay, let's bring it to life. I'm telling you, the fun is about to begin. First thing I want to do is I want to add a little bit more blue to a few places to keep this from flattening out. Right in there. A little bit down here. And you see how I'm letting my colors mix together a little bit in the background? It'll give him more of an atmospheric look to it. He'll be floating in this background. Yeah, see, now he's sort of peering through it. Okay, now what if we want some really dramatic lighting on him? I mean, the Paraka's eyes glow, so we have to have that, right? I mean, have to. Well, that's where I'm in luck, because I always use a little whiteout pen like this, which allows me to come back in and put some nice highlights in. And his teeth here, he's got to have that. This thing sometimes is a whiteout Presto pen. It sometimes flows more than I want it to. It's kind of funny, but your hand can get this hot. And then I think this happens, the air inside it expands and it creates pressure. So what I do is I depress the needle with my thumb here and I squeeze it there, and it to let out some of the air. You can see it's actually squished in the middle now. So it won't flow quite as much, but that gives me a little bit more control over it. Let's see how it works. Yeah, not quite as much. Now we want to have red glowing eyes. And a good trick you can do when you want your eyes to glow is, particularly if you want them to be red, you don't actually draw the part that glows as red, you draw it as white. And what you do then later is you add red around it, and that is what makes it look like it's glowing. And believe me, when you see me do it, you'll say, wow, that works. So I'm getting really close. I'm adding in my white highlights. Also, I'm never afraid to smear something around. It gives me the effect I like. Look at this. Let some light bounce off his head. Now, I said we were going to warm that up, right? Those eyes. How about this? I did bring a orange or a red marker. We'll use that. Sometimes the red can be a little bit heavy, and you really want it to look fiery. So even though his eyes glow red, we're actually going to use an orange, right? We've got a lot of blue here, and blue is cool, and it's a lower value, meaning it gives off less light. The red gives off less light than orange, and because we want this to look really illuminated, we might be better off to have a lot of orange, but I'll add some red first. And then this will stand on top. See how much it stands. Yeah, I like that. And it can actually glow out of there a little bit too. Yeah, I like that. See that little light peeking out there? That looks pretty nice. And if we don't really like that, we can have a little bit of a lightning or sparkle come out. This was kind of how I tended to color these guys. There. Let's also have I got any colored pencils here? I do. Let's have, I need that. I love this orange. One of my favorite oranges. Guess what my computer's trying to do? Scan again. Let's see. What were your thoughts when LEGO decided to no longer make the stone characters brown around early 2006? I always like this stuff to be as organic as possible, so I never minded any color schemes like that. Didn't bother me too much. I mean, they're I always kind of felt that they should feel like they can get bent and damaged and get mud on them when their colors were too bright and too plastic, kind of like this. You know, to color him just flat white was not my thing. I always wanted color included, even in the white characters. That was kind of my approach to all of it, so I didn't have an issue with brown necessarily. But let's see. What were your conversations with Greg Farshi like? Were there many? So not as many as you'd think. Greg, as you know, is sort of he's the guy who came up with all the lore for the Lego Bionicle. If he says it's one way or the other, that's the way it is. Greg wrote the scripts that I drew, but by contract, I was technically working for DC Comics. And so whenever I had a question, I really had to go through DC Comics, and then DC would go through Lego to talk to Greg. There were, on occasion, times when Greg and I were on a phone conference call together, and we would talk about things. But I'll tell you, I needed to break that so I could have a different, smaller piece. Greg gave me a ton of freedom. Greg liked my work. He said very nice things about it, and he just said, you know, I can write this story. You come up with some good illustrations. Toby Duckowitz was an art director. He was involved with the arts approach a little bit more than Greg was. But, you know, my thing was Greg wrote a story, and I wanted to make sure that Greg was getting art that he felt told his story well. And so when I did get to see him, we talked at the San Diego Comic-Con a couple times. We did signings together at the Lego booth. There are a few people who were able to get signed copies of Lego Bionicle signed by myself and by Greg. And as some of you know, there is that very rare black covered, I think it's issue number 3, San Diego Comic-Con exclusive Bionicle. It's got a different cover, but it does exist. It is out there. But Greg always had really, really nice things to say. He was supportive to me doing things that were a little bit experimental compositionally. I do know that there was an issue of Lego Bionicle where I think it's in the second year, where the characters go down a tunnel where the panel is one continuous tunnel and it S curves, and I just have the figures all lined along there. But the Lego people like that, the DC Comics people like that, Greg told me that was a panel he really liked. And that was kind of an unconventional panel and panel layout. And it was awfully nice for him to say that, you know. He could have just said, "You're doing a good job," and left it at that. But he genuinely seemed excited and supportive. What do you guys think of this? How's this stock looking? I think I need some more blue in here. Let's see. I've got 13 minutes left on this. So if you guys have any questions, you should ask now, because we're rounding the bend. Oh, I should tell you as well, if you can't get enough of this and you want to see more of this and you want to see more of my work, please tune in on my Facebook show. Go to follow me on Stuart Sager. You can follow me either on Facebook or Instagram. You know how to spell my name. It's Stuart, Sayger. But Tuesday night at 8 p.m. Eastern, I'm going to have an extended Lego presentation with Bionicle. I'm going to pull out more of the comics. I'm probably going to be showing this drawing further along. And I'm going to be selling some signed copies of the comics I worked on and pulling other things out of the archives. It's just we don't have enough time to do everything. So if you follow me on Instagram or you follow me on Facebook, you should be able to see the show. It'll be this Tuesday, and it'll be on at 8 p.m. Eastern time. Right, Ailey? Yeah. She said, yeah. When she says that, that's, you know, it's real. Let's see. Yeah, see, I'm glad you guys like the shading. Now, he's blue, right? He's inherently blue. But look how much, or excuse me, white. But look how much blue I've added to this. There were times I pushed and Lego said, yeah, this looks good, but you have to rein it back in. And honestly, I was originally hired to be the colorist for the covers of Lego Bionicle. And I like what I did on issue number 1 and issue 0. And if you look at the colors on the cover of number 1 and 0 and compare it to the other issues Alex colored, you can really see how we've got a different approach. Alex was really, really good, but I kept pushing Lego, and the difference between us was a little bit jarring at times. I think at some point I had finished coloring my first cover, and Lego had done a good job of giving me some art direction for how to make it look more like Alex or make Alex a little bit more like me. And at some point I said, look, Alex is doing a great job. I'm going to do all the black and white art. Let's have Alex do the color. And I think they were quick to agree. I've often wondered if they wanted to suggest it anyway, which wouldn't have hurt my feelings. I mean, the goal was, let's make the best book we can. And the funny thing is, I've said this before and I need to say it again, when I first saw Alex's coloring, it wasn't really my thing because I don't color like Alex. And I didn't think Alex really wanted me telling him how to color. And so he would ask me a time or two, what do I think? And I made a couple little comments, but for the most part, I stayed out of it. And the funny thing is, and I mean this quite sincerely, the older I got, the more I colored, the more I learned about coloring, the more I realized not only had he done a good job, he did a really good job. His colors were clean. His colors, he still got some atmosphere in there, but there was a brilliance to his work that I just didn't know how to do yet. I learned a lot from his coloring, and if he's watching, I want to thank him for making me look so good, because he really did. All right, what do we think of this stock? I've got another question. Are there any differences between your favorite characters and favorite characters to draw? Not as much as you'd think. If it's a character I like to, well, let's see. You know, if I like a character, it doesn't mean I necessarily like to draw them. If I like to draw them, it doesn't necessarily mean I like the character. But having said that, boy, the characters I like to draw, excuse me, excuse me, the characters I like to draw and the characters that I enjoyed reading line up really, really well. Everybody knows I'm an Axon fan, and I am. Let's lighten this up just a little. But I'm a Hakan fan. I like Vizon and Fanrak a lot. I like Vizon a whole lot. I'm not sure I liked him initially because when I first got the character, I was running late on a deadline and I was just kind of scrambling to sort of get it done and get it on time. But once I caught my breath and really took in his origin story, I think he's one of my faves. You know, in general, if you enjoy drawing it, you'll probably like the character better anyway, and vice versa. But I don't think it's specifically that if I like a character that means I like to draw them. Let's see. What else do we ask here? Did I miss a good question here? Still want that cover variant. Do I have? But I do have a couple of issues signed by you. Yes, there was a gentleman that I met at the New York Comic Con last year, and he had 3 or 4 of those San Diego Comic Con exclusives. A really rare one. He had one that was graded, professionally graded, and signed by Greg. And he had me sign it, and someone else had signed it too. It might have been Toby Dutkowitz. I don't think it was Alex the colorist, but I was incredibly impressed. And I said, "How'd you find it?" I don't remember what he told me, but I just saw so very few of those. If you have one of those issues, they're very, very rare. And the funny thing is, as I was looking at his, I think I realized they're actually individually numbered. I wonder who came in and numbered them. Might have been Toby Dutkowitz. Anyway, what do you guys think? My wife just walked through, and she just sort of gave me a look. She says, "You're drawing Bionicle again. I know what those look like." Anyway, he looks pretty good. Do we have any questions? Because I'm down to my last 5 minutes. Let's see. Are there any story elements that you disagreed with, maybe from the 2006 or 27 story? Not a ton. I will tell you this. There were some things in the mechanics of the underwater world. There's that hole in the bottom of the ocean that drains into another cavern. And I found it a little bit tricky to figure out exactly how they wanted that rendered. So that was kind of hard for me to make sure I got the visuals right on. There were a lot of things that I was the first guy to draw, so I kind of got to make up the style of how it looked. But in general, no, it was pretty good. Greg knew what he was doing. And I say this all the time. It was such a complicated world. You know, he had a lot that he had to remember and to deal with. So I still think he's the Bionicle master. I think this one's looking pretty good. I'm going to give you some crackle out of here. Here, I'll show you a technique you can do if this works right. This is a comic book backer board. It's a heavy one. I hate to run it, but I'm going to tear the corner of it off, like so. And what you can do is, if you're very fast, you can use a whiteout pen and put the paint on there, and it should flick off. You see I put dots on his eye. That's in a pinch. That's not really how I choose to do that. But in a pinch, I can do that. Yeah, it adds a little bit more crackle to it. And then this orange pencil I've got is really great for adding some electricity coming out of his eyes here. It might actually look better with this lighter color. Let's see what that does. It doesn't cover quite as well as the other orange. And at some point you can have issues where sometimes your materials won't stick quite as well as you'd like. But for a piece I did, what? Is this 45 minutes? And I talked and I was corny throughout it? Come on, that's a lot. I'll add a little bit more warmth into this. I'll let those really crackle. You put that color around and it's brilliant. And here's the thing, watch this. I'll put well, no. I like that orange that's spilled out there. Let's have a little bit more of that. Because this is kind of like almost like a colored pencil, it'll give it texture. You can see that texture that stands on top. It's kind of nice. How about a few more of these sort of electricity crackle lines? Jack Kirby used to draw the stuff he called Kirby Crackle on the Fantastic Four in the 60s, and it was these circles that sort of connected to make a negative shape. This is doing something not terribly dissimilar. Alrighty, we're down to just the first couple minutes. Let's see. What's a good question? Oh yeah, somebody just called it a little bit of Kirby Crackle. Let's see. Were there any characters that seemed to fight with you when you drew them at first? Oh yeah, Maxilos was hard, and there was another large Bionicle, not Vizon, not not Brutaka, not Axon. I took those right away. It was Maxilos, and there was another one that was kind of tricky. I know I only drew that that Walmart exclusive character once, and that was kind of weird because I felt like I never really mastered the anatomy of that character. When you only draw him once, you draw him from one position, then you're on to the next one. So to this day, if I had to draw him, he'd probably be the hardest because I spent the least time with him. Maxilos, though. There was one issue where, it was one of the underwater issues where I accidentally drew the wrong character. It was supposed to be Maxilos, or I drew Maxilos and it was supposed to be somebody else. And we caught it, and I was able to correct it. There was some place, I think, in the first year where I actually had drawn the wrong character and we didn't get it caught. So you guys probably know what that is. I think he's looking pretty good here, though. Let me hold this up so you guys can get a good look at him. I'll change my camera angle here. How about... That looks pretty good. How's he look there? I think that's a pretty good demo. You know, it's not quite as finished as some of the pieces I've done in the past, but this one actually has color. And I did spend a lot of time sort of describing how I implemented my techniques and how it works. And I hope you guys found that entertaining. If you want more of this, I will be back. As I said, I'm going to be on Facebook and Instagram Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. I'll probably do a little bit more work on this, and I'm going to pull out some more things from the archives for you guys to see. And I'm going to be selling some signed Bionicle comics if you want to get some for your collection, certificates of authenticity with them and all that other good stuff. So unless we have any last-minute questions, this may tie us over until next year. I really want to thank everybody for bringing me aboard. Steve, you've helped me with this every year. Liam, I know it doesn't happen without you. I'm so glad you guys have kept this community going. Somebody needs to convince Lego to do more Bionicles, and when they need the art done, believe me, I am happy to be first in line. This was my first big job in comics. I learned an awful lot from it, and I forgot I buried the lead. How about this? If you guys want to hear more about this, how cool is this? A couple months ago, at Indiana University, they had a TED Talk event called Player Pause, and I was asked to be a guest. So if you look on YouTube, you can find, I'll post a link for it on my Facebook and my Instagram tomorrow. There is about a 15-minute TED Talk I give about how I got the Bionicle job. Truly, I talk about it. It's a lot of fun, and I'm very flattered that I got to do that. I'm very flattered you guys are interested in the story of Bionicle. If you come back next year, I'll bring more art out. I'll probably draw Matoro. I might have that Matoro Mask of Life piece done by then. I'm making more, so don't think we're done. Any questions in the meantime? This is probably going to be the sign off, if not. Alrighty. I think my cat thinks I should be done. Does the dog think it's time to be done? Is my wife? Yeah. I think it's time. See you guys next year. By the way, oh yeah, one last thing before I go. If you want to see me in person and get your Bionicle comic signed or ask me any questions, I had a little note here telling you all the comic book conventions I'm going to be at, and I forgot them. I forgot it. So I know that I'm going to be at Terrificon in Connecticut. Next weekend, the weekend after that, I'm at PopCon in Louisville, Kentucky. I am doing the New York Comic Con this year. I will be doing GalaxyCon in early December in Columbus, Ohio. I will be doing a comic book convention in Wisconsin called FanX. I think that's in November. And there's probably something I've left off. So that's not bad off the top of my head. Thanks for tuning in, you guys. I had a blast. Till next year. Bye-bye.
Files.
Nuevos Borok han despertado. Increíbles poderes ocultos con nuevas y efectivas armas y herramientas. Con una sola meta: robarle el poder a los Toa Metru. Borokan. 6 nuevas razones para esconderse. Bionicle, la leyenda continúa.
Imposters.
Hello, everyone. How was your Bionicle day? Did you enjoy everything?
I didn't enjoy that.
Do I have you on here? I think I do. I just don't have the browser thing open. Can say something. Can they hear you?
Hello, chat. If you can hear me, say yes.
Yeah, that they can hear. They can hear. Okay, so final end of day thing. Let us just get right to it and roll the raffle. Can I get a
all right
drum roll? If you can get that without Discord doing noise canceling things.
Let's see if there's one in the soundboard.
Yeah,
if I can't do it in 5 seconds, then we'll just assume that I've done one.
4, 3, 2, 1. Congratulations! Oh God, how do I even pronounce that?
Bishma 17 JBM.
Yeah, something like that. Yes. Yeah. Congratulations, you're the winner. You're winner.
Yep. Congratulations. If you are still in the chat, feel free to try to reach out to us by emailing. What is it? BionicleDay@maskofdestiny.com.
Email us at this web zone.
Hey now.
Yeah. If you're not currently available, you can reach out to us at BionicleDay@maskofdestiny.com, or we'll try and reach out via YouTube ourselves if we can. But yeah. Anything else you want to say before we end things off, Stephen, for this day?
I want to say thank you, everybody, for being here. Definitely an amazing day. Can't wait for tomorrow. It's going to be really fun.
Yeah. Hopefully no more issues like today. Fingers crossed.
Yeah. That was...
I think we pulled it together.
Good on you for being fast on the react, though.
Yeah, I would, if I had thought of it, I would have tried to just re-download the direct, but that probably would have taken more time than just throwing the trailers in OBS and being done with it.
Yeah, no, you made the right call. You made the right call.
Anyways, that is it for today. We will see you all tomorrow, bright and early at 11:30 in the morning Eastern Time. Good night, everyone.